molten metal still burning 12 weeks
Point
later.
being the contradiction that then doesn't fit with any paradigm you're about to present. Yeah?
I'm not going to present one. It sounds like you are.
No, I don't have one. I just have the contradiction. This is the beauty of the world we live in, isn't it? We can only see the lies. Yeah. The truth is so well veiled, yeah. We can only see the lies. But if we can all highlight the lies, we've got a chance together, haven't we?
Damn.
But if some of us want to go, no, it's not a lie, even though they know it's a lie.
Adam philosophizing and shit. I like that. You can only see the lies, but the truth is veiled. Shit.
Oh, well, you see, this is what happens. I told you it's getting to 1:30.
Maybe we ought to keep you up late some days, man. It seems like you're at your best game.
What's that moon doing? I hope the hair doesn't start coming soon.
Well,
yeah. No, did you get my point, Bob? That's not a place to start.
I did. I was absolutely there, and now I prefer to live in a place where I don't know is an honest answer that keeps me looking for more evidence. I feel like once we've decided we know an answer, that closes us to looking for more evidence for things. I think we'd all agree. That's what your whole channel's about doing, isn't it? Trying to get people to ask more questions, make measurements.
So that's a great place to address where these towers collapsed on, isn't it? The place, the realm, these things. Have we got the evidence?
I
assume that's why you're here. Not here to talk 9/11.
The evidence. You're talking about the globe now.
I'm trying to bring it to that, in a very smooth,
sure.
way.
It was a nice segue. It was a nice segue. I'm sorry I missed it. Do I have the evidence? Which not really. No.
Oh, the heliocentric model's got shout out, Mr. Miggy. He's kind of got some principles to it, hasn't he? So, rather than just saying no,
I think we were on step 1 with writing on eggshells. From my memory, serves me right.
You guys didn't get past step 1.
We didn't get past the first one. No.
Oh, maybe we can change that tonight. I think Adam were you finished?
You've got a good voice or a good microphone.
Both. How about that?
It could be.
I love it.
Go for it. We can get past step 1. We can skip step 1 and go to step 2 if you want.
No, I didn't know if Adam was done. I think I'll let him.
Well, no. I was going to say, would you be so gracious as to break me in? Sir?
Break you in?
Yeah, I don't know your name after all this. So
sure.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Handle I'm going by.
My name's Adam. Sorry, your name's?
G'day, Adam. Riding, eggshells, either one. Can call me Harry if you want.
Evening, bro. Evening. There was a tradition that Mr. Biggie's brought in that I wrote down in my notepad many months ago, and I was encouraged to do. But here, just to be able to move forward, it's really useful if you can answer what's called the 3 questions, because they're kind of fundamentals in relation to the heliocentric model that if we can establish them, we can have conversations that don't lead nowhere and are very circular. And I just wonder if you'd be prepared to just answer them honestly. No, I have no idea. No, I can't provide it, but I believe it, or whatever you want is an answer.
Right. Is I don't know going to be an acceptable answer?
Absolutely, yeah. Because
fantastic. What makes that acceptable? Or you seem very keen on that as an answer. What makes you so emphatic about that?
I was genuinely about to say why. Because if I'm being honest with myself, when I sat on this journey 5 years ago, I thought I knew, and I think after doing my best to defend the ball, the honest answer I could come to was I don't know. And I think if I'm an old school, if I was here now, 5 years on, in a Discord, these things didn't exist. You had to find the shit out on your own. You know what I mean? With a little bit of Eric Dubay and away you went. So I think if I was here now, I think the 3 questions to have got to this stage, you would be able to give an answer to that something held true to you, or you could say, no, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
my response to that.
Sure.
Yeah?
Yep. Happy to.
Okay, so question one then. Do you know of any direct measurement for the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how have you validated it? Either yourself or through other knowledge, through other people that you feel is sufficient for you to accept that as truth?
I've heard of a lot of different things. I've heard of the EpiCore laser transit measurement that I was talking to somebody about yesterday, and other people's laser experiments. I've heard of Eratosthenes' argument, and I've heard the flat earther debunk of it, which I think is actually quite compelling, which is that Eratosthenes assumed the distance to the sun in order to make a triangle to make his calculations, and that could have been flawed. What else have I heard of? I mean, I certainly find,
dude,
personally, I
you
find
sound like you're providing disproofs. You said FE core. The first thing was...
Is it FE core? I thought it was EpiCore. Okay, there you go. FE core.
FE, it stands for Field Engineers, not Flat Earthers.
Right. Okay.
So it's Field Engineer Core, yeah.
Sure.
So
sure.
you cited
I've
them.
heard
Are you citing the Lake Balaton laser testing?
Lake Balaton. I don't have exactly which lake, where it was, but yeah, it was shining a lake across a body of water.
Romania at winter, and the lake was frozen.
Right. Okay. Sure.
Obviously, that didn't prove curvature. That's why I was curious. So that was your first statement.
Right. Sorry, your question I thought was, have you heard or made any measurements or heard of other people who've made any measurements about the flatness or roundness of the Earth?
So probably, I think the presumption is that you're a ball earther, and we're asking you. So are you presenting yourself as, no, I'm totally flat?
No. I'm fairly convinced that the Earth is close to spherical.
Okay. Close to spherical.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
In that obviously there's undulations
Cream
in
egg.
mountains and stuff, and I've heard people describe that it is oblated or sort of fat in the middle because of the spin. I've got no way to determine
no.
myself
Two
empirically.
differences there. Are you saying there is topography, or are you saying that it is not spherical? It has a oblateness to it, as Neil's pulling a Mooney in the chat. Obviously, there's a differential between the two. A roughness to the surface doesn't necessarily redefine the overall nature, whether it's a sphere or whether it is some kind of perverted sphere.
Right. I'm comfortable. I feel like it's close to a sphere. Good enough for this conversation. Yeah.
A perverted sphere.
Possibly, yeah. I don't know. Again, I haven't made measurements myself. I don't know how I would go about determining that for myself. So all I can go on is what other people say, and then I have to try and sort of weigh up how credible I think they are.
Well, we're going a bit sideways. So in terms of curvature, we've had Lake Balaton, which kind of proves it. At worst, it's the other way around, doesn't it? If you look at the Lake Balaton results.
That seems to suggest, according to the design, it seems to suggest.
If anything, it shows that temperature gradients can bend light a little bit, actually, and it shows it goes the other way.
Right. So temperature gradients can bend light, but only in a way.
I was going to say the amount of bend either way is kind of inconsequential to any claimed rate of curvature. Neither of them fit. There is a slight variance off of true parallel, and there was now whether that was, even though Mike built the Salad super accurate laser aiming device, and it was
that's a good name.
Very brilliant, isn't it? That the Salad, even though he built that and exceptionally, and go look at the stuff, exceptionally well precision engineered, there's still a level of variance that you're going to accept. And I think over the Lake Balaton stuff, the level of variance the only variance you could describe would be within the engineering as a critique to Mike. Yeah, it's certainly not relevant to any claimed ball Earth curvature. It doesn't do that. And like I said, if anything, it shows a curve the other way. So that was point one in terms of curvature. Your next point was Eratosthenes, I think.
Yeah, but I find the other people's explanation for that sufficiently. If the argument is, do we have a sun a long way away that could get an effect that shows a globe, or a sun that's quite close that still shows difference of lengths of shadow on consistent lengths of towers? I find that compelling. That seems like a good enough counter.
I love that one. I love Eratosthenes. It's one of the greatest examples of like baller bullshittery. So they get you engaged in so much tell. I've got one question for you. Barring the use of a mobile phone, when it was midday in Sinai, they went off to the other place.
Excited.
How did they tell the guys in the other location that it was midday there to make the measurement at the exact time?
That's something I was getting excited about. That's something I wondered at the same time too, because I'm like, I thought back then everybody just sort of guessed at the time. Everybody knew sunrise and sunset was a specific time, but my understanding was the rest of the day was like, it's kind of sun's at the high bit, right? So yeah, I've got no idea. I don't know how it's measured or
500 miles. I mean, the technical question is, how do you transpose local time to a different locality?
Yeah. Well, can I ask you a question about Eratosthenes?
No, because I think we should move on. So,
okay.
The answer is, even with Eratosthenes, you think that's bullshit as well. Yeah.
So no, I don't. I think that's not accurate. I don't think it's bullshit.
You were very critical of it then. Yeah.
I find your other people have given a counter explanation for it that I find sufficient to move on.
Do you have an explanation as to how they transpose local time?
No.
Yeah, what was your version of how they did it?
He said you could move on, that he found the other explanations pretty sufficient to more or less put that into question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So with regards to measurement of curvature, you're happy that the way in which the Earth's curvature has been defined is acceptable via the Eratosthenes sticks in the ground, head down a well method.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, so the next question then, again, same lines. Do you know of any direct measurement of how the axial rotation of the Earth has been measured, has been, or could be demonstrated?
So there's a few things on that. One I would find, I would say, is I did as a kid. I went to a science museum where they had Foucault's pendulum, and I thought that was very interesting. Although I'm not able to confirm that to the sort of exclusion of going to other places and ensuring that it's different in different hemispheres. I had to take that as the sort of whoever was running that science class, take them at face value for that, right? So there's that. Something I do find compelling that seems to suggest spin is the fact that there is a Southern Cross that rotates a point in the sky. That seems to me to suggest that we are spinning.
Hold up. So could I think I won't dwell on this point, and you mentioned too, but the Southern Cross. Are you saying? Could you just elaborate a little bit on the?
Sure. So I think most people here
of the Southern Cross.
Sure. So most people here are aware of the Polaris, the North Star, the guide star that people have used for millennia to navigate by, so that they could fix a bearing on north. That something was needed in the southern hemisphere to do the same thing, and we appear to have that. We don't have a star at that central point, but the stars appear to circle in the sky, and what a lot of us in the south use, certainly Captain Cook, and you'll see it on all of the flags from Brazil to Australia, New Zealand, some of the Polynesian islands, is the Southern Cross, which is a constellation of stars that makes something close to a Christian crucifix with a star under its arm. And by measuring four and a half, some staff lengths from that, you get the South Celestial Pole, which will be in the same place and help you navigate. Because we're not able to see the Polaris, and that I don't understand how I could have a flat plane that had this sort of counter-rotating.
We know the Polaris is at pretty much pretty much at zero in it. The Southern Cross.
If I heard a compelling explanation for what I'm saying,
I totally understand. I just want to maybe just get a little bit of clarity on your understanding of the significance of the Southern Cross. Whereas Polaris is clearly the central point of any rotation, the Southern Cross, does that have any star within it that is within 10 degrees of the accuracy of the Polaris with regards to any point of plane rotation?
I believe there is a star that's very, very dim, because we get the Milky Way in the southern hemisphere, right? So we get this giant splodge of stuff in the sky, but we don't appear to have anything very close to the center. Certainly nothing as bright and useful as Polaris. No,
that's like a lot of Tony's going to be so gutted that Sleeping Warrior just disappeared, because he contacted the guys in the observatories in Tasmania. So he's going to be absolutely gutted. He'd be busted right now.
Gutted by what?
You don't even see the Southern Cross, and to get validation of that
Who doesn't?
No, most people don't. In terms of those 4-point stars, the one you're talking about is one of those 4 points. It's certainly not any star that relates to any supposed rotation point or is close to anyone, like Polaris is to be in the heliocentric model.
So can we go back, because I'm not sure.
Let me just summarize, because I want to get you through these, because you're a genuine guy and it'd be great for you to chat with people. So these are great points that they'll elaborate on. The only thing I would say is, with regards to all of this, what do you observe in terms of the stars and the rotation? We've talked about stars. When we look at the stars that prove this rotation, what are you seeing?
What am I seeing? I'm seeing stars revolving in a circular pattern, in a sort of although there isn't a star in it, what appears to be a central point.
Okay, so you're seeing stars move.
Yeah, seeing stars move. Yeah.
I'll remind you of the question. The question is, what evidence do you have with regards to evidence of us moving? We've just spent a good few minutes talking about how we interpret other things moving.
Sure.
What evidence do you have with regards to axial rotation of us? I.e., how can you prove that it's us that's moving?
Yeah, so that's a good question.
Or are you suggesting how do you prove that the things that we've just shown are moving is not a Coriolis effect?
A Coriolis effect?
Yeah, I'm being a smart ass. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm just trying to understand.
I'll stop it. The point being, this is an effect of us moving. Well, when I see the stars moving, I think the stars are moving. And
so
you see the stars moving. You're saying it means I'm spinning. So why?
I could happily be convinced on that point, because it sounds like what you're saying to me is, if what you're saying is stars movement, and that's the word you're using, how can you be sure you're moving and not the stars? Correct? Is that what you're getting at?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer is, I don't know. I can't determine that. I certainly can't use the word you use. I certainly couldn't prove that, because that's a strong proof is pretty high barrier, right? It would be showing that something is true and always true to the exclusion of other possibilities, and that's a very high burden I wouldn't be able to reach.
It
So I guess
requires an assumption, doesn't it? It requires to assume that we're already spinning so that I can interpret the star's movement as if I'm spinning.
yeah.
And reality is there's nothing else to do. So if you're happy to say that I actually don't have any evidence of axial rotation, just the fact that I've always interpreted the stars moving as me spinning on a ball, we can go to question 3.
Well, so I'd like to finish the point on that though, which is what would compel me, and that is if I understood how on a flat plane I could get that effect of them circling. So I can imagine that happening if, yeah, sure, the stars were rotating above me, but then I would imagine a single central point. If you're to take me at my word and there appears to be a central point that is similar to Polaris, then what I would need to assume that it is not us that's spinning and that we're living on something flat would be an explanation that sufficiently explained why there is counter rotation in a different part of the sky for different people. That's why it seems to suggest we're spinning rather than it. But I would happily take an explanation like that. I do try to, yeah.
Maybe I should put. Have you ever heard of the experiment Aries failure?
Nope.
Well, first of all, Adam,
I know John's going to jump on my head.
First of all, Adam, it's not a counter
I knew
rotation.
he was going to do that. I know. As soon as I said it. Okay. Have you heard of the
No, not you, Adam. He said counter rotation. It's not a counter rotation. That's what I'm jumping on.
Clockwise versus clockwise.
No, wrong. That's incorrect.
Okay.
Clockwise.
Okay.
No, that's incorrect. Clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions. All the stars, sun and moon, save for Polaris, move from east to west.
Sure. And when we're looking south.
When we're looking south, they're moving east to west.
Yeah. So we agreed. Good.
When we're looking north, they're moving east to west.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
So they're not counter rotating. They're all going east to west. Thank you. Go ahead, Adam.
I think before we move on to something like Aries failure, we're tracking the same there, aren't we? The stars are moving in the same direction, irrespective of how you reorientate yourself to describe them.
Right. Let me try and think of a metaphor I might be able to use. Yeah, happy to move on until I can think of a metaphor and explanation. That's a beautiful photo Sonny sent me. Put that in the chat, Sonny.
I don't want to get in trouble.
Stepping
on Q's toes. He's going to try to hurt me. Hold on. Here we go.
I'll protect you. That's so beautiful. Somebody's obviously touched up the colors there. That is amazing, isn't it?
But explain that, bro, because if it's on a globe, that's 2 different spins, so each half is spinning separately on your globe.
No, I think I'd agree with what Quantum said before, which is they're always going east to west.
Yeah, but what about that separating line there? Were they?
But it doesn't matter. You get close to the separating line and you're still going to see east to west, right?
I get that part. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, there's not a disconnect unless I'm explaining myself poorly.
Carry on.
Okay. I think I don't know if you're agreeing or not, really, dude, but the stars are moving from east to west, yeah?
Yep.
If I'm facing north, then they look like they're moving from the right to the left, don't they?
Okay, yeah, I've just thought of a metaphor to explain it how I see it, right?
Yeah.
And that is...
What I mean is...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the metaphor I would use to explain it is, let's say we've got a light bulb that's not a bayonet light bulb, but a screw-in light bulb. And we were to be imagining the globe as perspective, and we were to go, you don't even need to do that. I've got to reach up to the ceiling and I've got to unscrew it. Is that going to matter which angle I look at it for it to need to be screwed one way and not the other? Or is it subjective and I could unscrew it either way?
What?
You will unscrew light bulbs, one particular way. You can't go to the other side of the room and twist the other way. The twisting is the same. Now, your perspective of whether or not that is up to, is it about of your position, isn't it, and the way you orientate things. The point is, the thing that's actually moving is moving over the same path. Whether you stand on your head, stick your finger up your bum and do it, it's kind of irrelevant, isn't it? To how you perceive it, the object itself is doing one thing.
Yeah, that's what we're agreed on. Similarly, like I work a bit on fixing motorbikes because I've got a motorbike that always breaks because I break it a lot. And one of the things I think anybody who's done any bits of mechanic knows is it's always lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, but sometimes you're having to reach like through and out the other side of something in order to screw or unscrew a bolt, right? You get in this awkward position where suddenly it feels the opposite of the ordinary way. You're going, hang on, I'm doing it backwards. And then you need to sometimes I need to turn around and physically like turn my fingers in the air to go, that's lefty-loosey, right? And so then I do that. So what we could say is, although the way the bolt will unscrew will be objective, subjectively, I might experience it whether, depending on if that bolt, I was sort of north or south of that, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one answer I've heard that might explain this phenomena, Sonny's DM'd me, and that is this idea of having personal domes. And I think
no.
We don't agree with personal domes.
No, we should have stopped. Hold on, Adam.
Sorry, Sonny.
Hold on, Adam.
Sonny's still going to get yelled at.
Hold on, Adam.
I didn't mean to throw you under the bus, Sonny.
Hold on, Adam. We already finished this topic. All the stars are moving from east to west, save for Polaris. We already solved this. Why are we going down the road to try to bring in metaphors? It's already solved.
No, he's trying to bring in optics, okay? And in your visual dome, particularly when you're talking about things that are resolved outside of your visual dome, have consequential effects with regards to their path. So a straight line path, and a shout out to Iru Nanducci here, old schooler again. He's done some great work on this, and you can go and look in Blender and watch this. You can put a illuminated object outside of your sphere of thing, but make it so bright that it bleeds into your sphere.
And
then watch the perversions of its path mechanism. So go and look at that, because that's what you're alluding to there.
It's interesting as well. Sonny's also posted this picture which
Sonny, you better stop that shit.
Not the dome one, but the picture which I believe you can get if you take a long exposure from close to the equator, where you can almost see both effects. And that to me is the more compelling thing. But certainly a lot of what people say in this server is, does it feel like you're spinning? And to that I would answer, no, you're right, it doesn't. It feels very rock solid. It doesn't feel like I'm spinning at over 100 kilometers an hour.
It's 10 to 2, and I've got a bed to get to, and I've got another question to go. I've posted for you Aries failure. So here's a little bit of logic for you. It's not an experiment, please, John. But even though it's described as such, 1871. So this is where there is the logic that if we're trying to determine whether it's the stars that are moving or us, okay, look at it. Look at the reason it's called a failure. Is because this is the way things are described to hide the truth, as described earlier. But if I won't go into it now, but please have a read of it, and this will at least address to you from a logical consistency point of view, using a telescope, using the refractive index differential between water and air, and how that would affect the transition of light entering the telescope, and whether it was the light source that was moving or the object that was moving. You can infer a difference between the two. I hope you can assume. Aries failure demonstrates that the Earth is not rotating. Hence his failure. The obvious null hypothesis to that is
God.
Hey, I did that for you. I was the obvious consequence to that, if it's not us that's moving, okay, then, and we're looking at the stars that's moving, as you accepted earlier, is that it's probably the stars that are moving. So
certainly could be.
With regards to question number 2,
sure.
I think are we happy to say you haven't got any evidence that would support your? And I'm not questioning your.
I haven't got any evidence. I think is strong, but it certainly seems that I don't have any evidence that you find compelling.
No, that's all right. He's got vocal.
Oh no. Okay, no. I'm happy to accept that. I won't call it compelling. So,
oh my God, you better stop drinking that fucking wine.
I'm not. I'm asking the gentleman to if it's not compelling by his assumption of my standards, what is the evidence he's presenting, irrespective of my?
I know what he said. We'll deal with it after you get to the. Please, for the love of God, get to the third question. We'll deal with his pendulum and his star rotation after you're done.
I'm not after the star.
I've got like 4 minutes left, so maybe.
Oh God!
Okay, so riding. So nothing consequential with regards to question 2. So question 3 then, is with regards to the vacuum of space as it's described. Yeah,
right.
Have you got any evidence as to how you can have gas pressure next to a 10 to the minus 17 torr or of infinite volume without a containment?
Right, so people are going to lose their shit if I go down this one again, because we
let's lose it. Go on.
Okay. In order for me to answer that question, it sounds like what you're saying is, in order to have a vacuum here of 14.7 psi, whatever it might be, we would need a container. Is that the suggestion?
No, gas pressure.
I'm asking you. We know we've got 14.7 here. That's validatable. It's provable. Yeah. Now, in the heliocentric model, they claim that graduates off into a vacuum, which is fine. Yeah, a graduation to 10 to the minus 17 torr, which has got a molecule or 2 every kilometre or so. Yeah,
right.
Fair enough, probably. Yeah, but that volume is so expansive that anything we have here, due to entropy law, can mean that it wouldn't be a very long time before the atmosphere we're still breathing here would dissipate off into that infinite 10 to the minus 17 torr pressure system. Not a vacuum, if I'm being correct. Yeah. What is the reason, given that it is completely against natural law, the only way we've ever known that you can create any kind of contained pressure system or even create a vacuum is to have containment? How do you explain this contradiction with regards to how the heliocentric model is presented to us?
Right, so it might take me a bit more than the 2 minutes I've got. But in brief, I don't know of any example where we can have a pressure next to an absence of pressure.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all 3 questions answered. Gentlemen, I'll hand you over.
So just seems to me that your explanation requires a container. And so that I could say yes or no, I do or don't find that compelling, I would need some description of the container in order to answer the question. I understand what you say. Natural law dictates that it must be there, but natural law isn't the same as measurement, is it?
It's greater than measurement.
Right, why? Objective empirical measurement, knowing.
Yes, it is. It's greater than. Yeah, second law of thermodynamics. Yeah, it's greater than that. Yes.
Oh, so we do. Okay, sure. All right. I better dip now because I got some work to do. But lovely chatting. I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Here, check that out. Take that with you. On your way out. The globe head logic one with the tire, with the rim without the tire. Yeah.
Yeah. I want a wheel like that with the air pressure without the tire.
Right.
Because
the tire is the important part. We'd agree with.
Yes.
No,
the tire is more important than the air.
I want it without the tire. I just want the
Captain Obvious.
Flats all the time.
I want it to just stay right there on the rim. This should be easy to do. Tires are
I'll give it a go.
I'll say good evening and thank you. Thanks for breaking me in, bro.
Adam.
Nice talking with you, Brett. Nice hearing both of you, actually.
Yes, fine. Well, you guided me through it the other day because we partnered it. That was useful. But yeah, Riley, genuinely, dude, they're not there to trick you out. Like I said at the beginning, they're questions I asked myself. That's why we got here.
And that's why I was saying at the beginning. I think I don't know is a great answer, and we seem we agree on that.
I'm cool with that,
and I like that, finding that accord where even if we might disagree, we can agree on certain principles. Like admitting we don't know is probably stronger than coming up with an answer that is sounds strong, but is might.
That's kind of the point of this, to get this out of the way. If you can get some roles now. I'm sure somebody will give you whatever. You'll be probably nominated baller still, but you can move on from here and then have these conversations with us. Pick one topic, please. You know what I mean? But we've all been here.
Like I said, I got to go now. I got work.
Oh, that's what I mean. But come back another time, pick a topic, and we'll discuss it with you, bro.
We'll do it. It was a nice chat.
Right on.
Cheers. God bless, my friend.
Yeah.
Get some rest on the flat Earth.
Damn, Miggy, I think you lost your job, man.
Yeah. Been outsourced.
I'm gonna just check my roles. This shit.
Oh, shoot. Give him a roll concern. What was that roll?
No,
I'm a 3-point wig snatcher.
Yeah, 3-point wig snatcher, man.
He's got it. now.
Congratulations, Adam. You're a 3-point wig snatcher now.
It's
Miggy
great.
can retire in peace.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and ride off into the sunset.
Right up into the sunset. Yeah.
How ironic it is that my roles don't associate with that when I made the damn things up.
All I'm saying is,
Well, you're the founder, so it doesn't apply to you.
You just set the foundation. We're only the scaffolding. So
Yeah, I told you, man. Ropes.
we're trying to
on the
hold
Goodyear
shit
blimp.
up. Hold it up.
Ropes in the Goodyear blimp.
thank you guys for humouring me this evening. That was
Yeah, it was hard.
It was,
you're just impatient. You are.
what is this wine he speaks of, though?
You were off on another route where I didn't need to go there. I know where you were going. Do you know what I mean? But that was fun. It
was a good time. I enjoyed it, even though I was complaining. It was good.
He seemed quite a bit more like, I don't know. He seemed quite a bit more easy about saying he didn't know from my memory, but
I hate that shit. I don't know. Fuck that. Take a stand.
We know the Earth is flat. I know I'm not spinning. I know that.
Didn't he say that at the beginning with a certain bit of confidence? I know that the Earth is a globe. I think that he said something like that.
Yeah, I wonder how he felt.
I didn't hear any confidence in any of that he was saying. So
he contacted me. He wants to interview me. I don't think an interview is going to go all that well.
For $2,500, you can contact me. I'm QE's manager.
For $2,500.
Who were y'all talking to?
Riding on eggshells.
Oh, okay.
You know that guy?
Yeah, I know him. I've had nothing but good interaction with him.
Okay.
I also was sitting there. He was someone I was trying to draw out, so I probably never had like a hard interaction.
Yeah, Adam got him to give up the goods.
Second night. The what?
Adam got him to give up the goods. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's a tough nut to crack.
On the belief, pretty much.
Nice. He's got all the wrong beliefs, but he's not, an absolute numbskull. He knows something's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. He knows at the back of of his mind that something's not adding up. You can hear sort of the wheels turning somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I think you guys are giving him too much credit.
Really? Could be.
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds like Ariad had a run-in with him.
He's a measure.
Well, just listening to him, because he kind of accepts things, but he always falls back on the globalist excuses.
Yeah.
So he, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain. It's like he's agreeable with us just to kind of get by, so he can make sure that his globalist excuses come out.
Let me put it a better way.
What you mean?
I've certainly met worse.
I thought he was the hardest baller out there, and I was just fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that's what we doing tonight, brother.
Yeah, that's how we rolling tonight. Good night, Principia.
It's 5 past 2 and I'm off to bed.
Yeah, it's just his cognitive dissonance. Like, I know that, we may be tempted to accuse him of being like a very hardcore shill or something, but you can just, to me, you can hear the wheels turning and his cognitive dissonance just protect.
Yeah, BSI, there was nothing hardcore about that one. Yeah, he's basically a marshmallow pushover. Adam made short work. Well, I could say short work, but
you know what I notice is the failure to commit to anything.
I met about 6,000 of them dudes.
That's how I determine who the smart ones are. The smart ones know not to commit because they're smart enough to know that they don't have any valid claims. They're smart enough to know that. So those are the smarter ones, the ones who know that the moment that they make a claim, they're going to have to back it up.
So he's
so
an educated
they just have
man.
to make sure they're not the last one on the block.
I'd like to take a shot at an educated man once in my life.
You need the prideful ones come your way, though, Huey. Those are the ones you need to.
That's the attitude I'm looking for.
The one taking the hard stance.
Yeah, the hard stance.
I agree that you hear the wheels turning, right? But are the wheels turning on stable ground, and is the vehicle actually going somewhere, or is it just turning on like a treadmill and is it just not
stuck
going
in the
anywhere?
mud? It's stuck in the mud, but it might
I get
find
that
purchase.
sense of your wheels are turning, but you're not. You got it in neutral, like you're not going anywhere. Like
It's got
I
it in
don't know.
gear.
It's
It's not going anywhere yet.
If he had it in neutral, the wheels wouldn't turn.
What they're doing is
I was like,
they're stuck in deep,
He thought that would get by.
Here's how it is, Chocolate. They're stuck in deep mud, and they've got it in high gear. And what they need to do is turn it down to low gear, so they can grip all the sloppy stuff and get out of there.
Yeah, but don't forget.
They got to change the way that they're thinking, which that's like the hardest thing to do. And it's like part of them, I think, knows that there's a lie going on.
But you know what I think?
What's that?
I think that the more amenable ones like that, you might think that they're just getting off scot-free, but I think that flat Earth is being drilled into their brain like a Jethro Tull seed drill. It goes in deeper.
You can smell the condensation.
They stayed long enough for that seed to get planted nice and deeply in there.
That's the wrong analogy. You're supposed to use the Alabama tick analogy.
That's copyrighted.
Seed drill tick. Okay, tick. All right.
You can smell the condensation with these people, and these are the ones you got to hammer down and keep the feet to the fire, and not let them dish gallop 15 blocks down the street while everybody lets him drive.
That's why I like to go through those 3 steps and get them to concede on the belief part on each one, because if they can't provide an actual curvature measurement detection or that vacuum of space, then they're just going to gish gallop all around, and I don't know.
I used to be a truther until I stepped up above everybody else and condescended to them to try and analyze them. Give me a break.
Yeah, I wanted him to actually say that. That's why I wanted to get to talk to him. Did you come in here to analyze us? Just wondering, man.
He spent like 4 hours last night doing that with Indio, and Indio was like, sure, I'll do it. 3 or 4 hours just talking about beliefs and thoughts and the human conscious, and he drove the car for 4 hours.
Yeah, because let's talk about everything except the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
because we don't have any of that. So let's talk about everything else.
That got lost in the mix there, you know.
Well, we're not talking about that. I asked this earlier, but it kind of got sidetracked by Helio. And now that we have a new audience, I want to know if anyone knows the globalist excuse for how rainbows work. Because I don't think I've ever heard the excuse for rainbows on a globe.
I heard what you said about it earlier, that it's always there, and the water, the way it reflects the light, makes it visible. I don't know what the globalists say about it.
Yeah, the rainbow's always there, but like I said, I've never heard the globalists, whatever they say causes a rainbow. I don't even know how it would happen on a globe.
We should make up something ridiculous and pass it around to the Glovers and see how fast it takes to get back.
Rainbows are round, the Earth's round.
I mean, but
And that sums it up.
that's not, that explains nothing.
Send it.
Hence Globers.
Send it out there. Send it out there.
Send it.
Carry it out.
It's gravity, man. It's gravity that does it. Don't tell me it's not gravity.
Oh, Arian, I do believe it has something to do with magnetic west, though, due to our perspective.
Well, we got to take that one back. He conceded to that point, but he still didn't bring measurement of curvature, so he's still on 0.1.
Who, RC?
Yeah, it was funny.
1.21, 16 terabytes.
I love how
he wrote it in the chat, all measured and known distances and directions.
I love how Miggy said, did he say magnetic
I don't know
west?
how that proves curvature, but right.
You said,
Miggy, it proves the dome flat, I always think, because what they want to do is elucidate that there's fundamentally you require a reflection point. That's what you're requiring.
RC says you can measure the curvature of the Earth with a walking stick.
Walking stick. That's right. That's right.
Of course, that rainbow is subjected to perspective. We view it curved as it goes off into the distance. Is the only thing I'd say. And we assume from the shape of a rainbow it's a dome, but we don't think about perspective and how that would render and what that light's doing in terms of us to render it with perspective as an arc. Might be bent a bit, but
Wait, are you attempting to explain it from the globalist point of view?
no. I'm saying fundamentally from a globalist point of view, you need a point of reflection, which doesn't exist. So it's tough for globalists to even, which is why you don't see an explanation, isn't it? But what I'm saying is we often perceive that arc as a description of the dome. And I think that description needs to have perspective applied. And then a reality that the arc you're seeing is I think it was alluded to earlier, within your visual spectrum. So whatever you're seeing is a perspective applied locality effect. It's not a representation of the containment above us. There may be a point where there's a reflection of the light that we observe, but that is not then descriptive, that reflection of the dome above us or any containment above us. It doesn't describe that. It describes the reflection, not. And then our...
Yeah. The rainbow is a representation, or it's showing that the light coming from the sun is conical, and that it's a rainbow.
For me, it shows we have a dome of our, as somebody alluded to, a perspective and our way of viewing things. Fundamentally, for the rainbow to be created, light's kicking back at quite a significant rate to create an optical effect outside of the direct sunlight that's already being given to me. Yeah, it creates a secondary effect that means there's a significant amount of light being kicked back. They're the things I can observe and see. I hate to then think you can draw an inference from that. That's the only point I'm making, that the shape of that rainbow doesn't reflect the shape of containment. It reflects the shape of the optical and sphere of vision you have.
Well, the only way you can get the conical shape that we get is if what's above us is dome shaped.
It requires a convex lens to kick it back in that way. As for you to then, from your visual perspective, be able to define from that apparent positions, any kind of physicality in the reflection, I think, is presumptive. It requires a presumption of the shape of the dome for you to then describe the shape of the dome, doesn't it? Is that what somebody's put up? Yeah, basically, yeah. Sticks in the ground, it's back to, isn't it? In reverse, if you know what I mean. But like I say, fundamentally, it requires what? It requires reflection, doesn't it? So that's the thing that's important. And unless the heliocentric models got this, with the mirrors they sent up to the moon, could all been making the rainbows. You get me? It requires that return path of the light.
Seems to take a really precise angle. It has to be a certain angle to do that.
That's what I'm saying. And if you try and apply that to the shape of the dome, then it's like trying to say that the sun has a physicality when you look at it and perceive it where it is, and the way light interacts. You can't use it.
Unknown variables, right? Too many unknown variables seems to be.
But the antecedent, to use a gas pressure thing, is what is the antecedent to create the rainbow? Is that reflection? It doesn't exist in the heliocentric model, as far as I'm aware. Irrespective of the shape of the reflective surface.
Yeah, and the location of those water crystals, or whatever they are. Water droplets. Someone's snoring?
Okay. All right. We're back.
Who's snoring?
It was a joke.
That was a joke. Oh, guy.
So obvious, this stuff. Right.
Brain Shape Investigator, where'd he go? Brain Shape Investigator, you're a hot micing, man, so I put you on mute. Since you're not reading text. Now you're off mute.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry about that. I switched from my tablet to the Mac. Apologies, everyone.
Yeah, you're okay. I just wanted to let you know, man. That's why I whacked you.
Yeah, no problem. Apologies.
No problem. Don't let it happen again.
Well, the continuing saga of the globe three-legged stool with no legs.
Three-legged stool with no legs. That's like spinning your wheels in neutral.
Yeah, that's the globe. The three
Just
legs
like
are the
that,
3
yep.
points.
Yeah, he rumpushed your chocolate.
They got no legs.
You just couldn't take that back fast enough, could you? Thinking no one's
No,
got?
my mind slipped to the engine just revving.
Ah,
The
right.
wheel's not going anywhere, but
That's a likely
whatever.
story.
Yeah, it's great. I can give a shit.
Huey, your numpty playlist on Miggy's channel is fucking awesome, bro.
Isn't it?
That is fucking great.
I know, Mickey did a great job with that, man. I shouted him out. He doesn't know it because he doesn't watch my fucking shows.
Sure.
Hey, Mickey, did you get?
I need that retired life, man. That's what I need.
I got you, man. I'm
These
just
freaking
kidding
10-hour shifts. No, I'm just saying, like, these 10-hour shifts, man, they get me down.
I'm sure
all
they
week,
do.
Freaking tired.
Yeah.
Like, I have to go to work early, like 4 o'clock
Did
in
you
the
give
morning.
Quantum that?
What's that?
Did you give Quantum the Tory clips from the other morning when Tory was in here and you had him?
I don't know what clips. Which clips are you talking about?
Tory?
Yeah, Tory. Maggie, when you had Tory in here, it's about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Slip my mind, Ramadan.
Oh yeah,
Man, he's working hard.
Yeah, man.
Remember I said
Some
he
days I
has
don't
to
know
stay here
coming or going.
forever now? Remember I said he has to stay here forever now?
Oh, that numpty. Yeah. He hasn't returned back yet, has he?
Yep.
He has. Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't get it on my channel. For some reason, the stupid bot wasn't on. So there was no sound. You'd have to go to Helio's channel to pull that clip out. Ramadan.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember what day it was? Because you're going to have to go back like maybe about 4 or 5 live streams, maybe more.
Oh, I got plenty of time.
Yeah, if you can, is there any way you can clip that? If I could task you for that.
Oh yeah, I can find it. I got plenty of time, and Marine Corps attention to detail. I won't quit.
Yeah, get that. Was it like an hour, 2 hours? I think it was.
Yeah,
must have
about
been
2 hours between 6 and 8.
QE's got to hear that little 2 hour span that guy was in here.
Was it good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
Well, hell, go get it.
The numpties.
Yep, I'm on it.
The numpties are going by like a blur, man.
They are
right.
You're right. You're right. Go ahead.
Hard to remember.
Yep. I can't remember them either, man. You're right. They go by. People say their names. I say, what? Like,
yeah.
Like Mima said, yeah, he was in there the other day. You were yelling at him. I said, shit, I only yelled at 2 people in 5 years.
They don't even know what that yelling is like. They haven't heard it yet. We'll let you know when he's yelling. We'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, when he starts to really yell, you'll be reaping the whirlwind.
You gotta step back away from the speaker.
Can you help try to knock down what early morning you would have been on that you know you wouldn't be at work, so I can get like a 3-day window?
Yeah. Give me a second. It was try. You know what? Try Friday. Last week,
Gotcha.
Friday. That's it. It's either last week, Friday, or Saturday. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
I'm off to bed, but you posted me a Lazarus video. Is it the lyrics I've got to listen to or the movie reference? Because like I'll put the lotion on my body if I've got to.
Well, it's like some of the monologues, like Jimbo and yours. If you overlay that song to your monologue, it's gold to just sit back and listen to it.
You've got to at least send me the monologue because I haven't many monologues. Unfortunately, they're not easy to identify. They're numerous.
Yeah, I got monologues for days.
Yeah.
I love them though.
I mean, to be fair, half the time I hold back chocolate, don't I?
Damn, you're holding back?
Didn't seem like you were tonight.
That was me. That's not me upset. That's me restrained, trying to lead somebody. That's the beauty here. It is a lot more like a bar fight than.
Yeah, it's good.
Having people on where, even if you disagree with them, you're not going to necessarily challenge it. You just follow down the path.
So you let your hair down here, huh?
Adam.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Get glassed here.
If you had any hair, that is.
Yeah, he's got hair.
I've got hair down well past my shoulders, mate. My hair's quite. I mean, my boys say to me, "All right, McDonald's head," because when I pull it back, there is the shape of an M. My forehead. The hairline is no longer a straight across. They call me McDonald's head. But no, this is more man spreading this evening, sir. Getting comfortable.
It, man. You gotta throw a few right hooks, man, to kind of feel all right.
I don't want to do that. I'd much sooner talk civilly with people and get to an understanding of where they're at. Because
give them a right hook.
Give him a red wine.
Hey, you know what I'm drinking?
Snap him around a little bit.
No, what are you drinking? Go ahead, tell us.
Come on. It's American. This is what was nice. It's a Beringer.
I even know that.
Founders Estate, which is, Mudflood. Referred to Mudflood Founders. You didn't make it. You found it. Oh, it was already there. That's it. From a Sauvignon Blanc, a Californian one, established 1876. Beringer Estate, mate. 14%. This is why I'm probably so leery this evening.
And what's the location? What's the location in California?
Brothers Jacob and Frederick founded Beringer, believing Napa could produce world-renowned wine.
Napa, yeah. It's pretty.
It's all right. It's a bit strong.
Yeah, 14%. It would be.
I don't drink anymore, so I remember though.
All I know is
you friggin' nappy head.
all and half of it, right, gets you a 3-point wig snatcher roll. Yeah. Boom.
Yes. You work your way through it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, I posted the video. I posted Maggie. I posted the video that you won't watch.
Reverse psychology. I love it. Now I'm gonna have to watch it.
This is deadly, man.
I think Adam got some scalp with that wig.
Yeah. Actually, what I'll do is I'll probably watch it whilst I lie in bed because I got to head out to bed.
Oh, what a drag.
What fun is that?
Oh, yeah. Working life. Yep.
It's all right. You found some other wig snatchers.
Yeah, Sonny's become really good at doing it. So he gets upset if he don't get his wig snatching fix.
I don't.
He's like, man, are we ever gonna get this guy the 3 points or what? Like, I hear him in the background sometimes when I'm listening.
I know.
That's kind of funny. He's like, other people are talking. He's like, are we gonna do the 3 points yet? Like, man, what the hell? Like,
I know. I'm like, I'm almost done here. Okay.
Like, Sonny's like, it's just a belief. Hit him with a brick.
6 times. He's back here. Let's take him to the 3 again.
The first 2 or 3 times weren't good enough.
Only 3.
Sonny hits him with a brick. He hits him with a brick in the head to go with the belief on each point. Here's a belief, brick. Here's a belief. Boom, another brick to the head.
It makes
say believe. Say it. Say believe.
I know. Damn it. You will. Because it is. So anyway.
That's all right. Put a little bit of gusto in it. I like it.
He is. He's like, you just have a belief. Boom.
Yeah.
Black eye.
got to be careful of that too. Sometimes you guys do that shit when they give you an answer. So you got to be careful not jumping the gun.
That's true.
Because it seems contrived. It seems scripted. Got my list on the scripts people have been providing. Sonny, you're at the number one.
Number one for what?
Scripted beliefs.
Oh, that part. I'm learning how to slow down. I'll slow that down a bit.
I was only joking.
Okay. But I took it as like it could be true. Like sometimes we don't have an idea of where we are. Like,
well, since you did, then that means you've been doing it. So now you're on the list.
I probably have. No, I got called out. Yeah, you're right. I'm willing to admit it when I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. You fell for that one.
That's all right. I can work on it.
Did Mickey bail out the back door?
I'm about to.
Yeah, we know.
I'm waiting for the next conversation to take place.
Yeah.
One more.
The other day, I heard you come in. You said something there was a girl in here. You said something, and yeah, we got to talk. And I looked down. You're fucking gone. Didn't even come back and shit.
Hell no. I saw you were on. How did you hear me? You were on Deafin.
Nah, I heard you.
Okay.
Yeah. I said, well, Mickey's here. So I went on with a conversation with somebody else. Looked down. Mickey's gone. I'm there. That son of a bitch. Yeah. Too funny, man. Yeah, but I know the deal, man. Work is, it's a pain in the ass.
I'm looking forward to 62 right now. Got my eyes focused.
Damn, no kidding. Wow.
Shit, I retired when I was 47.
I believe it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's my age now, you bastard. I was saying that, John. I've got 3 years left in me. I'm fucking done, mate. It's just shit. The second you can step out and look after your kids, is all I'm waiting for. That's all I care about. I can cater for me. Yeah, I've only got a shed. I could live in this shed. Do you know what I mean?
Internet in the shed. That's all I need.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, and a bottle of wine, you're good to go, right?
Fan heater because it's winter, but in the summer I don't need it. But if I was in Italy, in my house in Italy, I don't even need the fan heater. Fuck it, you know what I mean? I'll go raw. Yeah, a little bit of Bear Grylls. Yeah, but that's it. That's all it is, mate. So all I want is to get out. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You do what you do in the system, so that you can then step out of the system. Is all. I don't want to achieve anything in the system.
Yeah, I'm looking for the door, Ben. Just let you know.
Yeah. Over there, next to the sun.
Shit. Yeah.
Right, on that, Megan, you were after
Adam, you're only 47, bro. You're 47.
I
think you were older than that.
47.
Adam is.
I don't know. For some reason, I thought you were like a lot older.
How do you take that? Is that because
I'm bugging out because you're only 3 years older than me? That's why I'm bugging out because you're only 3 years older than me.
You're 44?
Yeah, bro.
I didn't think you were.
Yeah, I thought you were a lot younger than that.
I know. I thought you were younger, and I thought Adam was too, but only because of his extreme intellectualism.
Kissing ass.
The hell you say, chocolate?
I'll take it all. I'll take it all.
It's pretty.
The hell you say?
I say.
Damn, you the youngest 44-year-old I ever heard.
I know, right?
44. Man. That's shit.
Shit. Come on, man.
I thought you were like 10 years younger, man.
I was in the 28, 29 ballpark right there. But hey, I'm young at heart, man, too. I'm 45.
Oh yeah.
Of course, somebody hit me
young at heart.
Somebody hit me like I was Vietnam era age, and I'm like, whoa, come on now.
I usually associate age with the quality of argument.
Yeah.
So
Like, I
thought
can't-
I thought he was like 22 and shit.
Wait,
Like, I had trouble.
You
I had
can tell.
trouble
Why? Wow.
You can tell how old someone is by the quality of their arguments.
Like, I had trouble.
I'm just trying to bust on chocolate, man. That's all.
That's all right.
I had trouble picturing Crit being as old as Crit says he is.
He's the good 25 at 22.
A good
I don't know
25.
shit at 22.
See, chocolate, I wouldn't say quality of argument or QA. I wouldn't say quality. I'd say pace of the argument.
That's a good point. Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
you're like 19.
They're into it. They want to give you their big hits. They lay their big gun. There's no rush. That's, you know what I mean? Especially the same with flat Earth arguments. Let them lay. It's art of war. I think it's described, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let them lay their best moves down first. Let them play every good card they've got. Yeah. And to me, that's more of a sign of age. Is I'm always scared if my opponent is calm. Yeah. If they're I'm fucking. I know I'm winning already.
That
like the
doesn't
young-
throw me, man.
It's like the young bull and the father bull.
Yeah.
Young bull says, let's run down there and, get us one. Dad says, no, let's walk down and get them all.
Yeah, it doesn't affect. Personally, it doesn't affect me. Whether their pace doesn't matter. Doesn't intimidate me a bit. Just saying. Nope.
I don't mean intimidate, John. I mean, I will consider my approach more because your opponent's more considered.
Sure. Yeah, I can find
indicative
myself.
of their state of mind. Yeah.
I find myself doing that. In fact, I talked to somebody about that tonight. I mean, if you come up against somebody that's in like a number of debates in the arena, right? If they're measured and they're a little low key, that I find that it affects me, I bring it way back down. But as soon as I get that attitude that Miggy talks about all the time, I can smell that. It's friggin' over. I can't. I lack patience.
Actually, the aroma gets spread around the server. We all smell it.
I don't like to bore people, right? I try to be as concise as possible and just cut the entrails out because my wolf pups are hungry.
That's ball of fear, mate. Yeah, and we all can smell it. Yeah, that's like why we all interrupt on Nathan. When we know, when we hear that stutter in the rumpus's voice, that's ball of fear. Then we know we've got them in a corner on a contradiction, and they shit it, and we all. And then we pile it. That's when, shut up!
At that point, all you see is a puff of smoke and like a pair of shoes when Quantum's done with them. That's it.
Anybody tries to get their canines into that jugular, Nathan will smack them. He already knows the fear. He's already spotted it, and in most cases, he spotted it a second or two before us. Not me, but it's there, man. And the fear is spotting their contradictions in themselves because in their own science, it's knowing that, and that's why we're flat earthers. We understand that and we get them to the point where we know they can't get out of it because it's their own statements.
Do love a prideful baller.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's lovely.
I like how one of us grabs him by the jugular and then someone else is over there smacking him around a little bit with, different things. And then someone else has got a freaking thumbnail clamp on
Red
him.
herring fallacy.
Red herring fallacy clamp on his freaking nose.
That's it, Sonny, isn't it? Now, if you listen to the debates, I was saying there, Nathan's got him, right? And he's got him he's teabagging him. He's got him by the balls. I've got him by the solar plexus. Brian's got him by the jugular. Chocolate's just going to come round and fuck with the mental state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We've not just got one retort to their bullshit anymore. We've got them all ends up, and that's why you just hear the rumpus, and in 3 seconds he goes, "You're all fucking retards."
Well, see, when they wiggled, we got a clue of that, so we figured it out. So they ended up having no wiggle room because we just tightened the clamps up. Every time they wiggle, then we got that spot. Okay, now we got this one. They got nowhere else to go. It's over.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Now all you guys need is a baller to demonstrate this.
Yeah.
It isn't the fact that there's no baller the best demonstration.
Well, I think it's going to be fun when we get riding on eggshells in a corner.
He's a wet noodle now, man. He's been the 3-pointed already.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm going to have to pull that scab off.
Watch, he'll be right back. To, nah,
you get a 3-pointer.
Not a belief.
Now we're going to run through it my way.
My way.
I'll see you, Sonny. I got you, man.
Oh, shoot.
You got your little list and you're checking it twice, huh?
It's been a lot of fun.
Created a.
It really has.
People been screwing it up though, Maggie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it when it does that. It irks me. I want to freaking scream and say, "Attention, everybody! Stop everything right now!"
I mean, we could say that with a Black Swan too. It's like it has to be done a certain way. Like you can't just say it any other way than the way it's supposed to be said.
Yeah.
Then, you don't say it the way it's supposed to be said, and it gets taken out of context or another direction. It goes another way, and then it's not completed. So
what if you word it something like, when, where, and how have they measured the curvature of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
When, where, and how have they detected the axial rotation of the Earth?
Yeah, that's good.
And how can you have gas pressure without a container?
Very good.
That. Very good.
Very good. That's very well said. Yep, I like it.
Covers all the bases.
Yep. Don't drag that shit out. Get it concise as possible, deadly. And let them talk. Be short to talk. I like that. Who said that?
Arian.
All right. That's very, very good. You might want to take note on that, everyone. Watch them step and fet real quick.
Duly noted.
Yep.
Sometimes you could actually get them before they even begin, because they'll say, "Well, I just think everything's a belief." Right there, they're done. You don't have to even go into the 3 points, but just make sure that you tell them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I mean, because when you have that conversation and they talk about that everything's a belief, I mean, what more needs to be said?
I think full patronizing condescending attitude is required there.
Why don't you just condensate on them?
No, fuck off. It's 2:45.
Shit, I gotta get to bed, man.
That's the point what you got to say. Nathan does it. You just go, "Oh well, if it's your beliefs, I don't want to challenge what you believe." Yeah, that's all you need. If that's all they're bringing to the table now is their beliefs, well, I'm not here to destroy your beliefs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't attack Muslims. I don't Hindus. I don't attack. They're your beliefs. Go in peace with them in all you trust.
Not for Sonny, man. They say it's just my beliefs. He's there. No, we're going through them.
Each one.
I think yours. You can't argue with somebody's beliefs.
Say uncle.
But you believe me, bro.
Did he say uncle? I didn't hear him.
No, I didn't hear him.
3. Number 2.
Well, check it out. I was never into the debates at all until 5 months ago when I came to the server. I didn't debate anybody. Like, I've talked to people, I've flats met people in person, but I haven't debated the topic until like 5-6 months ago. So there's my excuse.
Pent up anger, pent up.
Probably.
I mean,
No, I'm like a vicious animal. So yeah, it took a long time to get this calm. So
remember back in high school? That's for this time right now.
And I haven't changed that much.
It's overcompensating.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's been a challenge to compensate. Yeah, to keep things balanced.
You have the flat earthers on your shoulder, but like Sonny, he's had enough, man.
Okay. I'm gonna vow right here and now to everybody on the server. I'm gonna have a more calmer, gentler machine gun hand. I promise.
Listen, I'm from Nathan Oakley show, so I don't care about that calm shit. You give it to him, Sonny.
He's quoting Neil Young song, dude.
I know.
Get him. Copying machine from Office Space.
The globe is dead, man. It's a wrap for that shit.
Not according to Jose JG retards.
Oh my god, bro!
I just want my check. Or my Black Visa card with $100,000 prepaid per year. That'd be cool. Thanks, NASA. I want my money back.
Yeah, they owe us some money.
See, I have a conflict because
I thought you went to bed.
Oh, fuck it. I looked at the clock. I thought, you know what? I'm not, thank God for COVID. That's what I say. Because I don't know what, there's a reason all those health workers out there are making fucking videos of them dancing in the aisles because they've got not that much to do during COVID. So I'm free. Or I've decided that I can cope with half a day tomorrow. I was listening to Jose tonight and the man sounded in a quandary. I don't listen to it a lot because Cock's my mate, man. He seems to be in a quandary where he's having to tolerate this ball of bullshit, and he can't reconcile it even himself. Now, and there's not many flat earthers in there. I heard. I just heard rhetoric after rhetoric for 10 minutes and then went. But even over there now, see these levels of debate in there. You start if you want to just have your arse smoke blown up your arse, go into Jose's. If you want to test your gun, go on to Ranty's, Brandon's, and then if you want to really know what we're on about, go on to Nathan's. In terms of the level of testing grounds, the not being egotistical here, just observational, but the quality of the panel that's then going to challenge anything you bring to the table. But I say Jose appears to be now even struggling himself with putting up with the shit that the ballers are announcing. Whether it's got to moon landings, how cameras work in space, or whatever, appears to be presenting. Even he's struggling with it. I don't know.
Whatever.
Jose JG retard. Jose JG retard. He struggles with breathing.
Yep.
That boy is, and the panel. See, this is where I put him. I put their panel 10 levels below Gem Pandas. At least 10 levels below Gem Pandas. That tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, but Gems is a ball of loving, isn't it? And
that's actually scary, Quantum.
Yeah, it is scary. Listen to one of Jose JG retard show. You will hear such retarded shit. I mean, a good portion of the top 50 came from him.
Hey, John, I wasn't saying it wasn't retarded. I was saying the level of retardation is so much that actually you hear Jose sometimes giving almost I can't let that slide comment. I'm not necessarily going to challenge it to its fullness as it should be approached. Yeah. But if he's going, oh shit, I'm going to have to say something against that. I've got to put some objection to it.
He's got a problem with the moon. That's all he's got. Other than that, he's full baltard. Yeah. Other than that, he's full baltard, just baseless, generalized assert. He doesn't know jack shit. That guy and everyone on his pen. I'm telling you, it is sorry over there, man. I can't. I don't know. You have to watch it to actually. You don't know what stupid is until you watch one of those shows. I'm telling you, it's that stupid.
I'm not commenting on the level of stupid.
I know you're not.
I'm saying there appears to be
later, Maggie,
contradiction, or at least a point that this nonsense isn't even plausible by somebody that believes in this, as you say, is a baller. Even he's having a sigh some of the things and having to give opposition, and that to me is quite significant to hear that when I do dip in for 5 or 10.
You need to dip in for longer.
That's enough. Because that's symptomatic. That's what I'm saying. That's symptomatic to me that if somebody over there that left our side, 2 years ago, I don't know, when did Jose have his epiphany? I don't know. Double epiphany. Yeah? Whenever that was, for that to be happening there on that side now is interesting to see, because it wasn't that forum like it was over there. I know the level of retardation is the amount of ballers and the non-challengement here, and that's why it gets to that level of ridiculous. You can pull shit out your arse, and even if you just freshly mowed it and pulled it straight out your arse, yeah, no one will challenge it over there, as long as it's in acceptance with the world's a ball.
Yep. Agreed. It's really stupid, man. I encourage you at least once to just go through one whole show.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, you'll see such retardation. You'll be thinking of calling fucking 1-800 numbers. I'm telling you.
Don't even bother asking me. Don't even bother.
Well, that's why I was apologetic for even listening to it.
No, I do. I try to get material, and it's painful. When I get a chance, I haven't listened to too many lately, so I haven't gotten, because I've been busy doing other stuff, but it's really painful, man. You got people that are revered over there. Let me tell you the people that are revered. Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, aka the photosynthetic redneck, is revered over there. George, the Pontiff Maximus of Retardia. And
those names.
They're revered.
How do you come up with this stuff, man?
It's just, I don't know. It just hits me.
John, when you say these names, I think there's a ranking that you assume in it, and you created the ranking, with the top 50. So when George Pontificus Retardus Maximus, whatever it is, the number of entries he's got in the top 50 should say 3 stars. But when we get to the Rumpus, 9 stars. You know what I mean? I think they deserve the level of recognition in their full retardation. If you're going to cite them, then their status, I think they've earned it. In terms of
my personal,
the illustrious.
Yeah.
Hillbilly.
My personal favorite is Booger Eating Schmuck. It just, when you say M. Scott Beach, it just rolls after it. Booger Eating
Scott
Schmuck.
Beach, PhD, Booger Eating Schmuck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not one for ad homs, but I have my children do say crayon muncher.
Get them started early.
Knuckle dragging, window licking crayon munchers.
Okay, I'm copyrighting Globus hamstericus spectrum.
That's
nothing. It's a new diagnosis. Mm-hmm. That's right.
This one pissed him off for a long time. I heard it through just the low level channels. The ball tart spinning space monkeys.
Pal-Tart Space Monkey.
Yeah, that one really digs in.
Pal-Tart.
Can't get over that. Not many people know that, man. I did that for a reason, right? But Chocolate was the only one to catch that. That is hilarious.
You said, "Where are you?"
because Mick says, "Angie," right? Yeah. So I said,
Too funny.
Shit. But
That
Chocolate doesn't even know the fucking song. He caught it.
That hippos in a fishbowl had me going.
Hippos in a fishbowl. That's another one. I love that one. There's been a few I lost, man. I'm going to have to go back and track those down.
I did use the other day. That's like comparing a chicken and a fence post. That was pretty good.
A chicken and a fence post? I never used that one.
I did, though. Or chicken and a carrot.
No,
Hey, I got your cow and filet mignon thrown into a song, though.
Did you?
Yeah. Mitty did a song, and I threw that in there with the Beastie Boys remake.
How about the biological philosopher's take on honey creeper beaks? That's what I ask evolutionists. Where is that fucking thing? Yeah, hold on. Let me go get that.
Yeah, I'll have to hear that again. I do have to hear that again because
that shit cracks me up. Man. It's only me, man.
It's like a side swipe. You gotta. I didn't catch that. There's a
Honey Cougar Beaks.
The honey creeper beaks. Yeah, honey creepers, man. What the hell are they? You know, Darwin's finches. Finches are honey creepers.
Yep.
Where'd I put that shit at? It's gotta be here. There's been some good ones through the years. Now I can't find it.
Freezing cold here today.
Freezing cold.
We have 60 degrees. Yeah, brr.
Oh, up your ass.
That's cold, man. With the wind
you almost
blowing.
can't go surfing. You almost can't go surfing. It's so cold.
You almost can't go surfing up yours.
It's too good, man. I haven't even been in. I want to go to the snow. I miss it. I haven't even been in the snow in like 15 years.
I know where it is.
I can send you some. Give me your address.
Darwin's finches, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very intricate and minute, right? The way I always think of it in terms of that evolutionary process, if you're going to describe that random possibility, is hummingbirds. Yeah? How do you get a hummingbird that can fly its wings so fast, evolve that separately? Even on this, I mean, flagellum's the basic way, but how do you get a hummingbird to flap its wings, a really long beak, and then a stupidly long tongue so it can go and lick nectar so that it can absorb the nectar to power its stupidly flapping wings? Because without the nectar, it couldn't power its wings.
No kidding. Their heart beats at something like 250 beats a minute or something.
It's circular. The point is, everything's set up to work. Yeah, everything requires the prerequisite of something else within the system. Otherwise, none of it works. You can't have 3/4 of a circle. You need all 4 bit. You know what I mean? Without circle, none of it works. There's no point in the hummingbird developing wings, a beak, a tongue, if there's no nectar there. It can't get to the nectar until it's developed the wings, the beak, the tongue. Yeah, do you understand? None of it works.
Yeah, I was wrong. 1,200 beats a minute. That's crazy.
1,500. The whatever rate it's got to go at requires excessive energy, which is generated by the nectar, which it hasn't got. Yeah, until it's got the nectar, so it can't beat its wings to get there to get the nectar. Till it's pre.
I see hummingbirds almost every single day. Sometimes they just like land and just sit there and look at me. Take off.
They're waiting for the 3 questions.
They're like, we heard about you all the way out here.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Pretty good. All right.
Yeah. How many guys have you smacked tonight?
All of them.
Right.
Nice.
It's a Sunny and Radwin team.
Nice.
I'm snatching wigs like a pro. I'm not only.
Hey, I put that honey creeper beaks in there at 57 minutes after the hour. Evolutionist, whatever that is. You'll have to forgive me, but it's difficult trying to ascertain simple self-evident truths from crayon munchers that have accepted a worldview based entirely on a senile old git biology philosopher's take on honey creeper beaks. That sends them right off the reservation, man. They don't even get to the questions below. They're too pissed off at the first statement.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's awesome video by Eric Dubay about I think it's called Evolution and Dinosaurs Debunked. It's epic. And
Evolution, what's that?
It's something, people.
It's debunked, is what it is.
Yeah.
Debunked? How can you debunk nothing?
Right.
Well, sadly, it's required. You're right, but sadly, it's required for some idiots out there.
Fairy tales.
Oh no, it's not. No.
Needs to be done away with.
By the way, guys, what's the natural observed phenomena about space?
It's not there.
Say again?
There is no observed phenomena about space.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Not even nowhere. Quantum. I said, what's the?
You can have gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, exactly. Quantum. I said, what's the natural observed phenomena about space or the vacuum of space?
Well, I did get an example of air pressure without a container, and it's put butane in a teacup.
Jeez.
Lol. Seriously.
That was a serious thing.
Okay. And are you sure without a container?
Yes, it was a teacup because it was open on top. And that wasn't necessarily a container because you can pour water in your hands.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
See, everything goes from one to the next, and he can't even finish a thought.
Mm-hmm. Well, just like to smack it very hard. So gas pressure without a container, which is what we are looking for.
Good luck finding it.
That's a fun question, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I do the 3, 2, 1 gradient countdown.
Right. I know it's predictable. Just go, okay.
Yeah, as soon as they ask the question, I type 3, 2, 1 gradient for fuck's sake.
Yep, there it is. Whoops, there it is again.
Yeah, too funny.
have you like noticed, if you go back in history, when all explorers, they went north first, and then they found something, and then they went south. So my question is, what that something they found in the north? You like you, for example, you look at what is it called? Admiral Byrd, right? So he went, I think, twice to the north, found something, was shocked, then went, I think, twice as well to the south. So it's weird. You see many explorers going north, and I think I found what they found in the north.
What's that?
It's a huge waterfall.
I saw something about this earlier.
Yeah, it's a huge.
The underground paradise, so to speak.
No. You know, it's funny you mentioned that, because you know how nowadays everything is flipped or upside down, meaning, you know, everything true nowadays, it's actually false, except for, like, of course, some stuff. But so what they found actually about the waterfall, the rumors say it's like the inside the hollow earth, whatever, right? It's crap. But actually what they found is a waterfall from the paradise, or from the heavens, coming down, splitting into 4 rivers. That's why you see in the old maps, you have the 4 islands or whatever split by the 4 rivers. And those 4 rivers, what feeds the oceans. So they were shocked by that. You know, I will be proven wrong or true once we have that opportunity to go see it for ourselves. So they found that, they got shocked, I think. They went south to find the heavens touching the earth, or something like that, or the dome, or whatever you want to call it. So I think that's what happened. So when they saw that, you know, I think they said, you know, we cannot allow the people to see it, because guess what? Well, the globe won't work anymore. So they did a great job about, like, hiding the information, everything they found about what they found, and that's now, you know, the guys, you know, deceiving the guys behind NASA.
Yeah, I mean, I can safely assume, just my own personal insight, that whatever's there, they know it's there, right? There's been too many jabs, too many shit, and too much official military, you know, obfuscation keeping us from going wherever there is. But whatever is there, they know it's there.
Yep.
You know?
Yep. Actually, it was there. It's mentioned by many old civilizations, but they went to check up for real. Like, is it really what they say?
I mean, Hillary Clinton just was not saying, you know, we put 1 million cracks in that glass ceiling. She wasn't talking about women hitting the president's, you know, seat. You know, that was a jab. It's just one of them double-sided jabs. There's been 1,000 of them over the past 20 years that I can remember.
Yep. So and then you find, like, some idiots saying, like, hey, what do they get from hiding something, or what are they hiding? Like, whatever they are hiding, it will flip your world upside down, basically.
Yeah.
Hey, what do they benefit from hiding that the Earth is flat?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yo, I'm sorry, I just joined. I don't understand, but, like, that's my
Me neither.
question.
When you find out, let me know.
Yeah.
I've been here a few times. I've heard some discussion, but I've never gotten a straight answer on that.
Oh, really? You never gotten a straight answer on that question. What do they benefit, right? And how long you been here?
A little. I mean, I've only been in voice chat like a couple times. I've been here a couple months though.
A couple months. You never heard the answers to that. Number one, they can't get away with the non-spinning, domed, flat Earth in Shangri-La. So to hide the creator from the Can't Fogomir masses. Number
from what?
one, that's the biggest one. That,
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. To hide the creator from the, this is the important part, from the Can't Fogomir masses.
What's that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can't have a globe, flat domed, non-spinning Earth, even with Can't Fogomir people, because they're like, wait a second, right? So that's number one.
Yeah.
That's the biggest reason why. And all the pseudoscientists, right?
Yeah.
We have the pseudoscientist religions. We got paleontology, archaeology, anthropology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is. Yes, and I'm still laughing. Experimental physics. Then we got astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. What do they, all of them, all 8 of them, do in unison? Scream from the rooftops. What do they scream from the rooftops?
I have no idea what that would be.
There is no God.
Yep.
That's
yep.
so true.
100%.
And they've been doing that for quite a long time. So that's number one. That's the one, the lead out one. Number 2, well, I don't know. NASA and all the space agencies right now, what do they get? Like $62 million a day?
Is that
right?
Is that for us?
Now, not only for NASA. See, no. This is a nice little racket they got going on here, because all of their subcontractors get all that money.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that sounds like a way to like funnel money into something alternative.
Yeah, exactly. So those are the 2 biggest reasons why. But we don't really concern ourselves with that because we're not all that worried with the motive or intent of the strangled body in front of us.
Right.
So we focus here on evidence.
Okay.
Well said, QE.
Thank you.
Okay, so what do y'all think about have y'all heard about aliens living on the moon?
No.
Or do y'all believe like how does the sun and moon work under the dome structure?
How did the sun and moon work, period, in the heliocentric model?
Without a paycheck.
Yeah, that's fair, but like
they work without a paycheck.
Is there like some kind of working model you guys always
That was really good. I don't know. Does the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion have a model?
I don't know.
No, they don't.
Good answer.
So why is the spinning space monkeys asking us for our model when they don't have one?
Well, that's fair.
A real nice fairy tale.
Hold on,
I'm
let Pack answer.
I want to hear this. I want to hear this point of view. I'm not like trying to shit on whatever you guys think. I'm here to. I'm trying to understand.
No, that's okay. You're good.
All right.
You asked.
Uh-oh.
At the beginning, why? why did they lie? Really? Fundamentally, for me, it's just the premise that I can convince you that you're a product of stardust that agglomerates due to random probabilities to generate your consciousness. And fundamentally, I can convince you there is no purpose, nothing, no reason for your existence. And if I can convince you of that, then I can convince you of anything after that.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point, Adam.
That's true.
Like perhaps you and a tree have the same moral compass, etc., etc., etc.
Mm.
So it's okay.
It's about where it takes you after that. If I can mug you off to a level that subconsciously you believe your existence here has no purpose, then I can lead you anywhere after that. If you accept that premise subconsciously, and after that, it doesn't matter where I take you, because you're a fucking idiot who believes you have good purpose. I can take you where you want.
Yeah. Would you say like Christianity, like would you say that's more of a follows that like premise?
No.
This is not a critique of any religion.
Yeah.
This is a understanding of the world that's presented to you. Don't then try and mismatch those paradigms of people that are getting out of that or any spiritual link to the misnomer of lie that's what you asked that question for. They're not related. They might try and mug you off that, there's a contradiction in Christianity and Islam, therefore, I have no purpose here. Because I can prove that there's a contradiction in this small bit of scripture or this little bit of this.
Yeah.
That's feeding cogdice, isn't it, in that situation?
And was that space alien on the moon question a jab, or was it a serious inquiry?
That was kind of serious.
Well, okay. You want a serious answer?
I should have started with what I ended up asking, with what do you believe about the sun and moon? But I've heard a bit about like aliens on the moon and shit. I want to know what you think about that.
What do we believe about the sun and moon? Well, the moon's up there.
I see it.
The sun.
Yeah,
I
it's
see it.
observable, but like, yeah.
Sun's up there. Right.
Yep, I see that one.
I see that one too. It's about it.
Hey, when you
Goes
got
over my
Chris's
head.
presence,
It
So basically,
goes
the
over
point
from left to right.
So the point is,
when you
what is observable is true. There's not much else we can like go off of besides
Not much.
observation.
Right.
Yeah, well,
No, it's up there. What did the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space buggy religioners do?
Convince you that the creator doesn't exist?
Yeah, they do that, but what do they say about the sun and the moon? Their answer is no better than ours, man. But go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. Oh, sure.
they got you in a cosmic pinball machine.
Yeah, so what happens is, this is what happens.
Okay.
Spinning Ball Space Monkey congregationers that come by and ask these questions. I'm not saying that's you. We're just the royal you that ask, okay, what do you think? What's your explanation of this? See, that implies that that person asking the question has the actual answer in the hopper, right?
Yeah.
So that's more like a shifting the burden of proof. But what I do is I friggin' flip them right back on and right. And I say, well, we really don't know. What do you think it is? And then with your explanation here, this is the trick. With your explanation, because explanations are just so stories, I can get an explanation for just about anything going down to the corner and talking to the village idiot. So we don't really care about explanations. We want the explanation with scientific validation. So I'll flip it on to you. What do you think about the sun and moon? And with your explanation, we want scientific validation. That is, we want the natural phenomena observed, dependent variable. We want the independent variable. Then we want the null hypothesis. And then we want the experiment validating it.
I never said the Earth was flat or a globe.
Go. That's what I do.
Sure.
I know you didn't say that.
All right, yeah.
But I'm just telling you what should be done.
Yeah.
And then when that's done, then we're left on neutral ground.
Yeah.
Have you heard the argument about?
You can see why people who believe in flat Earth theory are looked down upon, because those people are afraid of questioning themselves in their own belief systems, or like what you call it, you know. They're afraid of questioning themselves.
Facing their own bias, yeah.
Not a theory.
Well, that's all right. The flat Earth or sphere Earth isn't a scientific theory to begin with, so I can compromise them right there. And we don't have beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
We either know or we don't. Period.
So have you heard the argument?
Do you know intuitively that it?
Say again?
Is that not what a belief is? You just know intuitively?
No, beliefs are those things which you hold true without empirical evidence.
Yeah, so QE, are you saying like, so we see the Earth flat being built by someone, which is like the creator? So a creator is actually, we have evidence about him, right?
Yes, we got evidence about him, but this is about flat Earth.
I know. But basically, it's like Paka, like we would not be still here arguing about it or like discussing it right? If NASA was real, how so? Basically, like 50 years after the moon landing, what did they do? Nothing. Like by now, we should still have something, let's say a camera, 24/7 camera on the moon showing us the globe 24/7. You can access it for free by nasa.gov 24/7 camera on the moon, something, right? Yeah, well, actually, it doesn't exist.
Really mean to say that after 50 years, right? You say after 50 years, they've not achieved any more. For 50 years, they've convinced humanity that you can go into a second law of thermodynamics violation. For 50 years, they've kept that pretense up. I think that's an achievement. You shouldn't poo-poo what NASA do. They do a really
Have you heard that?
They do exactly what they're designed for. They are not designed to go to the moon, discover Mars, and go to other planets. They're designed to convince you that space is real.
Yep.
Well said, man. Well said.
Have you heard that point, Paca, about space and right, with the moon, second law of thermodynamics violation? You heard that point?
No.
Well, you asked about space aliens on the moon, and you said you've been around several months, but that whole outer space paradigm is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, we're talking about gas pressure, which is the atmo we breathe, the air, in and out, being adjacent right next to a vacuum of space. So don't think about vacuum like a shark or a vacuum cleaner. The privation of matter, anything, right?
Yeah.
Well, that low pressure will seep into, or that high pressure will seep into the low pressure. That's a law. Can't change it. It happens.
There's no seeping. It's going to go there quick.
Right, quick. Yeah. My bad. It's just gonna fill it, right? So it's impossible to exist. It cannot be a place that we can go to. There's no examples of gas pressure without a container in nature. Man can create it in a vacuum that he creates, but there's none in nature. It doesn't change.
Americans give $60 million a day to a foundation that works on the premise that this exists. That's what I'm saying. Don't poo-poo NASA. For 50 years, they built the illusion slowly. Keep convincing us that this is real. It's bullshit. But it's their work that maintains our belief in this fact that we can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. It's only their great CGI work that maintains that illusion in your mind. Without that, all the paradigm falls apart. NASA is an integral role in mind control.
Armistan, did you say we created gas pressure without a container?
You can create anything, like in, a laboratory, just in your mind, right?
In your mind, you can't. In your mind, you can.
Gas pressure without a container in a lab. Only in your mind.
You shocked me there. Yeah, you shocked me there. Well, there's none, like zero experiment or test or achievements of whatsoever kind of a gas pressure without a container. So that's I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not true.
Like in your mind, I meant to add.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah, of course, but that's useless,
Not even theoretically, because theoretically it goes against second law, so it can't. It's not even theoretically.
I know. It's like just like to what is it? To just there's a word for it.
Yeah, religion.
No. Another thing, like those space monkeys do it all the day, all the time. Don't worry about it. I will remember it later.
Hey, may I introduce two quick ideas on this whole space front?
Oh shit!
Okay.
Okay. Hi, by the way.
Is that ET?
Yes.
What's up? Okay.
Wait, I gotta smoke a cigarette. Go ahead. I'm ready.
Okay. So I've never had this question answered. It's just like a very basic, like, innocent answer or innocent question. I mean, so we're like, how can you have gas pressure without a container, right? Because it's a vacuum out there, right? But space isn't real. We've never been out there. Why would we believe it is a vacuum in the first place if it's impossible to go to? Who told us that, and why do we believe that? Isn't that another belief system?
Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody listens to the Rover Radio show, this is what we consider Jeffrey on that show. Usually, they came up with that idea because they had to come up with the ball and why we're sticking to it and what's out there and how we're floating without ever stopping, no resistance. So there had to be a vacuum of space.
Oh, well, Redwind, before that, actually, it goes back to the time of Pascal. So he measured that the more you go up, the lower the pressure gets. So I think some space monkeys said, you know what? Well, if you keep going up, well, you hit that place where there's nothing. So I think that's where they based their vacuum upon.
Okay. So just so I'm clear.
Sorry.
Hold on a second.
Right.
What year was Pascal? Wait 1 second. We'll get back to you. Pascal, what year?
300 years ago or something.
Well, I need to know the right around. Just give me a ballpark.
Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, it says he died 1662. So
yeah, that was right around Isaac Newton, who called it a vacuum in 1687. So they're right around the same time frame. All right, go ahead, sir. You were talking before.
E.T.
Go ahead, E.T. Yeah.
Yeah, E.T. Go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, yeah. So I'm unfamiliar with the Pascal thing, but I do believe the 1600s was quite a long time ago. I just might say I didn't know about that, but still, though, like I think it's like is it not like in your guys' eyes like an assumption that, and I don't mean you guys, I just mean everyone listening right now. Like in your eyes, is it not just an assumption that space is a vacuum? Because
No. You got it wrong. See, we're going to put them on the witness stand. Their story is already engraven in stone. It's their story. It's the heliocentric ball-tard story, right? So I'm going to put them on the witness stand, and I'm going to decapitate them with it. So
I understand. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
There are no take-backs at this point. It's their story. That's what their story is, and that's it. So they're screwed.
Yeah, I have a different angle where I try to look at the actual reality of the situation rather than.
Well, you don't know the actual. How would you know that?
Well, I know I don't. I admit that I don't. I was just saying that I don't really think about it that way. Where I think about my argument or my viewpoint or my truth versus the opposing side.
Your truth.
It's his story. Yeah, it's history. It's his story.
Yeah,
now,
I've heard that before.
In the case where we're talking about the Earth, his story pins them to certain undeniable truths that his story has to stick to, otherwise his story is false. Yeah, or being one of them.
I'm with you.
The ability to have gas pressure without a container being, this is what it's not. It's his story. This is their nonsense that they've made up over time. Yeah? The rest of the world believe that everything is based upon. They then ask you to further believe upon.
Okay, so let's just clarify this, just so I don't have to come back in a month and ask the same question again. We believe that there's a vacuum in space because, number one, space doesn't exist, which is my second question.
But the vacuum. No. The vacuum of space does not exist.
Oh, that's kind of what I was arguing. Just just to figure it out. I don't believe that, but
it was just made up.
Not space doesn't exist. The vacuum of space.
Oh, perfect. Oh, okay, yeah, because that's what I was kind of thinking. Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no objects. Right. Go ahead.
So it's a lie. Well, it's a potential
Yes.
lie.
Yes. It's it's a lie. There you go.
It's not even potentially a lie.
It just is. Okay, perfect. Because that's what kind of I was leaning towards all along anyway. So okay, so that leads me perfectly into the second question, and this is my last question. When you talk about space isn't real, I have a hard time.
No. You agreed. you just agreed that I clarified it for you. I said the vacuum of space doesn't exist. I never said space doesn't exist.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And then you went, and then you said, well, since space doesn't exist, you're contradicting yourself.
You're right. I could have chosen my words a little more carefully. That's right.
Yeah. Hyper specificity.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll work on that. So, okay. Well, that pretty much answers my questions then. And
cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Muslim flat earther.
Yep. You're welcome.
Good, man.
I want to point out and thank you for correcting my slip of the tongue, because when I said in the lab, I meant to say in the mind, and you caught it. And I thank you for correcting me, because, boy, I really love it when I'm corrected, when I know I slip up, because it helps me sharpen, bro. Thanks for pointing that out, bro.
The Globers have many mind labs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, shit. Somebody is thanking somebody else for correcting them? Holy shit. Where am I?
Yeah, I learned it a while back, but yeah, I slipped the tongue there, and yep, sharpening iron.
We can't be in a baller hangout, that's for sure.
Anyone here familiar with the kind of a old game called Halo?
No, but we left Paka. I'm sorry, Muslim. We left Paka. He's out here flapping and stuff. We just moved on to another person.
What's up?
Yeah, I thought I'd bring it back.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, do you have any other comments or questions or concerns?
I'm just trying to listen, taking as much info as I can, because I don't know much
so
about
you're good?
this. Yeah, I'm good, man.
You're good for now?
I'll try to squeeze in a question if I have one.
Okay, go ahead. MFE, you're good.
Thank you. Well, I will post this photo first, and there's an idea about it.
What channel is it in?
Live stream voice text, the one directly above this.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. So this comes from a game, right? So, allegedly, there is something holding the atmosphere in that ring. In that ring, a close-up photo.
Are you posting this in the right form?
Maybe he doesn't have permission.
Live stream 2 voice text.
He does.
Oh,
live stream 2.
Yeah.
Where'd you post it at? What time?
Oh no. Yeah, you are right. Actually, no, it's not.
I know I'm right.
He did it in
Yeah.
There you go.
My bad. There you go.
Love it.
Thank you, QE.
Well, at least I was paying attention, right? Everyone else was just going to let you go, right?
Yep.
So
no, I saw it too. I was looking.
No, we're not going to let it go.
What is this ring representing?
Let it go.
Sorry, man. Go ahead, MFE. Go ahead.
No worries, all good. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
I have that same software.
Yeah, what is that?
Are you thanking me for correcting you?
Oh, boy.
Of course, man. Obviously.
That's twice in less than 2 minutes.
Can you believe it, man?
I can't believe it.
Yeah. So basically, that ring comes from the game Halo. So it's like I'm not really expert on that game, but if you close up on that ring, you see some land and sea and what have you, and there is an atmosphere. So the idea came to me what if you can spin something very similar to that in very high speed, which might contain pressure, right? So, like, but of course, even though if it's the case, it won't really be that we proved that the globe contains pressure, or like basically it's like it works basically the opposite way around. So you spin it.
You're making centrifugal force for gravity. You still have to have a dome to keep the air pressure in.
Yeah, sure, of course. But like, imagine if even you try that, and even that with the immense force, like pressurizing the gas to the walls, the inner walls, and yet you can't maintain the pressure. So it will be like insane, right? Like you cannot do it whatsoever. And if you have a better idea about like those space monkeys, like please bring it up. We can't do it.
Why is the atmosphere under pressure?
Have you heard about something called container?
He wants to know why it's under pressure.
Yeah,
so he can breathe.
So you can breathe. So it has to be under pressure so that way it will come into my lungs when I equalize, basically. So
well, imagine going into a vacuum chamber and taking a deep breath.
I can't imagine.
Joe told you all about it.
That's
no, I can't imagine that. I'm just wondering if there's like that's the very oversimplified, I guess, explanation. Is there something else like?
Pretty simple. 14.7 psi at sea level proves the existence of a container. You have to have a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Right. So how do they measure the pounds per square inch at sea level? How did you know that number?
Anybody?
Can you say again, sorry?
A barometer?
It's arbitrary.
What was the question?
The question is, how do they know it's 14 point whatever pounds per square inch of air pressure at sea level? How do they measure that?
Sonny likes this.
Barometric pressure device.
Barometric pressure.
It's arbitrary. Okay, so this is one of the back workings of reality. And this is why we always go to STP, RTPs as a statement of fact. It's the way in which thermodynamics regulates the way in which things work. So the reason we stipulate C is this is a standard, across the plane, that across the plane, sea level means level, which means everything, gas pressure behavior at the same temperature at that level is the same. It is a standard in its own definition, which is a contradiction to the ball, because it wouldn't necessarily be the same standard. So that's why air pressure is 14 point whatever it doesn't matter. You can stick whatever number you want on it, and then things are backworked from that. That makes sense, because that's the standard. If you would go,
it's not so much for
calibrate something.
Sorry, I didn't.
That's what you'd use.
For me, it's not so much the number. I was just curious as to how they know that, right? So somebody said a pressure device or whatever, so I looked it up, and I didn't know that there's an instrument that you can measure atmospheric pressure, right? So I'm just asking like a very basic question: how do they know it's XYZ pounds per square inch pressure?
Because all of the basic assumptions that everything is built upon is that the world is flat and sea level is the same no matter where you are on the plane. And that again is kind of a natural law is the wrong word, but it's not. It's used as a standard wherever you are, isn't it? That's what you attain to. A certain temperature and the pressure you can get you can adjust the temperature. It's easy, isn't it? But the way in which you adjust the pressure is by adjusting your altitude, and the definition of 0 an x-axis is sea level. That's why it's called, standard temperature and pressure. It's part of the requirements of what you're then going to define.
Yeah. Also, it's about
control variables.
Yeah, it's about of standardization. Which is also called the SI unit. So basically, they want to have a standard in science which they can describe things. So imagine, let's go back, let's say 500 years ago, right? So imagine you have a scale with two hands. So you put some a weight on or a material of a specific type or volume or anything, right? Density, anything. So you put it there and you compare something else to it. So if you keep multiplying that by itself, right? You have a standard here. So you call it a name, and then let's say a kilo, right? Well, now you have a unit called a kilo. From there, you build upon it, and then you have a ton. Then you have, but you started with something, right? So as Sonny said, that can be anything you want.
But MFE, if
go ahead,
all of those things are containable, right? But the fundamental point of reference, if you want to get the fundamental pressure point, is how do I obtain 14.7 psi? Where on the plane, wherever I am on the plane, how and where should I go to make sure the air pressure is 14.7? Go to sea level.
Yep.
So the base definement point is sea level.
Right.
Which is the standard.
It's a backworking, and then.
And as you go underwater, they consider those atmospheres as well. So if you're at a column of fresh water, 33.8 feet or 10.3 meters, a diver is considered to be at under 2 atmospheres of pressure. That would be one atmospheric and one water atmosphere.
But it's all based on that.
Yeah.
The way in which you derive that base unit is to go to sea level.
Exactly.
Derived any other way. The only way to physically derive it, and then you can look at the temperature and use PV equals NRT to calculate how that function moves. But it requires you, the base fundamental for all of it, all the maths is then based on, is for you to physically go to sea level.
And isn't it coincidentally that's where we derive sea level, all of any plumb of anything on Earth or horizontals based on that standard sea level.
And actually, I'm going diving tomorrow, so
you don't go to 100 meters. You don't go to the only place in which it's standard, because the dynamicness of the environment we live in. The only place in which it has any standardness to say I'm at this level is sea level, which is given to us.
Yeah, right. So anyways, I was trying to explain to some other people who were asking me questions about why I believe the Earth is not a spinning ball. And always I'm questioning gravity because I also dive, right? I'm going diving tomorrow. So I understand when you're talking about gradients of pressure, every 10 meters, the atmospheric pressure changes.
Right.
And so I understand from my intuition and my experience that gravity doesn't exist, because when you're weighting yourself to go dive, you always weight yourself to be neutrally buoyant, usually at 10 meters. It's for safety purposes. So how come when I swim down to 10 meters and I'm literally just float there weightlessly, but if I remove my weight belt, I'll immediately shoot back up to the surface? So my always question is, why is gravity so arbitrary? Why does it choose?
Dude, you just said you answered it yourself. you went down to a point where you had a false weight. When you remove that false weight, suddenly the density disequilibrium creates a force that moves you out of that position that you were held with that weight. There's your answer, isn't it?
Because the buoyant force is pushing you up at that point. Yeah, so you're going from 29.4
because you're dealing with water
to 14.7. So at 1 atmosphere, 33 feet, you would be pushed back up because of the buoyant force when you release the weights, and you would be going from 29.4 pounds per square inch to 14.7 back at sea level. Because it's pushing you up. Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, to me, it just like when I look at that, it just seems like gravity is not necessary at all, right? Because if that effect can happen just based on buoyancies or densities, then you don't even need gravity. If anything, it doesn't.
Right. And then when your body gets back at sea level again, then you're not lighter than the surrounding medium like you are in water. So you're going to stop at sea level.
Exactly.
Yep. And I was starting the idea of answering, but I think it's like a very good answer here. But just like Malik, if you look in like live stream 2 voice text, you see this like what's called like they use mercury to measure the pressure. So it was also like considered as what's the weight? How do we know it? Well, we have to compare it to something else. So if that is mercury, now we can measure what's the amount of the force of the like atmospheric pressure above the mercury. Hence, now we know the pressure exactly. Relatively to the mercury. So basically, it's an actual physical weight that we can measure.
That's because, is it because water molecules with inside the gas?
No. The actual weight of
the pressure from pushing on a container.
Yeah.
We're not we're not measuring a weight here, guys. That's not
right. No, I get it.
No.
Where's the picture? You said live stream 2 voice chat right above this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
At
so
43 minutes after. Yeah, sorry.
Yep. So that is an actual device they use in determining the pressure of the atmosphere at any given altitude. Of course, it doesn't work all altitudes.
The atmosphere is fine, isn't it? But weight, there's no weight implications in there. This is pressure. This is gas behavior.
Yes.
Distinguish the two.
Hey, what's weight?
Exactly.
I don't even want to answer that question.
Well, I understand about pressure. It's pushing against the container, so you get a pressure. The weight is it's the density, so it's the
Nope. How is weight defined in the heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion?
Gravity, probably.
You're not that far away. I mean, you're real close. That's true, but you got a problem. Not you.
What?
But they have a problem. I posted it right there. How you like me now, Adam?
Okay, hold on. So much spam, I can't even get down to what he was saying before.
MG, love you a long time.
$50 GI.
Wait equal MG. MG love you long time. So there it is.
All I'd say to whoever we're talking.
All you'd say, I wasn't done talking.
Oh, because I'm off to bed in a minute.
Oh, you were off to bed 2 hours ago.
I'm going to be in so much trouble tomorrow because
At least an hour ago.
No, 2 hours.
2 hours? Whoa.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adam. Go ahead, because you're off the bed for another 2 hours. Go ahead.
Sleep off that Behringer, bro. You'll be all right.
Go ahead. He had something to say. Go ahead.
When we consider the pressure exerted by solids and liquids, due to natural law, there is a vector that is relevant to it, and we must consider that. In the same token, if we're going to understand the differentials between the phases of state, and we must consider the way in which we express weight includes that pressure differential, which is different in liquids and solids to that of gases. So, be able to apply the term weight to gases would imply that the same pressure differential are in play. And I'll leave that there. Consideration. That doesn't require then to have to deal with the bullshit of gravity, hopefully. Which is weight is equal to mass, which we can't define, times G, which is something we can't define nor quantify. Or you could just weigh it, except that it's relevant to liquids and solids and nothing to do with gases, so stop it.
You know, like
off to bed.
You promise?
Have you finished?
Good night, Adam. No. Not keep circling back around.
Depends on you lot. If by the time I packed up
another round,
I'll be off to bed.
Later on, Adam. Catch it.
You all. God bless. Good night.
Yeah.
Later,
God bless.
Bye, man.
Get some rest on the flat Earth.
So you see the problem at, I don't even know who I'm talking to, 47 minutes after the hour, because weight equal mg, love you a long time, but that's a problem because that comes from F equals ma, right? But F equal ma is false from Richard Feynman. So weight equal mg is also false.
I'm trying to follow. I got it. F equal ma. Okay, got it. I'm right there. All right.
Yeah.
That's Newton's law. Oh, sorry. 106 years out now. The force of gravity, whatever the hell that is.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the irony is like how they like enforce that idea. It's like always like as if gravity really needed to really weigh something, which is not really. So basically, you bring a spring, right, and you measure what kind of force do we need to apply on it to compress it to a like a specific distance or amount. So you like not really, let's like avoid any vertical motion here or like force. So let's say horizontal. So you have that same spring. You have 1 kilo on the ground, right? Or forget about 1 kilo. You have an object of on the ground in front of you. You start pushing against it. At what specific amount does it go, or how much does it have to compress to start moving the object, right? So now we put that spring in a scale or something, right? And we start putting the object on, and relatively to the force applied on the spring is basically weight. So we call it a kilo, a gram, a pound.
No, it's not. No, that's what I was saying. It's not. No.
No, relatively to the spring.
Force. No, you have to define force first. Can you do that?
Force, like away from like what we know about physics now?
I'm saying that F equal ma, that's false. So that was the definition of force. Now they still use it. But there's another definition of it.
Mm-hmm.
of force, pressure times area, because pressure equals force over area. So therefore, force must equal pressure times area.
Yep.
So it must be pressure.
Pressure times area.
Yeah, that's the actual definition of force.
Yeah, that's what they use for the atmospheric pressure, right?
Yes.
Yep.
It would have
So
to.
that's one of the most fundamental, one of the only things that you could call a force, or one of the only things, right?
Can't use F equal MA, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, QE, you apply that same thing about what I said about the spring.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it works out. And guess what? Gravity is not really needed.
Right, exactly.
Yep, they have to keep worshipping something called gravity for some reason.
Yeah, they have to F equal MA and W equal MG train wreck. This is what most don't even know it. I ask them what weight is, they haven't a fucking clue. Right?
Yeah, when you say W,
no, I thought you said you were
I told you. I told you.
Just talking about base units. How do you define a kilogram? And just so you know what a kilogram is, so you can move forward from a kilogram. Just out of interest.
But
like,
who you
I've
asking?
got a kilogram of coal. How do I know it's a kilogram? How do I confirm that's a kilogram of coal? Or potatoes? Or whatever. How do I know I've got a kilogram of it?
I'm asking. Are you asking me?
I'm just putting it out there because, like, obviously, we're talking weights, we're talking masses. We're not able to define those. Both of them have got kgs to them, although you can stick extra units on one of them. Yeah, but how do you even define that? We talked earlier about atmospheric pressure and how we define that. It doesn't come from anything other than nature. How do you even define a kilogram? What's your base unit?
Yeah.
Base everything else that you work from a conventional point of view.
That's what I was just going to say. It's a convention.
I want to know how they measured the
what's that convention based upon?
I want to know how they measured the first one. That's what I want to know.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Off to bed 3 hours ago, yeah.
Now it's 3 hours.
I love you, Adam.
I told you he was swinging in like he was circling around like a freaking hawk, getting tired though.
He's still right there. He just come blowing in, man. I mean, with force.
Just ask the question.
I don't know.
I love you too.
Yeah, but Adam is just like, I think they needed to stop somewhere saying like, yeah, that's a kilo and let's multiply it by itself, so you have another kilos.
Oh my God.
What defines a kilo?
Yeah.
The gram.
That's what we're saying.
Is it definitive, or is it something that you accept in your in reality to us as a constant that doesn't change? What defines a kilo? How do you? If I've got a pound, if I've got a kilo over here, right, of gold, how do you confirm that that's a kilo?
Well, I have a question for you.
No, wait. This is a good one.
That was okay.
Yeah, well, as I said, basically, imagine if we lived somewhere where no one knows anything about nothing, right? So, but you put that something, you put that something, and you wanna equal it the same amount, right? So, call it whatever you want, and there you have it.
No.
If they haven't stopped there,
in the middle of nowhere, like you say, right? And you come up to me and say, "I've got a kilo of gold." How do I confirm that?
Okay, I see now.
Kilo. What's the base premise that defines a kilo?
Taken actually from physics.
Physics?
About the SI unit.
That's not physics.
Nothing to do with physics, is it? It's a convention we're talking about.
Yep. Go ahead, though. We didn't mean to stop you. Go ahead. It just has nothing to do with physics.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm waiting for him to say something.
That was my question.
Shit, that red wine.
It's all on this human scale is my take on it, and we don't know. Like, here's a question: what size are we?
Yeah, but Adam, like you.
How do I decide the kilo?
Like,
yeah, but Adam, you came.
Anything is unless like it's only related to our own scale of a human being. We're the Lilliputians, possibly.
No,
who made it up first?
Somebody posted. Adam. Somebody posted. Adam. Listen to reason, sir. You're a young man. Kilogram. Somebody posted the definition right up here. Basic unit of mass. In the metric system, kilogram is very nearly equal. It was originally intended to be exactly equal to the mass. Big problem. 1,000 cubic centimeters of water.
Okay. And there's the important point, isn't it? No, it is. Right? It was originally intended to be exactly equal to the mass.
They used water, so there you go. I bet they did it at sea level.
Yeah, Adam, when you ask the question, like basically you came with a predefined something, right? So basically, if you wanted to be right, you would come to me with the amount of gold, right, and say like equal it out, right?
Oh, I asked you. I come to you with a kilo of gold, right, and therefore I want 15,000 potatoes. How do you confirm that I deserve 15,000 potatoes? That was my question.
That's another whole question.
Okay. I guess that depends on what you're using the gold for.
The round table.
The gold is we accept it's gold. How do you confirm it's 1 kilogram of gold? Was my question.
I can like solve it, but now you need to know the Kirat of the gold. I know. Basically,
1 kilogram.
You put it in water and you see the displacement, right? But how do I know the Kirat? Is it 24 or is it 23 or 20, whatever, right?
If I've got, right, make a number up, 12 grams of carbon, yeah? How much carbon have I got? What units am I talking in? Am I talking in kilograms or am I talking in ratios of water?
Kilograms.
What's a kilogram?
Whatever somebody decided that's going to be the mark.
Adam, would you stop it and tell us the secret, man?
1,000 cubic centimeters of water. There you go.
But how do they know what's a cubic centimeter?
Well, I agreed on it.
You got to ask.
So it's not a mass. It's not a weight. It's an expression of a convention.
Sonny, stop rumpusing Adam. That's my mission.
I'm sorry, man. Okay.
So go ahead, Adam.
So we have a compartmentalized unit, kilogram, which only definition is via a physical volume, which then defines the mass. A mass is then, so we define everything by water.
I know, but if it's predefined, when you came and said
isn't anything other than the derivation of a volumetric unit of water.
Yeah.
Of water. What'd you do with that
Water.
tea? You holding that tea prisoner?
Bottle of
All
water.
the tea
About what?
from Nottingham. E's don't exist, neither do H's, mate. Yeah. My sister is named after a lady from Troy, R. Ellen.
I know.
Apparently there's an H in there, but I've never pronounced
Nobody got that joke from me, Huey. Sorry.
See, that's what I'm always
the
talking
point of all
about.
that
Sorry.
bullshittery and circumdicular nonsense is the point that weight in of itself is a convention. Do you see? It's a convention of the concept of water meaning something.
It's a convention of standards. I like talking about standards because in the machine trades, we use standards for measurement. We measure a standard length of something and calibrate your instruments to that.
All the time.
Standard, not a reality.
No, in actuality.
No, for
Yeah.
real. There's one standard that they go by for a measurement. Everything is calibrated off of that.
Yeah.
And the
Basically.
standards are certified and they're remeasured and they have to be in like temperature controlled places. And
Yeah. So
yeah, when you send our tools out, if they send them out to be calibrated, which is different than them calibrating them in house, they'll calibrate them at Starrett, the way Starrett does it.
Radwin knows about geometric dimensioning and tolerancing, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like to forget about that stuff.
Yeah, me too. It's been like 30 years for me. So
I'm not on the shop floor anymore. That's in the past. I'm doing other things.
So we've gone for an hour here, Adam. What's the bottom line, man? Please.
A weight to convention.
Yeah. So
Wow.
what is the kilogram?
Well, that was profound.
Oh, I like to be like that. If you can
Wait was the
brag
convention.
something
That was the bottom line.
I could have said it in 30 seconds.
I love you, Adam.
man, I thought you had some secret like we didn't know.
That's it right there.
This is some Kabbalah shit right here, man.
Sacred text or something I was waiting for.
Oh, excuse me. Previously, people were telling me right, that weight equals F M times G. Yeah. Right. And now you can't show me M, you can't show me G, and I've just showed you that W is a convention.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not profound.
Nope, you're right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. I'm just messing with you. You're exactly right.
A funny thing about weight is like it's written as W, right? And water starts with W. Maybe that's a.
Who are you, Pete Shea?
The weight of water.
Yep.
How much does water weigh?
The president blew his own head off.
Right there, 1,000 cubic centimeters.
That's fucked up. Big level, man. Big time.
Is that how long is a piece of string?
Depends on who measured it, who cut it.
Hopefully not a blind
On
man.
a flat Earth.
Definitely on a flat Earth.
Stationary plane.
Non-rotating, according to NASA.
Contained.
What about the same as moaning at me, right? About I can't measure how long the piece of string as after I've just told you that the piece of string is from here to there.
With plenty of red wine on it.
That's white wine.
That was some detail.
That was white wine.
Got some frayed strings holding up your globe.
You don't get me? It's circumdicular, to quote Arwen.
Oh my god! I'm quoting Arwen.
Oh, that's it. It's time to wrap things up, Adam.
That's enough of that.
I've yet to sing the pose.
Only 8 o'clock here.
Thought you were surfing. Thought you were surfing, Sonny.
No, I was camping today. I go out and settle. I go out in the nature. I have a little freaking powwow with myself. So it's awesome. Yeah.
That's what we want to know more about your personal life.
Whereabouts is this? Because we're going to be watching for anybody that's missing in that area.
Oh no, miss the fuck.
Yeah, I'm going to disappear for a few days, you guys. I'll see you later.
We'll be real concerned.
I might have to get banned for concerned trolling over that issue. I think I've almost locked in this Tory clip. I've been searching the whole time.
I don't really think Aries' failure was actually legitimate.
Screw you.
No. I should have gave it some more time.
He was the royal astronomer.
What do you say, Principia?
Worked directly for the queen. As legit as it gets.
Principia?
Kikinka.
Too funny, Adam. You put a smile on my face tonight. No doubt about it.
Oh, I'm really pleased with tonight, John, because you've moaned at me about putting it together. This bloody weight thing. But actually, that ramble was really useful. Yeah? It's that circumdicular logic, definition, which in of itself is volumetric, that shows I've got to the point that I can demonstrate that, you know what I mean, that it is a convention. So yeah, that was useful for me, even if nobody else.
Shit, I've been waiting for that presentation. I told you I wanted you to do the weight presentation. I told you said, yeah, I'll do it. 1.65 light years later, still nothing.
You get what I'm saying? What we've just stumbled over tonight. Now the rebuttals are complete in terms of it always makes sense in your head because you know it is what it is, but be able to go through the arguments and rebut it is useful when your brains work. You know what I mean? And like I say, that it's that volumetric thing that seals it, so you can link it circularly, prove that it's a convention.
That's about.
I haven't done that in my own noggin before tonight in that argument. If you know what I mean.
That's about 9 trillion miles.
9.457.
Radio. 1.6 light years.
Yo, hi everyone. Yeah, everyone here is high. That's for sure.
It's the only way to get a good view.
I'm off to bed.
Yeah, right.
On a flat earth.
Okay, everybody, let him get all the way back to bed or whatever.
And then say something again.
That area. Failure. I think Airy was a failure. I'm trying to trigger Adam.
Was a failure.
Yeah, because they used water in the telescope, right?
Yes.
Everybody knows it's better to have a vacuum or nitrogen or something, right?
Trying to summon him. Yeah, that's right, Truth Spells. That's right. That Airy, he's you know what? He was a drunk. Oh, it's not triggering him. Probably had to go to the bathroom. He'll be back.
Airy wasn't drunk, huh?
No, I don't know that. I just said that. So trigger Adam.
I know. And then when we start talking about that, though, that'll really trigger.
So guys, like I have a question. Like, so me, like I really enjoy the debates happening here, the smacking or epic, you know. Basically I more of a listener because I can't debate flat earth unless I want to bring it back to the creator, right? But that's what I care about as Muslims, that knowing the truth or whatever, or sharing the truth. Or
there's nothing wrong with that.
I know, but basically my question to you is, like, if at all, when would you think you will start like moving more toward using it to prove the existence of a creator as that?
I usually circle back around to it.
Yeah, it can't be avoided.
Yeah, I mean, flat Earth alone, because I wasn't religious or anything, and I'm not. But after flat Earth, you can only have a creator. So
I'm not religious either. You know?
It's almost like all roads lead to the dome, and therefore the creator.
Well, good. The creator is not religion anyway.
Right.
Right.
To me, it's self-evident.
Of course it is. Duh.
Yeah, duh.
You don't need the flat Earth. I've done it long before I was a flat earther. But it like I said, when he asked what are the motivations, I said, well, so they can hide the creator from the can't fog a mirror masses, right? Mm-hmm. The last part of that statement, the conditional statement, is the most important part of that, because there's a lot of people that know that God is absolute. The creator is absolute. However, they're baltards. But that last conditional statement puts it into focus, right? So they can fool the can't fog a mirror masses, because no one would be like, well, who's creator? If there's a stationary, domed, flat Earth, there's no way out. I mean, even the most, moronic person in a coma, you're not going to be able to get that past them with a stationary, domed, flat Earth. You're just not. Follow?
Here's the beauty of it, John.
There he is.
It's only MFE that's just got me going on this. I went back in some texts. It's not just the part, because I often quote scripture, but the Quran's great as well. Quran 15:19. On the earth we have spread out and placed therein firm hills and caused each seemingly to grow therein. 20:53. He who has made for you the earth like a carpet spread out, has enabled you to go about therein. Yeah. 43:10. Yea, the same that has made for you the earth like a carpet, yeah, spread out, has made for you roads and channels. Whatever religion you believe in, I've looked at lots of them. The one common thing is, I started rambling 5 hours ago on this. Scripture, whatever religion you have, does not describe a ball. All of it categorically states it's a flat plane, as a quote there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam, the
Hindus.
Sorry.
And so on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
In Islam, it's all of them. All of these scriptures, all of the old religions, even the fun, everything presents a flat plane. Because God don't lie to any of us. In all the messages he gives us, he never lies.
Yeah, the sad thing is, like, if you read the translation for Quran 88:20, all the translators, I have yet not found a one of them who translated the verse, which in Arabic it says, on earth, how it's flattened up. All of them shy from the original meaning, which exists in English. You know, they are not really inventing a new word in English. It's already exists. It's called flat, flattened up. So basically, they use spread out, which I don't know if it's an English thing, but I think sotihat, which means flattened, should be used as flattened. So it's just weird, you know.
I've got Tal says spread, Yusuf Ali spread out, Shakir vast expanse, Muhammad Sawar spread out, and Moshin Khan and the earth how it is spread out. Albury outstretched. So all of them, there's no contradiction in the understanding there. None of them mean like a ball.
Well, there is the universal Adam Meekin 3:16 verse, which states, "I am going to bed."
I'm not. No.
You know what? Check it out. My version, my Bible actually says dome to separate the water. It says, I'll read it. God said, I command a dome to separate the water above it from the water below it. And that's what happened.
Is that KJV?
God made the dome and named it sky.
You know, but my original question, guys, like if was like, or a follow-up question, I think, is basically, so, you know, like you are so smart, right? And like epic in the debates. But when you talk about the creator, you talk about him, as I understand it in my head, that, well, he created us and that's it. So what if there's more?
Well, there is more, right? But a lot of it has to come down to where you were born as to what you believe about the creator, right? And then do you trust the people about what they said about God, right? Because different people say different things about God, but can you really trust what man says about God as opposed to what God says about God?
God talks about as if we're his children, doesn't he? I often describe things to my children in relevance to the point that I'm dealing with them. There's an infinite amount more outside of what I'm talking to them in the relevance that I'm talking to them. Again, this is trying to read more into what God's telling you other than listen to the direct message that God's telling you. Stop doing that. Listen to the direct messages. You don't need to see more, do you? Listen, first hear the clear message and then worry about nonsense detail. To me, most people miss the clear message.
I agree, well said, man. So it's like, that's what, because I find you highly intelligent people, well researched and, you know, versed and so on. But I think there's more to the creator when he created us. So, you know, you're obviously intelligent enough to find about the reality of the world, filtering out all the noise, all the nonsense. What if you apply the same intelligence about the creator and all religions, filter through them, see why did he really create us? Well, that's all I want to say. And
would you say, why did he create us?
Yeah.
To create him, or that which is. Because the creator is above gender, so I don't really know what to refer it as, but there's no creator without us, no? So the creator created us to create it, which is a mind fuck in itself.
No.
That's the way I see it. Okay.
I don't know what the hell that was.
No,
You don't need to know all about that part. You worry about what's in the bubble.
That again goes to the ego of man, trying to pretend that you can comprehend that. How can you ask that question? How, as a man who isn't in contact with God, can you answer that? You can only pull something out of your arse.
No, I'm not answering. I'm saying that I said I ended that with that's what I think about that.
The only answer you can get is from the mind of man. So you can't answer that. Why would you try to answer that?
I'm not trying to answer that. I said that's what I think about it.
How would you ask the question is more the point. That's not a doable question.
I think it's so we can learn the lessons that we have to learn, each one of us uniquely on our spiritual journey, and that we all have a development process that is happening to us in the spiritual realm. And so we had to come here not knowing where we came from, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to use free will and actually learn the hard lessons we need to, and we have to learn those. So we couldn't know good from evil unless you wouldn't know misery from joy unless there were both of them. So all of those things, that's what we're here to learn. And then I go back home.
From my own personal experience, and perspective, I circle back to a Deuteronomy verse 29:29 that tells me that the secret things belong to him, but those things which are revealed belong to us and to our children forever. And if it can't be revealed or isn't revealed, I just respect that the secret belongs to him.
Yeah, well, actually, guys, for the native English speakers, so when all the verses translated in the Quran as spread out, where it's actually more literal meaning, like flat. Do you agree with spread out as more accurate to flat, or
spread out? Yeah, I could go with spread out. That's what it seems to be, spread out.
Because when I think of spread out, I think of spreading out pizza dough, spreading out flat.
You spread out a plane, like we're in the Antarctic basin.
Yeah, 100%.
If I should just spread something out, it wouldn't be conformed to any kind of like globe shape, would it? It wouldn't be spherical. If you spread something out,
yeah.
The only thing that would come close to mind is spreading out an umbrella, but then that's not even spherical.
Whatever you spread out, you spread a deck of cards. Whatever you spread it out over, the natural understanding is that the thing you're spreading it out over is flat,
horizontal. Yes.
You spread out a blanket or a rug.
By the way, if there's any admins here, if kindly give some kind of a role to Hegemon. He's one of my best friends, and he's a flat earther as well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I think we got some new people up in voice check-ins. It looked pretty crowded up there.
Hey, Hegemon, if you say you don't believe in flat earth, I will literally kill you.
No, that
there you go.
That's in jest. That's a joke.
Yeah.
Agent Lulu's on there. That's up there. Brain Shape Investigator. California Nightmare. God Rockin'. Oh, those
yeah, only one person can talk to him and interview him at a time. So until they get another VC check-in room, maybe that could be a suggestion. I don't know.
People in VC check-in too.
Hey, Truth, how's your night?
Yeah.
Oh, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah.
But it's good. I mean, it's okay. It's not bad.
That's being checked.
When it's not bad, it's good.
It's been some very interesting last few days. I have to say that on here. It's been wild.
Last few days, I believe. Last week.
Yeah. That's true.
Yeah,
things always seem weird before there's a new direction, and usually it's for the better. So we'll see. everyone pulls together and works together, it'll be good, right?
Yeah.
All things work together for the good for those that love flat Earth. That's not scripture. That's just my own statement.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's a little much, but I get you. I mean, okay. So if you replace that with love the truth and love, walk in love, yeah, that's the same as loving the Creator. So that works for me. I buy it.
I mean, because if we got that truth handled down, the rest of the stuff is secondary. You know, Earth's flat. I can handle the rest of it. They want to lie about politics. Whatever, go ahead. I'm not playing. What was that George Bush said? You fool me once, don't me. You can't fool me again.
Wow.
That dude was a
great president.
Woo! He's like, these terrorists. It's war on terror. Now we're going to stand here and fight. Now watch this. Watch this. What was a tee shot he was making from the green there? Whatever the hell. Remember that?
Sarah Prescott. What the fuck?
He's like, oh yeah, I remember now. He's like, we're gonna war on terror. These terrorists here. We're gonna go over there and get them. Now watch this drive. I remember that clear as day now.
Guess there's no weapons of mass destruction under here. Ho 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 ho. See that dinner?
And then Bill Clinton.
Yes,
I don't know where people's
they just covered up, so we didn't know about it.
Numpties.
Yeah, and on a flat Earth, I don't know who forgets Bill Clinton standing there in 1995 having a press conference saying that we are going to have a manned mission to Mars by 1997. Anybody else remember that besides me?
Well, they're only a little bit off on their calculations, right? Oh,
I don't remember it, but it's always been about 4 or 5 years away.
Always. My whole life, yeah. Just right around the corner.
I mean, there's a lot to do to get there. And they lost all the technology from when they went to the moon, so they haven't figured out how to measure the Earth yet. So they're still kind of just sitting there on the ground, just throwing rockets in the ocean, saying, "Hello, send us more money."
And the only way they got through the Van Allen belts is because they didn't discover them yet, so it didn't affect.
The irony about that.
I remember that.
How come that doesn't work out for squirrels? Because squirrels haven't discovered automobiles yet. But still, they get smart.
Anything else that's going on, like Sharona Cyrus, like I don't watch the news.
Magnetic field. That was funny, man.
If you don't watch the news, it doesn't affect you. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know we heard it a million times, but still, they taped over the telemetry data.
Yeah, what a shame, huh?
Well, I told you about Dave. I told you guys about him.
Crazy stuff.
Dave had the briefcase. He had the stuff in it. He said, "Hey guys, it was late at night. I'll just take this home and work on it, and I'll bring it back tomorrow." Well, Dave forgot it, and then after that, he lost it at home. I guess the kids got into it, and that's how they lost all the data for NASA.
Jeez. The kids are selling it on eBay.
Dog was playing with
crazy stuff.
They blasted right through the Van Allen radiation belts. Apparently, we must have went right through it then.
Well, they didn't discover them till later.
Yeah,
he couldn't remember if they discovered them or not. That was I don't know. Did we discover them? Like
then the guy was like, "Yeah, we just must have blasted right through them."
It's like they just sifted up some freaking.
Is that the bank?
Freaking South Dakota.
Is that the bank?
What bank? What are you talking about, banks?
That totally threw me off.
Talking about the painter astronaut.
The most important thing to remember from the Bart Sobral films was, remember his son was like, "Hey, you want to have a whack? Why don't you call it the CIA?"
Oh, booger eating smuck. M. Scott Beach. The forces of the pressure of well, I just can't even say it. It's such a retarded statement he made. What's the other force, Nathan? God. That was so funny.
Boy, they are persistent sometimes, aren't they?
What was the one where Quantum you overlaid Al Ballooney like 7 times over it? Al Ballooney. I think it was Jim Panda.
Jim Panda.
Yeah.
You know,
it's Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong.
Yeah, no one ever.
He was asking for it.
You know,
All right, guys. Yeah. You better make it quick if you want to ask me something because it's time to go.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. You want to say anything?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Al-Biruni considered to be one of the trolls. You know, they used to be called Ahlul Hay'a, which is like people of the nature, right? So nowadays maybe called, but actually he just went against all the religious, scholars at the time to say that actually it's a ball. So, which now we know it's not.
He was just playing a contrarian.
It was like highly influenced by the Greeks.
Those and the Greeks.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't an intelligent man. He did a lot of other things too, but this one it's wrapped around his neck. It's really stupid.
I agree.
I mean, now everyone can see it. Back in his time, I'm sure they didn't. It's pretty insidious, though, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
It smells. I smell Satan around this. I just smell it, and my gut tells me that I'm not too far off the truth here.
No, you're actually dead on.
And now the ballers call him a straw man. Hilarious.
Straw man.
Yeah. Ridiculous. So let's take odds on Adam's appearance on the show tomorrow. I give you 10-1. He ain't gonna beat her.
Hey, that'll really late.
You'll hear the bell ringing about 10 minutes
after. Not in a good mood at all. He's been really coming out of the how would you say, closet.
Yeah, man. It's good though.
What was he doing in the closet?
I don't know. Got flocks of equations and shit.
Yeah, I like what he said earlier about FM equals MA and all that stuff, and it's just an agreed upon, thing. Because, so we know that they needed gravity, right? So they attached it to the number one thing that everybody knows. Baby drops the baba falls down and goes boom boom, right? So, yeah, you can call that gravity, I guess, right? I call it weight, right? But they needed it to form worlds without a creator.
Yeah.
And I think the reason for that is because people who have a creator know that they have, God-given rights. And then people that, think that the rights come from the state, well, they make, good little automaton robots.
Yeah.
I think that's what it boils down to. And that's just my guess.
Yeah, the whole premise of modern science was born on the idea of explaining every single thing without the necessary antecedent of a god, a creator. Let's just create this whole shitstorm of a paradigm so that we can explain everything without a creator.
Train wreck.
No, bro, hijacked it. Just like they hijacked the baby losing his bottle, right? Like that was there before they came up with this bullshit. I think science was created by, a bunch of Christians who were learning stuff, right, based on what the Bible tells them. Test things and keep that which is good, right?
I'm talking about the modern science. They're pseudosciences to be official.
Oh, you're talking about scientism. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, since like the 1500s forward. The Krauses of today.
Wasn't that the first notes of the Boys of Summer?
All right, time to go, guys. Have a good one. Have a good evening.
See you later.
Yep.
Later.
Later, man.
Peace out.
Platters
Who is that anyway?
24/7 Discord live.
Some guy that pops in here from time to time.
Can't see who that is.
Who doing what?
The
playing
riff.
Sunny.
Who else would it be?
Nobody on the road. Nobody on the beach.
Nobody on the globe. Nobody on the beach. I can hear you. He killed it. I wish it wasn't, set to the exact track because it gets copyright struck and shit. But that was a good version.
Got to slow it down a little tiny bit and
Maybe I could play it.
change the octave a bit.
Maybe I could play it. Let me go listen.
Dude, if I could pick a guitar, I'd have one in my hands all the time. I wouldn't be doing anything else.
Yep, and that's when you fall asleep with your guitar and you wake up and you're thinking, man, I wish I would have unplugged. Now I need a new wire.
Which guitar would you choose?
5-string bass.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
The 6-string.
No, I was asking you.
Well, I mean, I've had different ones, but I haven't. Like, I would have to try all of, like, every style before I would know. I've had a Dobro. I've had a Fender electric. I've had, what was it? I think it was a Gibson classical, and, well, I put nylon strings on it. Okay, it wasn't a classical guitar. I just put nylon strings on it. But then I've had a Washburn, but I never learned anything other than a chord. So it's like I've got rhythm in everything except for a guitar. I never could get like both going at once.
In my opinion, the best guitars in the world are called Ibanez, and they're made in Japan. I think they have like an off-brand like sound gear. And you just barely put your finger over the string and push down, and it's just perfect. So if you ever get your hands on an Ibanez.
Well, see, now the issue with the calluses, that never, because I grew up around a band, and they showed me like little tricks and secrets with all of that, and then, and then, I don't know, it's just, it just never was an issue with me. I don't know if it's because I was just into sports and I've had rough fingers anyway. Who knows? But that was never an issue, the calluses.
No, I'm not talking about calluses. I'm just talking about the way that they play. Like, they're so easy to play. I mean, yeah, you have to use your hands on an acoustic and build up a little strength and calluses. But when you're learning on the Ibanez, man, it just makes everything so easy to play.
I know. Every guitar in the world should be like that, in my opinion. Like, why should it have to be such a struggle? Like, why?
These philosophical things you come up with, I can't even ever stop thinking about them. I think about them all day.
Why can't all guitars be Japanese? Japanese.
I don't know. I believe I would be more into bass and drums myself. I had more fun trying those, to be honest with you. Does anyone talk to this? What is it? What's his name? Where'd he go? Oh, where did he go?
Welcome Disappearing Act.
Wow, and another one just jumped in and disappeared. Guess they don't want to talk. That's cool.
What?
There were two actually. There was one that I've been looking at for like 10 minutes, wondering if anybody had spoken. And then when I was looking for them, they were gone, and someone else jumped in, and I was going to address them, and they hopped out. So
Emerald Monkey must scare them off. He's giving them the riot act up there. I like when he's going to explain all kinds of stuff to you.
Get the waterboarding them or something?
Yeah. I like the pop.
Who said you?
he's not really an emerald monkey. He's a quartz monkey. He's just portraying himself as an emerald monkey.
Is he trying to play the soundtrack to the movie The Crow or what?
No, I'm just kind of like fooling around.
Sounds pretty good. Call you Eric Draven here in a minute.
Can you hear all of that, or is it cutting off?
It cuts every now and then.
It's not too bad, though. As long as you're playing, we can hear it. You got a real amplifier. You can hear that old school amplifier. That's the analog amp, isn't it?
No, it's a tube amp.
Yeah, that's analog. Yeah, tube.
Analog.
Now it's starting to sound like Thelma and Louise.
Isn't that the same thing?
Okay, you got a question about gravity coming down.
Yay.
What about
not real.
gravity?
What is gravity?
What about gravity?
I know that was the question asked up there in the interview, and MJ said, okay, you got any others? So, sure, that'll be a question.
Newtonian.
It's fine. Well, I'm not sure if he knows enough, so he sounds kind of new.
Well, there's three versions. There's Newtonian, Einsteinian, and Neil deGrasse Tysonian.
Tysonian gravity.
Tysonian.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah, you just drop the mic and say gravity, bitch.
Yeah. I thought selective gravity was still on the list because that's why water stays over in a pond, but fog hovers above it.
I thought we were talking about, some real stuff. We're talking about made up shit. Where's my gravity in the flat earth?
What, are you running an envelope filter on that?
No. Why does it sound like it?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's probably too. No, I have a delay pedal and a special hand built.
It might be the way that amp the compressor on that mic, the cutoff ratio in Discord. It just might be where it's at. What I'm hearing. I like envelope filters.
Play some range. I'd love to hear some range on that amp.
Be like, gravity, what is that? To debunk theories in a fucking globe.
What's your best debunk of gravity?
Uh-oh, who we got here?
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Bum, bum,
One at a time.
bum.
Who's got dibs?
Who is this?
Just asking your best debunk.
That's
Not saying I
Vast
believe
Smalls. You're live on the air with 24/7.
What gravity are you talking about? You talking about Newtonian or Einsteinian?
I would just say Newtonian.
Oh, good.
All right. Okay, I'll post some Newtonian debunks. And then when we're done with that,
Yeah.
then we'll go to Einsteinian. How about that?
What do you think gravity is?
Well, I accidentally started with Einsteinian.
It's okay. I just wanted to
just debunk
it if he knew what it was.
Just debunk in reverse, that's all.
Yeah, let's do it in reverse. Screw it. Okay, so do you see the live stream voice text too, what I just posted?
Yep.
You see that? Can you click on that and read the abstract for me? You can read it out loud if you want.
Are you magnetic fields? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. However,
Alright, stop.
these effects.
So what are we talking about? We're talking about gravitational effects, right?
Yep.
All right, so continue.
However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude.
Now, is that a little bit or a lot? Stop. Is that
lot?
a little bit or a lot? That's a hell of a lot, right? That's a 10 with 120 zeros behind it.
Yep.
All right, continue.
There's no generally accepted explanation for this discrepancy, although numerous ...
All right, so they can't figure it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
This problem with gravity where it should show effects, but it doesn't when you compare the theory to observation. Correct so far?
Sure. Was that Einsteinian first that you said?
Yeah, this is Einsteinian because this was written in 1995. So this is the current gravity. So do you want me to debunk Newtonian gravity?
Yeah, because I think people bring that up more, just mass attracts mass. So,
Right.
yeah.
So the spooky action at a distance that happens at a speed of light, well, that violates Einstein because nothing can move as fast as the speed of light. I guess we should do it in order next time. I only did it this way because I'm driving and I only felt the one link. So does mass attract mass? So let's say you got some gas, right? And you let some gas out into your room. Is it going to make a sphere?
No.
Or is it going to expand and fill the room?
Yeah, it would fill it.
Right. So what happened to the mass attracts mass?
That's a good question. Wouldn't a better question for that just be like, why doesn't all the gas stick to the bottom or stick to the surface of the Earth like a solid would?
Well, we can go there if you want. So the gas sticking to the surface of the Earth, as opposed to filling the vacuum of space, how is it that we're breathing right now? Because if I were to sell you some propane, wouldn't you need to first purchase the propane accessories, i.e., a container to put the propane in? So how is it that you're breathing a gas right now, sitting on Earth, which is sitting in a vacuum, with an almost infinite volume to fill and a very low pressure of 10 to the negative 17 torr? If somebody else can take it, that just about did it.
Moment of silence for the gravity.
Any other questions about gravity?
Besides what it wants on its tombstone?
Is it this Newton photo? Is that it? Is that what I should take from Drace?
Sure.
That's just a quote from Newton. You can read it out loud if you like.
Do I have to?
No,
you don't have to.
You just remember it better and things stand out when you do read things out loud. You know what's more believable? Rick and Morty. Am I going to get banned?
No, I actually agree with that.
What did you do?
I love the episode where they got to leave the planet. There's 3 planets to pick. There you go.
I see it.
Do I have to?
We're going to make you read everything, E.T. I think that's how we're going to get that retention memory working. I've been analyzing you for a long time. I've got a whole section of wall in my basement that's got all these pictures and notes and strings and all these things, and it's just on you. It's all over the place, though. Yeah, it's just crazy looking.
Weird.
Buffalo Bill type shit going on down there.
Yeah. I'm going to make a skin suit of E.T.
Oh, shit.
No.
So I didn't make you read this part out loud. I'll give you a moment to peruse. Have you perused some of the quotes and checked the links about Newtonian gravity?
Yeah, I'm looking at the history wiki.
Oh, you shouldn't have went to wiki first. But yeah, you can see that there's some, pretty high up, physicists and professors and, Ivy League college stuff. Those quotes where they're talking about, the nail in the coffin to Newtonian mechanics. That's pretty serious. And the earlier thing about Einstein, about the discrepancies being 120 orders of magnitude. Like, that's not off by a little. That's off by a lot, right? So why is it that, the teacher in school, told us that mass attracts mass, right? When obviously there's a whole bunch of debunks for Newtonian gravity. And the bending and warping of space-time, which is a mathematical concept, that's weird, right? Because, okay, I got another concept. How about liberty and freedom, right? Can you bend and warp my liberty?
They've been trying it lately.
Yeah, they've been trying it. Okay, so what about, I love my son, right? My oldest son. Right, I love my son, right? Can you bend and warp that? It's just a concept. Right? You can't prove or disprove a concept. And for someone to call it science is completely laughable, because if we're talking about science, well, science involves the scientific method, right? So let me ask you this. What's the difference between a theory and a scientific theory? New guy.
Well, a scientific theory would have to be something backed with experimentation.
Exactly. So how are we going to get the cause and effect relationship going with gravity if we can't do away with the Earth's mass and manipulate the independent variable to see if the Earth's mass was indeed what was causing this gravitational well that we seem to be in, according to the theory? So if you can't science it, then it's philosophy, right?
True.
Because without the scientific method, it's not a scientific theory. Therefore, it's just a colloquial theory. Like, what if there's green grass on the dark side of the moon? Right? You can't disprove that, right? Me and you can't go to the dark side of the moon and check. So my theory on green grass on the dark side of the moon that I just made up out of thin air, it's just as good as Einstein's bendy warpy space-time. Right? Unless there's science behind it. If he's got science behind his theory, you're more than welcome to present it now.
It's a very pregnant pause.
We're going to send some seeds up there.
You're going to have to get it like a shade mix.
Because they're lacking weed up there.
Yeah, so the thing is that the shape of the Earth is not a scientific question, right? How and why are scientific questions, right?
Yeah, you don't prove that with an experiment. You can't manipulate it.
Right. So it would have to be done under observation. So would you like to see measurement, a direct measurement? You're right. Yeah. So would you like to see some of the measurements that we've done?
What, the flat Earth core stuff and all that? I've seen it.
Yeah, FE core, you've seen that? Okay, so you've seen lasers over lakes. What about the Black Swan? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Have you seen the debunk for it?
When they just say refraction?
Yeah.
Yes, when they just say refraction, period.
Or they show the horizon moving back and forth to
great.
places is still like our side of it is if it moves.
This guy's done his homework.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I gave you some links there. Hope that satisfies your question about gravity. If you want us to go further into Einsteinian gravity, we can, but I'm just curious, do you have any other questions, or where do you want to go next?
Someone's saying it's field engineer core, not flat Earth.
No, it's called FE core. Are you talking about another type of reference?
If you look in the live stream.
Oh. Voice. Field and as the sun moves over the plain.
Have you ever thought, like, about what we're actually going through?
What do you mean?
Like, there's little environments for like reptiles, like those little flat environments with like the spotlight. I'm using bad vocabulary.
A terrarium. I got you.
I'm using bad vocabulary, but we're in like a weird like
terrarium, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, as described in the Bible when he said it's like a tent to dwell in. It's the same thing. It's like we're in some messed up
like a firmament.
It's not messed up. There's some kind of precise mechanism that is making these celestial bodies travel exactly on the same circuit for thousands of years is absolutely astonishing. It leads me to believe, as a mechanically minded person and someone who's worked in the mechanic trades a lot myself and always loved building stuff, working on cars and motorcycles and go-karts, all kinds of stuff. There's some kind of mechanism. That timing mechanism is something akin to a watchmaker's precision.
Absolutely. Yeah, so do you know there's clocks in India? They're not actually clocks, they're sundials. And these sundials are accurate to the minute. They were made thousands of years ago, right? So here's an interesting thought, okay? So we can't manipulate the variables in space. We can't, do any of that stuff. We can't move the planets. We can't make them disappear. We can't turn off the stars. We can't mess with any of that stuff, right? And all that stuff works flawlessly for thousands of years, right? But everything down here we can manipulate, and it's all kind of messed up, right?
Yeah, but there's still an incredible amount of beauty here, regardless of what we think in our own little microcosms that we exist in. I'm finding it, and it's absolutely astonishing. I feel like honestly, I feel like there's, we were talking about information earlier. And I feel like, I don't know if any of you have felt this, but I feel like this information, there's information coming to me through like discussions on here, and then I in the nature, and then like go to sleep, dream at night. And I feel like I'm getting information that's connecting dots. Like, I don't know what it all means yet, but it's really absolutely fantastic. It blows my mind. Cause like, okay, I know this might sound weird, but like, why do I know the things I know? Like, I don't understand that. Like, I don't know why I'm so good. Like, I can go into the woods almost anywhere and sit there and be comfortable and calm and peaceful and not feel like, and I feel like I'm in this bubble, this protected area that I'm actually like nature. I don't know.
Was there marijuana involved before this trip?
Probably.
Well, there always is.
Shrooms.
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, that's a constant. So
there's some good plants you can just eat in the woods on their own that'll do things.
Yeah, so I don't know. There's some kind of information out there, and I don't know if you heard of the Akashic record before, but there's supposed to be this record that some people believed in, that this is where this universal information is coming from, and I think we can tap into it. And I think I already have tapped into it.
I think you're right, Sonny, but let's get back to the new guys. Are you still here?
Yep.
Yeah,
wake
you got
up
any
in
questions?
6.5 hours or so.
Sorry about that, Fastballs.
Yeah, you got any questions? Here's the thing about gravity. I'll just lay it out flat, okay? They needed gravity to create worlds without a creator, right? They needed the Big Bang to create the universe without a creator, correct?
Yep.
Because really, you don't really need gravity, right? Things fall down because they're denser than the medium that they reside in. And things go up because they're less dense. So this theory of relativity could just be a hijacking of something that was already there, right? Like things falling down. And when you teach a kid, look, things fall down, that's gravity. Well, actually, that's an effect, right? That's an effect that we see. What is the cause? And how I went through earlier and said that we can't remove the mass from Earth to see if it was actually causing the gravitational pull or field or well or whatever they call it. Well, we can't prove none of that. All we know is if you drop a rock, it goes down. If you drop a hot air balloon, it goes up. If you drop a helium balloon, it goes up, right?
Yeah.
So, doesn't that really control why things go up and down? Density relative to the medium? More than, this hypothetical, metaphysical concept of bending and warping space-time. Because space is a vacuum, right? You've heard that space is a vacuum? Right?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, space is a near perfect vacuum. But when they teach the children, they always show space-time as a trampoline with bowling balls and tennis balls on top, right? Well, where's the fabric in a vacuum? See, it's not even physical. It's metaphysical. So it's philosophy. You can't even science it. It's like talking about dark matter. Does dark matter exist? No, it's a placeholder because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. Do black holes exist? No, it's a placeholder because gravity, the equation doesn't work out at the galactic level.
You could never know any kind of realm. There's no way you could verify anything at all.
When it comes to this stuff.
To give you a practical example of what he was talking about, for instance, an anvil, if you drop it, it falls. But if you drop it in mercury, it floats. It just rises.
Right. So I think that's the really good point that you made. If we can change the medium of things, and they do behave differently, so we can't adjust that and control it.
So you understand relative motion, right?
What do you mean?
the guy on the bus, he throws the ball right to the other guy on the bus that's going 30 miles an hour. When he throws it to the front of the bus, the ball's moving 40 miles an hour. But to the guy sitting at the bus stop waiting, moving 0 miles an hour, right? It was moving 40 miles an hour, but to the guys inside the bus, it was only moving 10 miles an hour. But when the guy throws it back, because the bus is going 10 miles an hour backwards, the ball was moving 20 miles an hour. Do you understand that? You've heard that before?
Yep.
Okay, so when they tell you that the sun goes around the earth, or the earth goes around the sun, how can you verify that unless you're like the guy sitting at the bus stop, which in this case, the analogy would be outside of the solar system, in order to tell, is the earth going around the sun or the sun going around the earth? So every single person that has ever told you that the earth goes around the sun, it's only because that's what they believe, that's their philosophy. If they told you it as a fact, it was technically misinformation. Or, depending on who told you, maybe it could even be disinformation.
I'm getting tired. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Alright, we'll come back some other night when you got some more energy. Peace out.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Alright, back to that Akashic record. I really wanted to continue that conversation.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I really do think there's something there. I really honestly do.
Well, we do have a Ron Berry in the chat.
Oh, we do? A what?
Ron Berry.
Ron Berry. Are you there, Ron Berry?
Yep.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
That's cool.
So what brings you to the server? Sorry, you go ahead, son.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Hank. I want to hear you. Go ahead, Hank.
Okay. So what brings you to the server, Mr. Berry?
I just saw some friends link it and I joined it.
Okay. So you came here to see what we're talking about?
Yeah.
So, do you have any questions? Why in the fuck in the year 2021 is there flat earthers? Got any questions for us?
I guess really the only one that I could come up with right now is just gravity.
Yeah, that whole gravity thing, right? Because you understand innately that in order for the Earth to be a globe, there has to be gravity, right?
Yeah.
So, really, your worldview is kind of hanging on this one nail. And if we take this one nail away from you, you really don't have much else, do you? Have you seen the things that I posted in the past hour? In the live stream voice text too? Have you heard the conversation that I just had?
I jumped in the middle of it.
Alright, so I guess probably about 20 minutes ago, I posted an abstract from Harvard, harvard.edu. See if you can find that for me. I can post it again.
Yeah, because I joined in like 5 minutes ago.
Wait a minute, which one is it? Is it the Newtonian mechanics, laws of motion?
Yeah, would you post that for me? Would you
I also see vacuum. I also see vacuum catastrophe. Is that the one?
Yeah, post that one too.
Post which one first?
The Newtonian one, not the vacuum.
Okay, let's see. That's some text. Let me just copy the whole thing about gravitational theory. Okay, hold on. Let me capture this. See if I can.
Yeah, so mass doesn't attract mass, right? Because when you got gas in a container,
there's the first one. Wasn't that far up? And should I give it a minute or maybe go a little separator between sections? Yeah, that always helps. And this Harvard one. So what are we looking at? Are we reading? Let me see here. Pull this bad boy up.
Yeah, Sonny, you wouldn't mind reading the quotes from the Newtonian feed, would you?
All right, let me go back over there. So it says Newtonian mechanics, so-called laws of motion and gravitation will no longer be tolerated as an appeal by Baltards. We must force them to mindlessly parrot the correct pseudoscience. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Did I read that right? The justification. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed special and general theory of relativity. That's Wikipedia. Einstein also replaced the Newtonian law of motion by the statement that free test particles move along geodesics, the shortest curve in the space-time geometry. That's Professor Jacob D. Bekenstein, IPAC, Caltech, EDU. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Douglas Klein, Professor of Physics. History of gravitational theory and physics. Theories of gravitation postulate mechanisms of interaction governing the movements of bodies with mass. There have been numerous theories of gravitation since ancient times. ancient times. The first extant sources discussing such theories are found in ancient Greek philosophy. This work was by ancient Indian and medieval Islamic physics. Physics Libra text 1.6. The 20th century revolution in physics. The two greatest achievements of modern physics occurred in the beginning of the 20th century. First was Einstein's development of the theory of relativity, special relativity, blah, 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 blah. More. The saga continues. It's fascinating. Did all of you see Einstein Closet Geocentrist? Did you guys see that video?
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. So new guy, according to what he just read, pretty much the whole Newtonian thing is out the door, and now it's Einsteinian gravity. So Einstein replaced Newton. Is that right?
Yeah. Indubitably.
New guy, you there? I didn't catch your name.
What? Oh yeah.
Ron Barry.
Barry? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Barry. Yeah. So you see the Harvard link that I posted, right?
Yes.
So is there a way that you can read that to me and then I'll ask you to stop and we'll talk about what it says and you can start again? Unless you already heard this part.
Wait, I have to read something.
Yeah, if you don't mind, it's real easy. It's just a few sentences. We're going to do more talking than reading. Because you said you wanted to know about gravity, right?
I mean, my question, I guess, was why is it when you get deeper into Earth, the hotter it gets and the more condensed it gets?
Sorry, repeat that? Somebody scratched over you.
Why does it get hotter when you go into the core of the Earth?
Well, no one's ever been to the core of the Earth, so that's a just so story. The deepest we've ever dug is only 8 miles. So we don't know that there is a core of the Earth, right? That's just a theory, right? And it's not a scientific theory because in order for it to be a scientific theory, it has to be scientifically validated with an experiment. But if we can't manipulate the variables of the inner workings of the Earth because we can't get there, well, then it's not a scientific theory. It's a philosophical theory.
Yeah.
So I got a philosophical theory about green grass on the dark side of the moon. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But there's no way to tell if it's true for certain. There's no way to falsify it. There's no way to empirically validate it. Is that correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's possible. It's too cold.
Well, I mean, maybe it's a different kind of extremophile grass that you've never heard about. Is there possible that there's things in this universe that you don't know about?
I mean, I don't know. It's the moon doesn't have an atmosphere. So
not true. According to space.com, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere.
So what's your take on the shape of the Earth, Ron Barry?
I think it's a globe.
You think it's a globe? And do you have any proof of that?
I guess just...
Well, no, more like a measurement of curvature. Do you know of a historical? Do you know of any historical measurement of curvature?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay. And how about rotation? Do you know of any detection of axial rotation that has ever been done, and how, and the method used, and what did they do?
I mean, I don't know the how, but I have experienced, the eclipse of the moon. I have seen the moon eclipse in front of the sun for 2 minutes and then
Right. I get it. We all know eclipses happen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're doing the 3, aren't you?
Yeah, just real briefly, so you don't really know the detection. You're going up into the sky. So we're talking about things about the Earth itself. So like, for instance, the curvature drop over distance. So you didn't know. That's okay. None of us do, because we can't. None of us have ever been able to provide that information of a historical measurement, because it's never been measured. And so as far as detection of the rotation, you didn't know a method for how that was detected either, correct?
No.
Yeah. So then the last question, I'll just be real concise with this. How do you have gas pressure without a container? Is there any way to provide that practically, demonstrate that?
I've never heard that before, so I don't know.
Right. So you know about like the second law of thermodynamics, where high pressure always goes to low pressure, things like that. You understand that a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So there's no practical demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. So the place that they tell us is space cannot exist as they tell us, because it's breaking the second law of thermodynamics. So that's
I've never
it.
heard of that.
Yeah.
So in other words, that's like having 4 rims, right? And expecting to drive away without the tires, because you believe that you can put 35 PSI on your rims without the barrier being the tire. So when you got a tire, you buy it brand new, it's flat, right? The guy puts it on your car, and it's not quite ready to roll yet. He has to add like 20-ish pounds of pressure per square inch, right? To get it up to 35 PSI.
Yeah.
Which is what most tires are at, 35. So when you get to 35 PSI, what happens if you hit a nail and poke a hole in the container?
I don't know. I don't know what PSI is.
You never had a flat before?
Pounds per square inch.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I just would expect you would know what happened when you poke a hole in a tire.
Oh, well, yeah.
The air rushes out.
Yeah, what happens to it?
The air goes out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So this is what we observe in nature. So, like this thing about the way gases are being distributed to reach equilibrium. So they go omnidirectionally in all directions. So there's nothing affecting them from doing that. And we can show that buoyancy seems to be much more of whatever that is making things go to a certain level.
Yeah.
That's more like buoyancy and density. So they told us all that we lived on a ball in space, but if you actually think about it, there's nothing any of us can provide or show or have ever been told, can go Google or look up in reference manuals or anything that tell us that there's curvature, rotation, or the existence of the vacuum of space. Yet we all believed it.
Hey, Mr. Barry, can you repeat what he just said? You can sum it up in your own words if you need to.
Say that again.
Can you repeat what he just said? You can sum it up in your own words if you need to.
I mean, what I got is like, see it, or are you guys saying you'll see it, then you'll believe it, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Earlier, you didn't know what happens when there's a hole in a tire, and now you can't repeat what my friend just said. You're listening to us, right? You're not in here playing video games and
No,
wasting our time, are
I'm
you?
here
Because
listening.
Okay, see, I'll just break it. I'll just break it down real quick. Okay, so they told us all this fairy tale that we live in the spinning ball in space, but none of us can provide or have been provided any information or evidence that would validate the claim that there's curvature of Earth, namely drop over distance, that there's rotation of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator on a ball 24,901 miles on the circumference, and that space could be traveled to, which is a place that cannot exist in reality because you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Mic drop.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we did is we took the numbers they gave us of this radius of requires, you know. So like you can equate the radius to a amount of drop over a certain amount of distance, right? So what we did is we went out and made long distance observations and laser measurement over frozen lakes and areas of water. And we found many observations, and it's really becoming in the thousands of observations we have now in 6 years or so. And so we found one particular that we use a lot. It shows the horizon 10 times further than the ball would allow, the ball requiring a physical geometric horizon at 1 foot above the water level. You would be able to see no further than 1.22 miles and receive at least 10 miles. That would make the radius of Earth 264,000 miles or out to the moon.
All right.
Would you like to see that?
Sure.
Have you seen it before, the Black Swan?
Maybe not.
All right, we'll put the image in here.
Whew.
Who's
This
loud?
one's making me tired.
Yeah, I almost fell asleep.
Oh, shoot.
Do you know what I'm saying?
you know what happens if you get a nail in your tire? Nah, bro.
You have a nail in your tire.
Yeah. So
You
Ron
have a
Berry,
lead.
are you in the live stream 2 voice text? You see the thing that the Ether 9000? Do you see that image?
Yeah.
Click on it.
Yeah, thanks. You see that part at the top? What does it say? Modus tollens. Do you see that?
Modus tollens.
Modus tollens. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators. So not Q, the horizon is greater than 9.4 miles, therefore not P. So do you understand the logical premise?
Do you want to? It was.
Yeah.
I mean, does that make sense to you? Okay, so look at the image of the oil rigs.
Yeah, 9.4 miles, 6.2 miles.
Well, no, simply is it before the oil rig, between, or after?
The horizon.
The horizon itself.
Can you say that again?
I'm going to get coffee.
Just where is the horizon? Boy, it's like coffee. Where is the horizon in the image? Is it behind? Is it before? Between the oil or after? So it's after, right?
Yeah.
And you see how you see everything leading up from the observer out to the first oil rig? It's kind of going out, back further and higher up. Then you have a buoy in between. And then further back and higher up is the second oil rig, and the horizon is further up and behind the second oil rig. So the first oil rig's at 6.2 miles. Platform habitat is at 9.4 miles. The observer height is 1 foot above the level of the water. And this is verifiable from the original video. And we can get that to you as well so you can look it over. And so at 1 foot, like I said, that's what we use to figure out the distance to the geometric horizon would be on a sphere of that size. Do you understand that part?
Yeah.
So because of that ball with a radius the given size, your geometric horizon would be no further than 1.22 miles. So the horizon is 10 times further than what the geometric horizon would be required with the sphere of that size. And that's the end of the argument.
All right.
Or it's not.
So what'd you get from that, Mr. Barry? What'd you get out of that?
I got a lot. I can't fully say that.
You got a lot out of it, okay?
Yeah,
Well, I'm glad you got a lot out of it.
I'm very tired right now.
It's okay. No law against being tired, not unless you're driving or something. But yeah, what he said basically was that the horizon's too far for the math that we're given about the size of the Earth, therefore debunking the circumference of the Earth. So we're told the Earth is a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Well, if the Earth is a sphere, there should be a geometric horizon where you can't see on the other side of the ball because the Earth or the water is in the way. And what flat earthers are saying is that all over the world, people are looking for this curvature. They're trying to find it, and they're not capable of finding it. Because you've heard that boats go over the horizon. That proves you live on a sphere Earth, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if the boat just moved outside of your ability to see it because you don't have eagle eyes, right? You got human eyes. And human eyes are really good at making field goals and soccer goals and pull shots, right? Basketball goals. Hitting a moving animal with a spear. But they're not good at seeing things over 10 miles away.
Yeah.
All that's really good for up close. So humans are pretty much nearsighted as a species. Well, now that technology is advanced and we've got optics that are far superior than that which our forefathers had, we can't find the curvature anywhere. There's a salt flat in Bolivia that's 9,000 square kilometers, less than 1 meter of drop. You know what that means?
Not really.
It means that shit's fucking flat for 9,000 square kilometers.
Mic check. Hello? You guys hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Life is hard.
What up? Good here.
Yeah. So bye-bye ball that's why that's called the Black Swan.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Snacks in the back, bathrooms on the left. DJ's taking requests.
Witsa gets it, but this guy, he didn't get it.
Maybe we need a promo.
I think this interview is hilarious.
You're next. You just stand by.
Doesn't the debate all really come down to asking ballers their measurement of curvature? Nobody here has probably seen it. If you could provide,
where's the curvature?
Where's the curve, man?
Yeah.
Ballers, tell us where is the curve?
But see, the curvature is only one leg of the three-legged stool. But when you're done with all three legs, then they don't have any legs. Three-legged stool.
I kind of think that if you start with the curve, you can't move on from there. I'm stuck on only that. That's why I can't do the 3 points.
I know.
Because
I like that.
You can't have the other two without the ball. You could try, but it doesn't make sense to ask air pressure down a container. First got to get a curve there so we can see it. Then we can calculate how big it actually is. Then we can actually calculate how much air is around us and all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's a good point because then it totally segues with the way what water does, its characteristics of water, horizontal, when contained, all of that.
The 1 point, yeah, you're really just asking for the 1 point. Where's the curvature?
And
the
just
other points
demolish
are
it. Yeah, just completely demolish that one. Drive it into the ground.
The other things are kind of peripheral, but they kind of pile on to the fact that if you had a ball, you'd have curvature at some measurement.
Yeah.
Then we can get into the fun part.
Well, I noticed lately they're always getting stuck in the space thing. So I noticed you almost have to do it that way because, when you get to number 3, then they're going to try to pull out the G word. And we know they are. It's predictable. And so you got to be ready because if they haven't supported the premise of curvature and rotation, then they can't just use that. I won't let it happen on my watch.
Well, G word is pretty much just an excuse to get into a half-hour rabbit hole where they don't know, they're not sure, they heard of this, but they've heard of this also. It's just that should be a last.
I can take them right to the curve from gravity. So that I always take them back to the curve. You have to start there. That's why they get pissed off at me.
You can't do it. You can't do it. Definitely, it's like a keyway. That.
And once you explain to them that everything else is built off the radius that we murdered,
and
they have to understand that. And when they do, there really is no need to go anywhere else.
And that's why the Black Swan is so profound, actually.
Well, exactly. Because if you go on, for instance, if you go on Jose's show, or if you go on any place where Globers typically show up and debate it, you'll have a lot of surveyors show up, and they'll say, "We've made these long distance observations," and it's okay, so have you found out the difference between refraction and curvature? And none of them are able to do it. And that's kind of their problem, because for the longest time they've been saying curvature is, and there you go back to the Black Swan again. So you can't have it both ways. Make a definitive claim, or don't say it is or not.
That's a really good point. I think a lot of people fail to utilize the guy who was the specialist that came on the news when they said it's a mirage, and then they came back and said, "Oops, it's not a mirage. We're the specialist." Yeah, and that's a Rob Skiba video. And it's real hard to find that little clip. It's like an 8-second clip in that long-ass hour video that Rob Skiba does. But the specialist is on there, and he says, "So the atmosphere is acting like a lens." And he's like, "Yeah, the atmosphere is acting like a lens." And then when you put a boat on a flat table with a magnifying glass in front of it, and the bottom disappears first, and I think somebody should make that a gift.
Yeah, there's Rob Skiba.
There is one. Who made that? Indio or somebody?
Yeah, but it has to be tied with the optics specialist that the news had come on from some college, because he's the one that said the atmosphere is acting like a lens. That's the part that they can't handle. They can't handle that part because. Go ahead.
Who was it that knows the newscaster? Somebody in here knows the newscaster.
Are you serious?
Yeah, but I don't remember who that. But he's a flat earther. He was in here. He knows. He grew up with him.
Oh yeah, I was here. I heard him. I forgot the name of him, but he said he knew him personally.
Wow. It's a small flat earth everywhere.
He said, "Yeah, I know that guy," but I don't think he really knew why he was saying it. Was kind of he wasn't the expert. Just trying to blow some people's mind on the local news, but
just reading the teleprompter.
Yep, that's right. So yeah,
I think someone named Boyd just showed it. Did they just show up? VC Verify?
Hey Boyd, you got control of your Mac?
Hello, Void.
Oh, Boyd.
I'm getting a little sleepy myself.
I can tell.
I start fading fast when I fade.
This is Flat Earth Hour, man.
Hey, Void, do you have control of your mic? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Why don't you put you back on mute? That way you don't interrupt the stream with obscenities. Not that we mind the obscenity so much, but we don't like you throwing us off our groove when we're in the middle of a flow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I was busy. I'm just here to listen. Don't mind me.
Okay, fair enough. You could have did that from the YouTube live stream, but maybe you didn't know about that, so we're square. Okay.
Boy, do you have any particular opinion on the matter, or you sitting somewhere
Nope.
open-minded?
I've been in here and talked to you guys a couple times. You're pretty convincing, but I just like to listen. It's relaxing. Don't mind me.
Yeah, you know what? It is relaxing, but it's also interesting. I think this is the most interesting conversation on Earth, right? Because what we're saying is, essentially, we have to reform a lot of stuff that we thought was, perfectly normal, natural way to do things. But at this point, we have to divide philosophy from science, right? We need to cut them, rip them in half with a sharp knife and put them in two different books at this point, because everybody's got their science all mixed up with all this philosophy with no science in their philosophy. And I know that science comes from philosophy, so spare me the toil. But I really think we need to separate it. At this point, science needs to be reformed. It's been 500 years since Martin Luther had his Reformation. And I think now's a good time, 500 years later, to reform science.
Yeah, I think we can put the toothpaste back in the tube. It'll just be a pain in the ass.
Well, I don't know about the toothpaste back in the tube. But
I mean, separating it, it will be just like that. But we can do it. It's just, are they going to pay attention to it? Which is, I hope, they do.
Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
We separate all the pseudoscience and the philosophy from the natural science, which is, the collection of all that shit is the toothpaste. We've, put it back in the tube, meaning separate it all. If they pay attention to that, then we success. But that's a hell of a task,
I often think about my 2012 closed-minded self. And think about, what would I do if I was here now? I would want to hear what these flat earthers have to say. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? You guys are supposed to be back in like the 1500s. Like, what are you? Speak for yourself, Gird up thy loins and answer like a man. What are you doing here, buddy?
Yeah, the first time I heard of it, the first thing that popped in my head was, dude, the fucking water would fly off into outer space if we were flat. Because we're spinning through space. I said the fucking water, the oceans would just tilt and pour off into outer space. That's how fucking stupid I was at it when I first heard. It's the first thing out of my mouth. I said, don't you know? Well, it's just so retarded. That was the first thing out of my mouth.
Well, I think for myself, it's like when you come to Flat Earth, you just have to be honest with yourself and what you empirically experience. Like every horizon, every time I went to the beach or every time I've been on a plane, it just looks flat from every direction. That's an honest place to start. Because if you ground yourself in that idea, all the other things are just arguments to try to wrap your head around. But if nobody you know or nobody I know has ever been to space, apparently that's where all curvature exists. It's just a story that the government's telling you about. And you can't go down the path where, governments never lie. It's like, what the hell? Come on. It's just, what can you prove for yourself? What can you know? Science is a useful tool, but a whole bunch, it's just, it opens your mind in It gets you grounded really quickly. What can you know? How can you know things? Do you have to just believe things, or can you know it? It's a big life-changing moment. That's why everybody enjoys, like, the psychological relief from when you become a flat earther. It's unforgettable. Like, when you actually make the moment say, actually, the earth is flat, it only gets better from there in every sense, in every different investigation of anything.
I mean, I kind of, looked at it as like when I was a kid and my parents just took care of the bills. That's the way I looked at the whole paradigm when I was an adult. I never really thought about it until it became an issue to talk about. And then it was not so much as me just, thinking the parents paid the bills and it's all okay. I was like, well, what the hell is this? And what the hell is that? Holy shit, they're lying.
Holy shit, what's actually happening here?
Then I was super pissed off because I came from the whole Marine Corps mindset, like government this and, blah, blah, that, justice. So I was really pissed off.
Well, that's something I kind of learned, is that once you get into the flat earth community, it's such a broad reaching, like every different type of person you're going to find here because they came to the same conclusion. It's like, I don't know. There's not a specific group of flat earthers. They're not like some sort of stereotype. They're like everyone from all parts of the world, from every walk of life. Everybody is in their own way found out, holy shit, it looks, I experience it to be flat. It looks flat. It's measurably, it just gets, I don't know. It's hard to stereotype flat earth.
No, if you think about this, think about how strange that is. That point you just made about us all finding this at the same moment in time, the same little short span of years, that we all come to this idea, whatever created it. I don't understand that.
It's time to be a flat earther. Every religion, every person, every nationality, every sort of diverse type of person that exists, you can all kind of get it at a certain point. It clicks.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that 95% of the world's population lives next to an ocean or a body of water of some sort, right? So that kind of makes me wonder, like, how it's only a matter of time before the whole world sees it, right? Because once you hear the flat earth argument and then you drive past something, you're like, wait a minute, that's 30 miles away, right?
Then you get on to, how did they know these things to begin with? Like, how did they first get any curve? How did they get the rate? How did they? It retraces you back to what you can know for yourself. You mean to tell me some guy stood on a mountain and he said the Earth is a radius of 3959? That's how he did it. He didn't know about refraction. He didn't know anything about electromagnetism. He just kind of says these things. It's like, like, oh my god. Then you just learn it more and more, piece by piece.
On the other hand, though, and I don't want to get negative, but look at like events like 9/11. Like, most of the world believes that that was misportrayed, and they got away with that.
Well, they didn't get away with it because karma's a bitch, and it will find them one day, I'm sure. Because 500,000 dead children in Iraq alone, they didn't get away with this shit.
No, really heavy price for those things.
Yeah, oh boy.
Yeah. I'm afraid they do get away with these things because, like, look at the Soviet Union, and I heard that like 150 million ethnic Russians were killed in these pogroms or whatever. And, I don't think they ever got justice, not that I ever heard of. I mean, and then generations later, Hey, I'm not Russian, but I just use that as an example. You can apply that. I heard like it happened in China too, and these other communist states.
It's happened to everyone. It's happened to every indigenous place that was ever found. were slaughtered by these same people that are still doing it right now.
I'm all for justice, you know. I'm just saying I'd be surprised if I saw it, you know.
Hey, I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
All right.
Well, maybe one day there will be justice for the Aboriginals, the natives, and the Palestinians and the like.
I don't know, man. Maybe God will sort it out someday.
Well, you know, I kind of minimize that aspect to, you know, like my home and my elderly mother. You know, I'll die on this hill. They're not going to come here and do as they please because, you know, I'm going to protect those that can't protect themselves.
Hey, amen to that, brother.
Yeah, that's what I believe. That's why I believe I'm here, actually.
Yeah, but
My son-
God ain't gonna come do anything, though. Somebody mentioned that earlier, because God, whatever it is, already did that by giving us free will. The rest is up to us.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm definitely going to be the sheepdog on my hill. And I will execute anyone who tries to harm one of these innocent ones that are under my flock. And I'm not just talking
Amen.
about my bloodline.
Amen. I mean, I can't go out and, you know, Superman the world, but I can Superman my home and those in it.
You know, I'm at my friend's house, and while both of us were out of town, some burglars came through and grabbed stuff, man. That's how terrible this. I'm sitting in this house just wondering, you know, what the hell, you know. But I just, I just put a bunch of cameras up. Say what?
I had to sit down and have turn off the TVs. Let's all have a 3-day, 5-hour family discussion, you know, about certain particular truths that I'm not going to go into great detail on live with, so that we faced Cogdis here, we faced, you know, lying governments here, so that the current thing was well understood by those I love in my home, backed up with proof instead of conjecture and cloudy, shady shit that's
Without
undefined.
emotion, especially.
Right. So they all understand it. It wasn't like, you know, I come out with some crazy conspiracy. They understand. And it's just a few and my elderly mother. So we're all on the same page, on the same book, reading the same sentence.
Yeah, that's good, man. You want to get on the same wavelength.
That's getting your house in order, man. It's a good start.
You know, I live in the country, right?
Go ahead.
Sorry, my button when I press. Anyway, I live in the country, right? And the cities, they're buying up all the real estate here in the country. A house pops up for, you know, a few days or like less than a week. It's sold already. So I'm trying to find some real estate of my own, but I can't because the people coming from the city are just buying up everything, man.
Yeah, I'm having the same issue too. I'm trying to get out of the city, and every time we try to go put an offer on a place, it's like there's already 12 other people waiting in line to buy that house and all that.
That's funny because I live in the country, and people like you are why I can't find a place around here in my own neighborhood, man. I've been here for like 10 years.
Yeah, because why would you want to live in a city right now? It's madness.
Welcome though.
I want to get the hell out so bad.
I also had the same problem now that you guys mentioned that. And you know what? It's even funnier. Did you guys hear about that thing? Came out just a few weeks back about Bill Gates buying all this insane amount of land in the U.S.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Watch out for that kind of shit too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Of course.
I think I should just get used to being landless, you know.
No, man, that's what they want.
There's still lots of property. You know
I
what's
really
sad? That the entire population of Earth could live in Texas comfortably.
I really
and
wish
grow all the
that
food in Texas too. Mm-hmm.
I hope that good people escape the city. I'm just saying it's affected me trying to find real estate in my own area, man.
Yeah, I get it.
This area has been dead. Like, nobody wanted to buy land. But like the last couple months, it's this. I can't find. When I decided,
what general area? Like just general.
Oh, I'm in Virginia.
Okay, I gotcha.
Hey, I'm not trying to hyperpopulate Kentucky, but the land value is cheap here.
I would rather live in West Virginia.
I'm considering moving back to the Midwest somewhere.
I want to live in West Virginia.
Not Texas.
West Virginia's still cheap, man.
Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri.
Well, let me just explain this little thing. The thing has been around since 2020, right? And nobody here in my town has wore a mask once, or has been pressured to wear a mask once.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna start looking for property down there.
Oh, man. I've been getting harassed by these power tripping employees, man. They keep trying to get. I have not worn one yet.
And that's exactly why I'm trying to move out of the cities, because the city, it's like you said, there's all power tripping employees.
Gotta get out.
But
yeah,
they're all a bunch of cucks. It's really freaking sick. I'm gonna have to start fighting these.
It's a little town of
That's
Owington.
what's happening.
Yeah, man. I've been harassed many times. I would say about 7, 8, 9 times, something around there. They try to get me to.
Or here they just won't serve you.
Wow.
They won't serve you.
Yeah, just
actually, it's probably been about a dozen times.
You're standing there with groceries. They won't even cash out.
Hey, I want to say land in Texas used to be like really cheap, but I think I play a lot of real-time strategy war games, and I think to myself, like, if I were to like start a war with the United States, I'd probably start it in the South, like Arizona, Florida, Texas. So I think if there ever is like a civil war, it's probably going to kick off down here, right? Because we're like the I don't fucking think so, this line and no further type of people. And maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe it's the same way up in Michigan and Ohio and other places in the Midwest.
I have no idea, but I tell you, I was in the Army. I mean, I don't know when they might strike from where, but I tell you about these power tripping employees, man. I was in the military, and these power tripping employees have never been humbled before, man. They finally got their first chance to command people, and it's amazing. You got like people at anywhere, any of these small. Whatever these grocery stores or the you can go to what are those called where you store storage unit anywhere, just then they start commanding these it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Well, the 16-year-old employee finally has power for once in his life.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's just disgusting.
I bet they're the kids that got bullied. I don't know, man.
Here's the thing: if it's private business or a private home. Like, if you come to my house and I say, put on your mask and take off the shoes, or you're not eating dinner with my family, right? You're going to do both, or you're going to turn around and go, right? Well, it's the same thing with a private business. If they want you to put on a mask, go spend your dollars somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere
That's
where
what I
they
do.
don't mind.
So I go to the
what if there's nowhere else to go, though?
Well,
yeah, some places are like that. Like, I can go to the dollar store and say anything. They're happy to have my business, but all the other stores. So I'm going to start buying everything from the dollar store. I can't get everything I need from there, though. That's the problem.
It's like here in Owington, Kentucky. There is not a store in this little town that gives two shits about a mask.
That's cool.
Well, I'm about to move there tomorrow. Dude, I'm going to start looking at real estate down there and get somebody working on that, man.
Where I'm at in this particular area, I don't have.
You just cut off a little there.
Yeah, my button keeps. Anyway, I live in like 3 different areas, but the particular country area I'm in, half of the places wear masks, but all the military vets, none of them wear a mask, and so they don't give me a problem in this particular neighborhood.
I want to go where there's zero problem with that.
Well, do you guys have an issue with because I do wear my mask and go out, just because I'm used to it at work. I have to wear it at work. But I have no problem going out wearing my mask, and it's kind of like an ironic thing, whereas I have no problem telling people, saying, hey, isn't it, without saying much more, isn't it funny that we're wearing these things? It's kind of hilarious.
But wait, let me tell you what I've learned. I saw 3 different videos from 3 different people that had these sensors, and they put a sensor that measures oxygen, and it drops from 21.5% is the atmospheric composition is oxygen, and it drops down to 17% immediately when you wear a standard surgical mask, when they put a sensor there. So if you're standing around at work for 6, 7, 8 hours wearing a mask, it's like sitting in a garage with the exhaust on,
Harmful levels. It's harmful.
Yeah, no, like I work as a manager at one of these facilities, Amazon facilities, as an operations manager. So we have a lot of people at my place that it's mandatory that they wear masks. But a lot of these guys are walking like 20 miles a day. And
oh God,
everybody's not in the same physical capability shape. So we have a lot of people that have to go to special care because they're short of breath. They have all sorts of different issues. It's
what a coincidence.
It absolutely affects people physically.
And also, they say your mouth is the dirtiest part of your body, so you have all this petri dish in the mask, man.
You have to have a clean mouth to be healthy. You have to have a clean airway.
Well, yeah.
Hey, do you guys know, Anthony Fauci? He wrote a book in like 2007, 2008. And a part of the book was talking about the Spanish flu of 2017 or 18. And he said that, and it's believed by lots of people believe this, but he said it himself. But he says that most of the deaths were actually caused by bacterial pneumonia caused by people wearing masks trying to protect the virus.
Wow.
Oh my God. The numpty that was in part, he was one of the main characters in inventing
AIDS.
If you're sick and you're wearing a mask and you're sick and you're inhaling, your body's trying to release that through
Sonny.
Getting out of you. You're trying to, but if you're just going to breathe that back in,
you're stupid.
Hey, here's another funny one.
Wait, hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
You remember that? You remember that like I remember that, the whole AIDS thing with Fauci?
Exactly. No, I have a huge book, 560-page long book that written by Peter Duesberg, and Kerry Mullis wrote the foreword. And it has a whole thing, breaks down the whole thing, basically all of the 20th century, the lies about this germ theory thing, and I won't go into much detail about the testing. How they originally did it with polio, how everything happened, the Koch's postulates, everything breaks it down, bro.
Yeah, you can't get sick from a germ. It's the chemicals, toxicity, exposure to chemicals is how you get sick. And also about once a year, everybody gets sick, usually around, peaks around January, because of spring cleaning, man. Your body kicks into spring cleaning mode. The whole thing is chemical.
You know what? I've been going out every single day, riding my bike, no matter how cold it is, and for about 3 or 4 hours. And I've been the healthiest I've been many years. Just from that. I think it's just from that.
Good idea.
Probably, yeah. Exercise is like one of the best things you can possibly do for yourself. Also, like we all know the statistic, I would imagine, with like how flu deaths have completely collapsed. Ironically, this year.
No, they've disappeared. Actually, I've heard there's no statistics for the last 2 years on the flu.
Yeah, and flu deaths are actually less in 2020 than they were deaths in total are less in 2020 than 2019, I believe. I heard.
They told you.
Another scary thing is that the 5G, how the microwave works. The microwave resonates with the water molecule in the air, and now the 5G resonates with the oxygen molecule. And what happens is it expands, and you can't absorb it in your lungs, and you get altitude sickness, and you get like brain dead by being around 5G, dude. Because it energizes like the microwave oven. It energizes oxygen.
So what you have to do, you have to throw off protective frequency.
At night.
In yourself.
I don't know about that, man.
Yeah. I think I do it.
How do you do that?
I hear them at night. I just tell I must put.
But you can actually protect your home with like the certain reflective materials.
No, I
and
think you can do it. I think you can do it with your own mind.
Oh, maybe. Do you guys remember that video from that doctor? I think maybe from California, but definitely American. He was wearing that blue doctor's shirt, and he was saying like, this doesn't represent any kind of flu or cold illness. This seems more like representative towards an altitude.
Yeah, altitude sickness.
Yeah. Do you guys remember that video? I can't remember his name right now.
I saw it.
But
no.
I think he's in Brooklyn or something, right?
He's American.
What is causing that? What is causing the effect?
He said like the illnesses he was seeing in the hospitals were more representative of like an altitude drop height sickness. Like, you know, if people drop altitude from a mountain too quickly.
That's what they're saying they have now. That's what they're saying they have now.
Well, no, this was almost a year ago now, but I don't know.
Hey, I think I saw it, and if I didn't see that, I did see a very similar one where there's a ER doctor in Brooklyn. I think it was in New York, and it was in the neighborhoods where they had the 5G rollout, which is ironic.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of that stuff quite a while ago now.
Hey guys,
when this whole thing started, it all started with a roll happening, but I don't know what.
Isn't it crazy how that whole 5G thing kind of got out of the whole?
Hey guys, sorry for interrupting. Just a little bit of moderation here. Do you guys want me to mute the YouTube bit so we can continue talking about this, or do you want to move to another room? Because I'd hate for this to be shut down.
No, I think there's new people that came in.
I'm gonna head out. It's getting too late for me, but you guys have a great night. Thanks for the conversation.
Hey, have a good night, everybody. Hey, I like as much as I like the conversation. I think we're all on a similar wavelength, so I'm good, man. You guys go ahead.
Right on. I gotta rest now. Get some rest on the flat Earth out there.
I mean, believe me, it's the last thing I want to do is like censor my people, right? But look what they're doing. Jumping through hoops, right?
Hey, you good, Hank? And I need some propane for real. I ran out of my.
Wait a minute. I heard propane. I had to come back. Can you give me that without the tank?
Yeah.
The tank is too heavy, man.
Hank brought the tank. Okay.
I don't want the tank. I just want the LP. Can't you park it over by a tree somewhere? I'm only kidding. I gotta go. Bye.
Hey, later, dude. I use a propane heater to stay warm, but it's all sold out here.
Just get the gas without the container, man. You'll be all right.
Right. You know, Hank, man, you have the best sense of humor because your voice sounds like Hank. So you just throw the picture on. It's so cool that you just take the character, man. We also got Reckoner sounds like Arnold. So he was here earlier or yesterday. I kind of think it's really him, but I shouldn't talk about that.
Reckoner, if that's really you got to put a horse in chat. He likes the horses in chat. I've noticed that.
Hey, I think it's really. I don't want to. I don't want to die him out.
Well. That was short-lived, right, Mr. Jackson? No, the real Reckoner I know would post a horse. He knows. He gets it.
A Reckoner appearance is a rare thing I've noticed. You're lucky if you're around when he appears.
When I first started coming around here, Reckoner was always the guy with the concern trolling. Hey, why are you guys being assholes? Why are you muting people?
Yeah. He's a nice dude, man.
I don't
So,
know.
like, is the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing like a joke, or does he actually sound like that?
Oh, I think it's really him because it went on, and I listen. That's why I went on there to find him talking, not in character, like just casually. Sounds exactly the same, but I just timed him out. But I mean, I think he's great. He's funny.
I just want to know the legend behind the horse.
No, it's Arnold's voice, right? You can tell it's actually Arnold's voice, but it's not Arnold. It's some guy with like, what do they call him?
Like a doppelganger's.
The voice changer.
Yeah, something like a voice changer. Well, because someone in here had talked to him and had long conversations with him when he first came into the server and said he had a very American accent, and then all of a sudden it just changed.
Oh. Well, that's his nice voice.
It's just a funny thing then. Because that's no voice changer I've ever heard of. I don't know of any voice changer that makes you sound like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Now I play a video game where not for a long time, but occasionally, and I changed my name to Satan, and I had a really dark voice changer. It's funny. It's called Rust. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Rust.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a joke,
Well, Reckoner, he's a listener. He likes to just hang out and listen, I think, most of the time.
I think what I did was I really lowered my pitch, and then I had like a small echo and stuff, and I just did that in a video game.
Pitch bend, echo, reverb. Now you're Satan. No, you did it.
Yeah.
I don't think Reckoner does that. I mean, the Arnold Schwarzenegger accent, I think he could pull it off. Most people could.
Yeah, he would have to have an amazing voice changing software thing.
Reckoner, can you let us know real quick? What's the deal, man?
I think it's his real voice. But I heard what.
Sure. This was Miss Sandwich first. This new voice changer. Good to see you.
Yeah. Hey, good to see you, bro.
Good to the chopper.
Sure. The horses say hi. Sure.
The horses say hi. Well, that's all we needed.
Sure. Don't go to the chopper. There's gun at the chopper, right? Predator shoot you if you pick up gun.
That's all kind of we needed. That's all I expected.
Get your ass to Mars.
Can we get the Predators, you son of a bitch quote?
Yeah, it's definitely not a voice changer because I've asked him to sing and he can't sing. So it makes me think it's a soundboard. He's just pressing sure and then he's typing in words.
No, I think it's really him, dude.
Man, Hank, you son of a bitch. Let Kindy sing for you. Talk to you later.
Sing Yankee Doodle Dandy, you son of a bitch.
Oh my god, thank you. That's so
I
awesome.
want to hear pitch change.
I think that's also the real Hank, dude.
Yeah, I can't tell if it's the real Arnold or if it's the real Hank.
Yeah, me either.
Here, I'll sing Yankee Doodle Dandy like I'm Arnold. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on the pony. Now you do it like me, bro. See, it's a soundboard. It's Photoshop because it has to be, right? Right, Arnold?
Reckoner's so real that you know it has to be fake.
There's no way it's a soundboard, man. This is impossible, man.
You son of a bitch.
The globe is so dead, we're just chilling.
Yep.
Well, I gotta
we killed the globe.
you guys. It's like this on pretty
Think
much.
about how many speeches Arnold's made since the 70s, how many movies he's been in. How hard would it be to make a soundboard?
Right.
since the Black Swan happened, the Globers they've really stopped coming here much, and then the pandemic happened, and they were like, we gotta flatten the curve, man.
Well, I'm glad that they tried to start flattening that curve. They should have been doing it for a while. They should have been doing that the whole time.
I think we flattened that curve, man, and then they ran that on the news after we did that with the Black Swan, man.
Yeah, the first time I heard the news say flatten the curve, I said, "Oh, fuck you."
Yeah,
did you hear them say? They'll say, I legit remembered them saying on a news, like a huge broadcasting channel, say, "The Earth is flat. We're flattening the curve." It was such a bizarre way to sneak flat Earth in there. I was like, "What? That's a little bit of a stretch." But what a strange, I don't know. Strange time.
It is strange. And you remember that quote from Hillary Clinton where she wants to talk about like shattering the
glass ceiling.
The glass ceiling, yeah. I always thought that was weird.
Obama talking about flat Earth society. It's like, come on. Why are you guys talking about this shit? Why are you guys the ones bringing it up? Come on.
Yeah.
It's like everyone. They're obsessed. I think everybody, in a sense, is some way or another obsessed with flat Earth. Either ironically or unironically. They just...
I mean, it's like when the Truman Show came out, and all of us can agree, when it came out, we were all watching it going, wow, this is a good movie. But now it's like, boy, there's a lot of piss in my face.
It's part of the technique. I think they could only really get off to it unless they tell you a little bit of truth with the bullshit. But it's like they have to remind you flat Earth, and it's kind of like they're going out of their way at this point. Like,
I think it's mockery.
Yeah, it's definitely mockery.
Yeah.
They're definitely like, haha, shatter the glass ceiling. Even, oh boy, I mean, there's just so many movies.
I believe it's mockery too, but there's another aspect to it too. Like, I'm not a Satanist, but supposedly in Satanism, there's this aspect of it called white magic, where if you're going to like put like, I don't know, a spell or try to harm someone, you have to like you have to warn them first, so they like spiritually have the ability to protect themselves, like they say metaphysically or whatever.
Yeah, and maybe if they don't resist, it's like consent or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Something like that. If you notice them, if you give them a notice, I mean.
I don't really get it, but I think they believe that. I think.
Yeah. I think it's probably faulty, but they may believe that, you know.
Well, it's a form of mockery, I think, at minimum. At minimum, they're going to be laughing at you as they try to pull it off. But it's like they do it so often. It's like, okay, you guys are all pulling from the same book or something. Like, if you hated flat Earth so much, why is it always seemingly brought up in every different which way? Why is YouTube popping off with anti-flat Earth? Why is Obama and pretty much every person in the mainstream narrative talking about flat Earth? It's like, you're actually helping grow flat Earth by how much you talk shit about it, right?
You want to know the scariest thing is they spent, I forgot how many billions with a B, they spent several $1 billion in the Air Force budgeted to have people on the internet battling the flat Earth. Like, I guess they call it flat Earth, dissent, whatever, but they have Air Force soldiers are behind computers, and there's billions of dollars of these people. I bet you that maybe all these dudes on all these Globers that never quit, they might all work for the Air Force.
Yeah, totally. Have you ever heard about Pro-Intelliquo?
I've seen news articles about it.
Yeah.
It's a very real thing. Yeah, Pro-Intelliquo. Look it up, man. They've been doing that since like the 70s or something. They're like infiltrating all our little research programs and basically just like screwing with our heads.
Well, they do that. They do that very publicly. I think everybody on this channel specifically, because we're well into it, but you're going to go on YouTube. Anytime you type in flat Earth, it's going to be someone who's kind of a quote-unquote expert about flat Earth, and they'll tell you all about what flat earthers think. Like what a joke that is. I think they're paid and they get a lot of just different kind of advertisement. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I really think that the military, and I was in the military, and I think most of the military thinks they're on a sphere, but I think a lot of the Air Force is fully aware. But anyway, I think they have like, I think they really do have tons, like endless soldiers, like trying to battle the flat Earth, dude. Because that's why they're so illogical and emotional. I mean, they just act like you'll win a debate with them, and the next day they forget everything. You know, and act like they never heard anything, any of your points before. You know, it's like. And the thing is, I've seen these news articles. They're getting billions of dollars to do this. And they showed pictures of, in these articles, they showed pictures of these camouflage dudes sitting in front of computer screens. It's like Air Force spends billions of dollars, the budget, on battling flat Earth. So I think that most of these globers are working for the ones that, you know, that. You know what I mean? They keep forgetting the black swan like it never happened, and they keep saying refraction, a multiplier beyond the geometric curve, and it's just ridiculous. You know, the whole thing makes no sense. I think they work for the Air Force.
I'll tell you how it makes sense, man. They fucking threaten your family and you, and then you're like, well, what do you care more about, like your little movement here, or you and your family getting killed?
Well, I don't know if they go that far.
Well, hold on. It does. Hold on. ET is right. I think that was ET that said it, but they do go that far. Like I've noticed, a lot of people are into doxing. I've noticed they try to do that with Bev. I don't know if you guys know Bev, but a lot of people in Flat Earth community, there are a specific type of people that come into these communities that are all about. It's really toxic, man, and you got to be careful with it because it's like, if you didn't like Flat Earth, if you thought it was all bullshit, why would you possess yourself with it so much every single day?
Yeah.
And I can name like 10, 15 people that are quote unquote globers that show up every single day. Just
every day, man. Yep. Like they're getting paid.
You're not only embarrassed every single time we get into the debate, you kind of like, dude. I mean, I don't know. It's their personal hell, or they're paid, or something.
They're getting paid, dude. Yeah, I told you. I've seen these news articles. Billions of dollars. I'm telling you, they're getting paid. And now here's what I think. I think the big reason, I don't know why they did this the last few hundred years, but I think the big reason is that it's propaganda for like to other. Like that, America, we have space weapons and stuff, right?
There's a lot of investment. They're protecting their investment, I think.
Like Cold War propaganda. You're right, yeah, and protect the investment. The Cold War propaganda.
If I had a multi-million-dollar organization and I was trying to get private budget Department of Defense funding in the U.S., I would be sending lobbyists that are saying, hey, this is how much people love our ideas. But the counterintuitive process would be to say, listen, there's a lot of people that are shit talking my space airship ideas about helium balloons and stuff. So I mean, it's got to be there has to be, and I'm not going to give a figure onto it, but there's definitely people out there just to fucking shit on flat Earth.
The first flat earthers we were debating against in like 2015, they were like the scummiest of people, right? Like there was this one guy, MMA artist, something. Well, listen to what I'm saying. MMA artist guy. He was a guy who had a picture of an avatar with Monsanto on the shirt, like representing Monsanto out of companies. And he told me that he dreamed about going to the United States and working in a think tank. You know, and I was like, oh my god, like this dude is such a nasty dude. And one day, it was 9/11. I was on Andrea Sensi's channel, and I was talking about 9/11. You know, so I was truthing about 9/11. And he fucking come on there and interrupted me and started talking about how Tower 7 was, you know, a piece of shit building and it was meant to come down and all kinds of bullshit.
Yeah, no, it's like, everybody in Flat Earth that I've experienced is usually an honest and skeptical, a critical minded. They're usually going to want to refer to science only in the sense that they could use it to really try to figure shit out from a reasoning standpoint. The more you debate Globers, or people that I'm sure you guys know too, is that they're not really here to be doubtful. They're really just towing the line and saying, you guys don't know this. And it's like, we already know this. But why are you putting that much effort to convince us this shit? That's where it's
man.
weird.
After hanging out here for a little while, I've come to the conclusion that they're all getting, or I don't know, I overgeneralize, but I'd say at least most of them are getting paid. I mean, when you go over to like the Globe server, they sound like a bunch of junior enlisted punks or something. They're just there every single day, and it's like a brand new memory wipe. They forgot all the points we made the previous day, and then they're so degenerate with their jokes. It's like being in the military. They're very crude, vulgar humor, and they have the actually worst Discord server I've ever been to. Is because I'm not talking about individuals, but when I go to these Globe servers, the jokes are so vulgar, man. I mean, and it's endless, and they would laugh that I'm complaining like this, like that, and I'm not even like some holy rolling, super conservative. I'm just saying, like, the jokes are not fun. When you just try to think of the most profane, dumbest thing you could think of, it's not fun. But that's the kind of joking around is in the junior enlisted,
Yeah.
I think it's a bunch of Air Force soldiers.
I completely agree. I pop in there about like once a month just to see what the hell they're talking about. And I feel like I lose about 10 IQ points every time.
It's like being around a bunch of 20-year-olds. Bunch of 20-year-olds sitting behind computers, probably for the Air Force. Is what most plausible thing.
Well, that's why I very much enjoy going on to like a lot of Flat Earth debate Discords and YouTubes and channels and every sort of different things, because when you actually get into it with these guys, not only do they they don't even know enough to know where the Flat Earth is even arguing from, but like you said, Smurf, you're absolutely right. They're so toxic and so like possessed by the thought that they don't even want you to think these things, and that's kind of weird. That's just a strange. You should be encouraging open-minded skepticism and critical thought. Why are you anti me thinking these things at all? That's just fucking strange,
I was over there, and another dude was talking, and they said to him, it's so dangerous because what if you told a kid the Earth was flat? Is what he told, and they said, what if you told? And then they went on about the children, and we can't let you be saying the Earth's flat because think of the children. Dude, like what the hell?
Hopefully there's people here that do tell their children about Flat Earth.
Don't let them hear you say that.
Philosophical ideas, right, about our cosmology. But it's okay to go to Iraq and bomb like 500,000 children to death, right? That's okay.
Right. Dude, they act like they gotta save the children from Flat Earth, but like they don't care about like drag queen out or LGBT whatever stuff. But we gotta save the kids for Flat Earth, dude.
See, here's the deal. They're not really concerned about children, right? They're concerned about the children that they're going to create in the future that are going to be trolling us because
Did you say children?
He says children.
I heard that too.
The children that they're going to brainwash because, in 18 years, they're going to be like on the websites or whatever, like trolling the fuck out of people.
And you hear them here too. You hear them when they come in here. Immediately they don't fucking care. They're fucking lost. But the actual point of Flat Earth is to capture their. Hold on. Have you thought about it? Consider it. That's harder for kids to think these days.
I'm only here because I realized the Earth must be flat, like 99%, several years ago. But I came here because I just wanted to talk to other people that were aware of it. And then I became 100% sure it's flat. But anyway, with the Black Swan helps. But But dude, I came here and just to talk to others, but these Globers, they attack us. I mean, I think most of us might be here for the same reason that I'm here, and the Globers are always on this offensive. I'm like, well, dude, if 98% of people think that is a globe, then why do they attack us so much? I mean, I don't get it. You know what I mean?
Isn't it ironic that flat earthers are the ones saying, "Hey, what about science? What about skepticism?"
Yeah, that's another one.
Reason. Why is it?
That's a really good
fucking flag bearers anymore.
Dude, yeah, people. The Globers come here and get schooled on scientific everything, all the above. They don't know what logical fallacies are, or anything. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's like they do these same arguments. They say like refraction, for example, and then like people here say, what are the different kinds of and stuff? And they're like, well, are you saying that light now bends with gravity around the thing to make it just measure flat? But it's just ridiculous, man. But they come here and get schooled on science, dude, and they act like we're the anti-science people, man.
I want to know where they're all coming from. Like this constant
I think it's the Air Force. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was done. I just said I don't know where I just was curious as to where they.
Well, it's probably the Five Eyes, right? The Five Eyes probably have. Right, we're talking about the military and intelligence industrial complex. They probably have like these programs where they take black budget money, where they sold heroin to the inner city kids. Right? And then they take that money and give it to the college kids who are, buying the pot, and they don't get arrested or anything because they're in college, right? And they, say, hey, why don't you go troll the fuck out of these flat earther kids, and we'll put some zeros in your bank account every month.
Yeah. It's tragic. I only laugh because it's so ridiculous, but it's tragic, man.
That would explain why they all appear to be highly dumb. No, uninformed. I mean,
yeah, I really think they're a bunch of junior enlisted Air Force dudes, man. That's my theory. I don't know that, dude. I'm not saying it's like that, but that's what I really think. My gut.
Well, it's even more disturbing. Imagine if there's some bad actors in this room who are pretending to be on our team. You ever thought about that?
That's been my suspicion since the beginning. In 2015, had people in there just screaming the earth is flat, like over and over again, not making any points or valid, arguments. And I'm 100% sure.
The earth is flat.
That was my first intention. I've been here for almost a year now, and the first thought that I had, and it was kind of naive, and I probably just didn't understand enough, but I had this very strong sneaking suspicion that there was a couple few people who were like, nah, just something was off. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you can always be a certain amount of suspicious, or that's maybe just a protective kind of defense thing. But
you know what?
Yeah.
What's funny is of how they try to present us as. I'm sorry, it's always backwards because they act like we just believe it's flat but really we're the most skeptical people in the world, Our skepticism is how we figured it out. Another thing is they think we're all radical Christians or something. I'm Jewish, but they think we're all radical Christians or something. I'm like, dude, we're just really skeptical people, okay? And it does happen to say in the Bible that it's flat, so that's ironic, but it also says that in every other culture before whatever recently.
Well, the Bible, I know here's the thing, I left it because there's a lot of atheist ballers type people, right? I don't think that's just coincidental. I think there's a lot of reasons behind that.
Yeah.
Space nihilism.
It's the same way with the anti-sovereigns, right? Those are the people who are, anti so-called sovereign citizen, which is a made-up weaponized term that you should never call yourself. But yeah, the anti-sovereign movement, they're all the same way, like atheists, you know.
Well, like what I like, because I think maybe I don't know if anybody can relate to this one, but before I got into flat Earth, I was super into space, and then the more you're into space you get, the more atheistic and the more pointless, and it's just a whole.
Yeah, I was the same way.
It's like this is just meaninglessness after a while. Give me a fucking break. Are you kidding?
But the more I got into space, I detected how fantastical and it's hard to discern the space fiction from the reality. And then I realized it's all space fiction, and that's when that's what really pushed me towards flat Earth. Is I found out it's all fake, you know. And then I started taking the flat more seriously, you know.
Well, that's the thing that I was leading up to. You don't really need Christianity or Judaism or any sort of religion to ground yourself in the premise of just saying that fucking space documentary cartoon was kind of bullshit.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah,
look flat. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude,
you don't need anything. But it helps though to have a religious background. But you don't need a religious background to say the Earth is fucking flat. That's empirical fact.
I was on the same trajectory as you. I was becoming increasingly more like, I guess you could call it agnostic or atheist. But found out the Earth was flat, and then I was like, if the Earth is flat, well, I've been lied to, and the liars keep pushing atheism. So you know, these scientists, the priests of scientism, I call them. You know, they're pushing atheism hard, man, with the space spin.
Atheism, scientism. Evolution, all that shit goes hand in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I found that out during. Yeah, I found that out, man. You're absolutely right. I figured all this out with skepticism. You know, I was just saying, you label us as a bunch of.
You were so skeptical, you found God.
There you go. Yeah,
they try
man.
to trick you into the other way around, like, oh, be skeptical.
Exactly.
And no God. It's like, well, that kind of doesn't make sense. I'm not a. Come on. Give me a break.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. I just became increasingly skeptical of everything as time went, and I found out, oh, the space thing's so fake. That was the first thing for me. It's like, this, you know, that's obviously fake
Warping
stuff.
Space time, bro. Come on, you didn't buy that.
Well, I got into the space video games, and I saw the documentaries when I was a kid. Even as a kid, I thought, well, this is really fantastical, man. But, you know, I thought, wow, they really figured all this stuff out, you know, but, you know, like, you know, the Big Bang and all that stuff. Man, they just made all that up, dude.
Well, that's the direction they kind of push you to. Like, okay, if you're in space, okay, stars are kind of cool. Supernovas are hella
flashy colors, man.
Rays are badass. Super quasars, all that shit.
It's like a psychedelic trip.
You're like, okay, where's all this shit coming from? And then
I
you
think
find out
it's
really quickly it's just a belief system that they make.
I think the people that are big behind designing this or engineering it, I think they do a lot of psychedelic trips, because that's what basically you're describing, all the flashy colors and stars and stuff.
It's all that shit. Every single color, every single different, but it's so empty. That's what really hit home with me. It's such an empty. It's like
it's like the bottomless pit.
That's the emptiness of it.
Have you heard of the bottomless pit?
Only in the Christian context, I've heard.
Yeah, they say, like, you know, Abaddon or something, you know, that the devil, whatever, the devil, I don't know, I mix them all up, but they got locked down there in the bottomless pit, and the last several months or year or something, I just can't get that out of my head. Anytime I think of space, and any and every time I think of this bottomless pit.
Well, there's cool things like I don't know. I don't really like to link a lot of my flat Earth beliefs to any sort of religion, but when I think,
I don't do that deliberately. It's just a pattern I noticed.
Well, no, I mean,
yeah, but a pit is down, right? And then space, and
that's what
there is no down.
Hank,
sorry, go ahead, Rick.
No. I want you to jump in, because I don't know if you guys. Whenever I look up into the sky, they used to just call that heaven. I still think that's, for lack of better terms, heaven, right? but there's a bottomless pit below us. But I don't think below us is fucking Australia or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no sense of direction unless you're basing yourself on a flat, stationary creation world. That it's just, dude, they kind of changed it all.
Yeah. You want to stay grounded, man. It's a static seriousness. Like you want to, the world's not wobbling and moving, fluctuating speeds. The world is still, man. It really helps me calm down.
Generations, we all used to think heaven was something above us. Now they're saying, oh, relative to what? Relative to something else? It's like gravity is just pointing all things to the center of the earth. And the Bible, I know, talks about a bottomless pit under the earth, and heaven is above.
Yeah.
If you live on a bottomless pit can't be heaven. And they do all, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think like that too. I see what you mean. Yeah. I'm saying
they bastardized the very nature of the creation.
Down is up.
Yeah.
They fuck it up. They completely and purposely mix the two between each other.
They're trying to make everything relative to make our morality relative.
They're making it meaningless. They're getting rid of the purpose of the beauty of when I look up into the sky, I'm actually seeing heaven. That's what every fucking ancestors thought.
All the world's a stage, we're important. Everyone in the world's important, but they want us to think we're insignificant little specks of dust on a cosmic accident. It makes no sense, though. They say that if nothing became a big bang, and then every direction away from that, still going near the speed of light. They say that galactic core is moving near the speed of light away from this big bang of nothing, and yet still the galaxy, the planets coalesced, and it's all nonsense.
Smurf, it's all kind of weird. We don't really understand it. Gravity makes things.
Remember they told us that if you could move towards the speed of light, time would slow down? Motherfucker, we almost are going near the speed of light.
Yeah.
Everything is. Wouldn't it be?
No. It's total nonsense.
That is crazy. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid and they used to say if you could fly out into space far enough and come back, you would come back 50 years before,
time travel, man.
Now that I think about that sounds insane.
Well, isn't everything moving at the speed of light, including all of us who are in the sun? We're all.
They say the galactic core is, and they say the sun is moving 455 million miles an hour around that, while the galactic core is going near the speed of light away from the Big Bang, is what they say. Yeah.
The coolest part of flat Earth that I've recognized I've been into flat Earth for maybe almost 2 years now. But over the past year,
welcome.
Well, it's cool to see. Okay, if they believe all these speeds and differentials, how do they prove that? No glober that you'll ever ask.
They made it all up, dude.
Demonstrate that shit. They don't know how to do that shit. They're just
There's no way, dude. There's no point of reference, or I don't know.
They don't know. Listen, ask a glober how he knows anything about his model. That is a one-way trip into a fucking. It's
they memorize.
Just
the globers, they memorize.
And you'll be a flat earther.
They just regurgitate programming, and they don't have any critical or independent thought. They don't have any independent thought, dude.
They're just reciting to you. That's why we call it a religion, is because we know that it's not. Their thoughts are not their own. If it was their own, they could prove to. How did you get that idea in your head? You're reciting.
And when we bring up math, they can't figure it out. And math is not my strong point. If I sit down and patiently, I figure it out, and I'm like the black swan, the horizon is behind the rigs when it should be with a multiplier in front of it.
No.
You know what I find even another interesting point that I don't hear discussed much? Isn't it interesting how they somehow work this into the educational curricular system?
Yeah, and then they want to talk about kids. And even,
how the hell did they pull that one off?
I heard it's only been going on since around the 1900, like turn of the century is when it really got in the schools, really.
Well, that's why
it was a program where they started off just doing it with the Native Americans. So they kind of stole the children from the Native Americans, and then it was like everybody had to do it. And people were actually forced to go into the public school system, and a lot of people that weren't smart enough, because basically think about it, before women's lib, the mother raised the children, the guy did the provisions, and the woman was the nurturer, provider and nurturer, symbiotic relationship. After women's lib, right, the state raised all the children because, the woman was working, right? Especially when you had like World War II and the women were like forced to work because, apparently they needed to kill the Nazis, right? They weren't just trying to kill some of them, they were trying to kill a lot of them. And that takes a lot of bombs and a lot of bullets, and they had to be shipped out. And you got to put the women to work, right? That way the state can raise the children.
Well,
yeah, it makes sense in an evil way, man.
Listen. So I mean, we don't need to get too historical, but the Catholic Church, specifically the Jesuits, whenever they went to a new territory to spread Christendom, what they did in South America or Philippines or somewhere foreign to the Vatican, essentially,
university,
they would have the priest go in with a globe. And they would spin the globe and walk into the village and say, "Listen, we know so much about the universe. Let me tell you all about it."
Whoa.
And that would indoctrinate and confuse them because they already had a philosophy that they were ready to indict these people by.
Dude, I believe it.
Specifically, are the ones that really did push a lot of the shit.
What you just said really fills in a lot of blanks, dude. I didn't read that anywhere, but I believe
that's how they introduced themselves when they did the Crusades, for example, or any sort of Jesuit pilgrimage. They went into new lands with the globe. The priest would go in first to say, "Listen, we're here to tell you all about." They would entrap them into this ideology.
I believe it, dude.
Yeah,
when they set up
spinning the globe, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Have you heard of the Irish monks? They set up monasteries, and I think like the Vatican copied them like a couple centuries or so later, and then they set up these universities.
That's what they would do. Catholic churches everywhere.
And hey, I'm not Irish, by the way. I'm not Irish, but like the Irish monks, there's a lot of. I'm not at all Irish. There's a lot of history where they set up monasteries and they were developing land, agriculture. They were helping people. And the Vatican would inspect them, and after like a couple centuries or so, they copied them, but really it was after Copernicus they really went into high gear
after that. Yeah,
they started most universities, the older ones, like were started by the Catholic Church, I think so.
Specifically the Jesuits, the cult of of Jesus, which is that's a weird way of describing globalism. But unfortunately, these Catholics were the ones that come from a long line of Copernicus, Tycho Brahe, unfortunately Galileo. There's a lot of, but all these guys are really Catholic missionary groups that actually went out and did crusades and missionary work. And they do it the same way they do today, unbelievably or not. They talk you into it.
The Crusades is kind of a different time period. Sorry for correcting you. 1200, right? And these kind of crusades were a different kind of crusade. This was like an educational takeover.
Right. We're talking about the Renaissance.
I'll show you more.
Well, no. Hank, you're exactly right. The Catholic Church has been around for thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
And they've done a lot of different doctrinal changes throughout those thousands of years. The Jesuits came much later, and they found a very, I don't want to call it psychologically possessing way of doing this shit, but they found it through the globe, absolutely. And science. What a joke that science is to these guys.
I got a friend who's homeless, and the Catholic Church took care of him. really well. So he tells me, like it's just the people obsessed with worldly stuff at the top, like any institution, which I think is like the Jesuits are up there at the top.
Yeah, man, I can't answer for these guys. They've been on some shit for a while now.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
You know how pyramid scheme works, though. You kind of test people, right? And the people that are not psychopaths or sociopaths, you put them like in the fundraiser stuff. So the motorcycle thing has like people that are just there to take care of fundraising, and then they got like the badass dudes who are like the right hand enforcer, right? It's just like that with the Masons or with the Jesuits. There's always going to be like, gang member type shit going on by one group of people, and the other group of people are doing like philanthropy and all sorts of nice stuff for good cause.
Hey, that's very realistic. That's probably exactly how it works.
I think so too. And then they have their military hitman. Don't forget about that group.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that was the enforcer arm I was talking about. Right?
Do you guys know the largest cartels in Mexico is like the Knights Templar cartel and the Knights Hospitaller cartel and these other, I forget what they all are. They're all similar themed, most of these large cartels in Mexico, if you go look them up, dude, I think it's connected.
Sorry, Hank, you said that they use a lot of sociopathic people. You're goddamn right on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I believe it.
Even today.
Absolutely.
Like the science communicator role. You got the TV show type, massive audience type of heads.
You know what's disturbing about some of these people? You have like high IQ sociopathics who have ill intent, and they're smarter than most people. That's really disturbing to me.
Usually pretty manipulative and not good people.
I like to think of myself like the anti-psycho because I'm not a psycho. I feel bad. I feel for people. I got empathy. But like if some crazy psycho dude was trying to get me, man, I wouldn't hesitate, dude. Bang bang. I wouldn't. I'm like a light switch, dude. But I got empathy.
The true sociopathic person would ease you into it in some way that they think that they can manipulate you from.
Yeah.
Which is do with TV show cartoon type footage of, oh, listen, here's what we knew, and we knew this because they're gonna deliver it in such a twisted way that it's gonna be convincing, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're really excellent manipulating.
How do you know this? Where did you get this shit from? Why are you telling me it? Yeah, it's a game.
I'm always on guard for these. And the reason why is because the culture has been like they push like psychopathic or whatever I don't know how to explain it. It's Hollywood, so a lot of people who may not be like biologically crazy, they've been conditioned by psychopaths, you know what I mean, to be crazy. And I mean a lot of regular people, because of Hollywood programming, you know what I mean?
When they say like people who have been abused in their past, they end up turning to abuse people in their adulthood.
That's a great example, exactly. And people are being abused from the just the damn television and the music and stuff can be abusive on their minds.
From the I don't want to say lower income. I don't want to say anything specific. Either they're sexually abused, income abused, something educationally wise, some sort of traumatic incidents.
Yeah, trauma. It's just trauma.
They play off trauma. Why would they not? Of course they do. They're trying to.
Well, what you're saying, it makes sense because they're traumatizing the youth through the television, dude.
Well, from what I've understood, and let me ask you guys this one because I think I would benefit from hearing you guys on this one. If I was to have a couple kids, like a daughter and a son, I would tell them absolutely, hey, the Earth is flat. I want you to remember this, and I want you to hold on to that as the truth. When I send that kid off to school, they're gonna hear the direct opposite of that shit. You know what?
Yeah.
So that's gonna divide my family from the get go. But I have to send my kid there, or I could homeschool him. But I've sort of alienated my child just by me passing down what I thought I want them to know.
Not true. So I've got, because I've got 6 godkids, mate, and at the minute they're going to school, like lots of kids, and in it, bruv. In science class, been like, well, shut the fuck up, teacher. The Earth's flat, and all the other kids are like, yes, bro. They're all like, trust me, bro. Trust me, mate. It's happening, mate. People don't realize how much this shit's hitting.
Yeah,
it's like, you know, my goddaughter, she went to school, and they even they fucking had to get hold of the parents. You know, my cousin and that. They're like, yeah, the Earth's flat.
The Earth is fucking
Trust me,
flat.
and there was like
gas
7
pressure
kids
without
in
a
that
container.
That's
mate, there was
pretty
7 kids
badass.
in that
But
same room. 7 kids in the same fucking classroom out of a group of 28 students. Mate, that's like nearly a third.
Crack,
Nice.
come on. You gotta be worried about your child when you think they're gonna get picked on. Of course.
Yeah, like it's that crack villain. That's very badass. But I mean, like,
yeah,
you have to like be careful again about like what you tell children, because like you can't give them adult truths when they're like 5 years old, because that could also traumatize.
Depends on the kids, but I don't think any other kids are gonna. I don't think other kids will pick on them for not agreeing with the globalist propaganda. If anybody will pick on them, it'd be the teacher.
Well, that's the thing. That's where they learn it from. Kids will learn to pick on the flat earther child because the teacher says you don't get it. The fuck the teacher.
Yeah.
The fucking teacher doesn't get it. What are you gonna tell my kid?
In the UK, because here when you go to school, it's to be rebellious. So anything that you can do to go against the
exactly. That's what I was trying to say, man. That's what I was saying, crack villain. That's what I.
Yeah, you're right. Definitely. Well, that's how it's working here. In America, I don't know how it's working though. I don't know. But here, the other kids are like, yeah, fuck me, what? I can spout off this stuff instead and not have to fucking
crack villain. You're talking like a. Hold on. You guys are talking like guy. You can't send a little girl to school and have her just fucking argue with the teacher about flat Earth.
Well, she did it.
He did it off her own back.
We didn't even tell her about it. She found it on her phone. She didn't, mate. She found it on her phone anyway. We didn't. I've never spoke to her about flat Earth.
Her granddad was flat Earth, that's why she did it.
Exactly.
Well, if you're gonna raise a kid in the flat Earth, you better be goddamn sure you're there with her the whole fucking ride. All right, because she's a lot of shit. So you better be there.
Well, once you go flat, you don't go back there.
Help her out or him out.
Her granddad.
It's funny, isn't it? Sing Cleanser. Sing Cleanser's clearly never met a British female before. If they're gonna need some kind of support.
You know, I don't have any kids, but I just had an idea. If you explain that Earth is flat, you might help prepare them to trust their own senses instead of trusting delusions.
Well, I'm worried about the kid and the social shit. You know, if the teacher's shitting on you, I could say the teacher doesn't know shit. Fuck the teacher. And she could get some good shit at home, but she's worried about boys and social groups, and the teacher's gonna fucking clown. You know what I mean? There's a social construct with this shit.
Well, you gotta teach. You gotta
my kids on that one front too. Absolutely.
Tell right.
Yeah,
right,
you don't.
right,
I mean, that's gonna be.
Tell me what's gonna happen.
Well,
you don't want your children.
So say I say my little girl. She goes.
Don't be a bitch.
No. Say I send my 6th grade girl. She goes to science class and says, "There's no fucking measurement of curvature." The teacher's gonna say all sorts of crazy shit. The kids are gonna be like, "Okay, this girl's being weird. She failed her test. I know. I'm gonna have to be the one that encourages her." And I don't know if she's gonna have the social network to.
I think the opposite would happen.
You're obviously not much of a flat earther than I am. Come on.
You know what I'm fucking saying.
Hold on. You just teach your children.
We've got to have a bit of sympathy.
Just go and lie to your kids. Lie to your kids, guys. It's good. It's good for you.
But there's
you get social credit.
Bruh,
gonna
there's a
encourage
third
my
option.
goddamn kids.
Guys,
Hey,
there's
let
a
me-
third option, yeah?
let me say
what
this.
you can do...
Let Crypto
you can,
speak. Hello.
You can say
Crypto.
to the kids... Yeah, cheers, man. There's a third option, and there might even be a fourth option. You can say to the kid, look, here's what's true, but they'll
Here's what
teach
you
you
gotta put in.
this. You can get in ahead of it, and you can teach
cool.
both. You could say, they'll teach you this at school, but it's wrong, and here's why. Yeah? So instead of just saying, oh, the Earth's flat, and you send them in unprepared, in which
you don't
what
do that.
Sinclair's has said absolutely would happen, then you can mitigate that.
I want to hear
Yeah,
that.
here. Can I
have to
say?
protect.
can
Hold
I
on,
say-
Crypto. Hold on. One sec. Jenkins, you after Crypto. What I'm saying is that my kid is going to be against the teacher, and when my kid comes back, I'm going to have to protect. I'm saying no. You're absolutely right. I told you everything right. But they're gonna. I don't want to alienate my kid in that way. But when I send my kid off to them, I'm letting them get some sort of authority over my child. Fuck that. They don't have authority over my child. And I don't want them to fill their head with all this bullshit. But I have to protect my child. But they're going to be... I'm willingly send them away to hear some bullshit.
Hey, what if the tables were turned?
I'm
man?
saying that, right?
Please, let me.
No,
let me
I
say
hear
this.
you.
Please.
It's a fucking struggle.
Let me,
Hey, what would the Globers say if?
Can I?
Guys, one at a time.
Please, and then I'll shut up. I promise. But did you hear what I was saying, Sinclair? Like, you don't have to teach them the whole globe model. You just say they will tell you it's a globe. Here's why it's wrong. At least you've prepared them instead of just going, "Oh, by the way, the Earth's flat," and then they turn up to school and then they're like, "Oh yeah, it's a globe." Then they feel like you betrayed them because you didn't tell them. Right, so you prepare them, and you say, right, they will tell you this, but it's nonsense, and here's why.
But there's going to be...
Here, let me. Can I please?
Go ahead, Jenkins.
Come
Yeah,
on.
go ahead.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. So you're going to teach your child the Earth is flat, right? But you're
Absolutely.
also going to want to teach them not to be polarized because some people are going to think the Earth is a sphere. So you teach them not to be polarized on either side. And then if the teacher brings up something and you say, "Okay, here's the curvature rate," you can tell the teacher as she responds. Once you hear what she says, you point out the logical fallacies in what she says. Yet you speak
I
from
can't
a
be there to hold her
non-polarized.
hand, man.
You don't speak from the Earth being a flat point. You speak from a non-polarized point where you don't believe either one. That's what you teach your children.
Listen, if I send my child, and she's a girl, right? If I send my daughter to school, she's going to be alienated, even if she asks it. She's going to be socially fucking attacked. Unfortunately, from everything I want to protect her from, that's going to happen, man. I know that it's my job to help out, but
Hey,
it's
let me
going to happen.
make a comment.
Don't let her say it then out loud. Teach her not to talk about it. Teach her not to be polarized.
She's going to write
about
it down on her test.
Hey,
that's for
listen
sure.
to this, guys.
Just
Wait there. By
consider
the time your kid goes to school and he's even able to talk about this, it's going to be half the kids in the fucking class are going to be FE.
Yeah,
It's right now.
That's right. I think. Now, hey, I want to say, imagine if
I don't have any kids,
had no
I
problem.
don't have any fucking
My
kids.
goddaughter, listen, my goddaughter got bullied by the teacher. The other kids stuck up for her. She had no problems. 7
that's
children out
reality,
of
dude.
28.
Hey, what if the tables were turned and we all know the Earth's flat here, but what if the Earth actually, like, let's say it was a globe, like hundreds of years ago, and like what your family knew the truth and everyone just thinks it's flat. I mean, what would you do? You'd be like, hey.
I'd protect my children. I'd tell them
How's
when
it
I
gonna
know.
polarize it? It could polarize someone cool, but people are fucking dicks then. If they are willing to bully you, ridicule you because you think something different, then fuck all those people anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, forgive them and love them.
If you have children, tell them the Earth is flat. It's your duty, absolutely, to even get that in your mind so that they can think of it. You
Or
may not
just tell 'em-
remind them if you can. They'll never forget it. The Earth is flat. That's all you need to do, I think. But
no,
Tell them to love and forgive them that think differently than them, and don't.
The best thing
consider
that
them
was said was
different.
what Jankus said. Listen, wait there. What Crypto and Jankus said is the best way of doing it. Make them say it from a point of objectivity. Get them to point out the logical fallacies and what the teacher says, and withhold the information based on the situation. They don't have to come out and be like, "Oh, I'm FE" and all that shit, do they? They don't have to say that stuff. They just say what?
Crack filling.
Yeah.
What if you have a kid? Hold on, shush. What if you have a kid crack filling? I'm saying in your future, in our lifetime, you send your kid to school, he or she flunks the fucking test because it wasn't a globe.
Man,
what are you gonna do?
I'm being honest here, right?
You're
My
gonna want to
kids will
fucking
never.
email the
Wait there,
teacher?
wait there. You're asking me a question. My kids will never go to a school in this country. I can assure you.
Okay. What are you gonna homeschool?
Yeah, can I say something real fast?
Yeah,
you know,
go ahead.
I brought it up to my kids, right? And I wasn't teaching it to them. I was just like, hey,
You
what
don't
do you
have
think,
to, yeah.
right? Yeah, and so I asked my oldest, what do you think about the flat Earth? And my oldest goes, it's funny that you say that, because when I was like 4 years old, I thought the Earth was flat. And I thought it all the way up until I went to school, and they told me otherwise.
Wait there, Crypto. Did you fail your globe? Crypto, did you fail your exams? Your globe exams?
Well, I mean, I thought it was a globe when I was like 12, so.
No, but did you fail your globe exams?
No. I never had any.
Well, hold
Yeah,
on.
exactly. So-
Crack, come on.
What?
Everybody got into
Nate.
flat Earth. Come on.
It was more the theory of relativity and special
Nate,
relativity.
I wasn't taking that at 12 either.
I believed in the
believe it
fucking
was a
globe
globe.
when I was 20 something.
Crack never really bought into it.
Well,
Man, I
hold on.
never
We got
did.
a new generation coming up, and we're gonna be raising kids, you guys. When they're going through
Dude,
school.
I never believed the Earth was really a globe or any of that shit. Anyway.
Well,
so-
I believed it was at one time. I think a lot of people did, and that's
not
the
saying it
problem. I was taught by these motherfuckers that it was a globe. That's why I'm
Yeah, so
pissed.
was I. And I didn't believe it really.
Well,
I
I
thought it
mean,
was
you
good.
didn't have to, but like, if like
That's
from
true, it's silly.
okay, well, it's just a tough situation, man. I don't know.
You know, in my school, they didn't really cover it much, but they had a. I'm sorry, they had a globe on every science book, like every year, like on the cover. But
If this
they
is your
didn't. They
biggest
didn't
worry
cover
in
it.
life, you're fucking set. I'm telling you right now. If this is your biggest worry, you are set.
Crack,
for
I'm
life.
wanting to teach my kids well. Goddamn right, I want to teach
Mate,
them
so
well. I
am
don't want
I,
them
bro.
fucked up by
So
the
am
globe.
I don't want to
No
lie to them.
chance.
I don't want to lie to them, though.
No shot.
Listen, I don't want to lie to them.
Yeah, don't lie to children, dude.
That's why. Look, listen.
Well,
we know enough to know better.
not
I don't
saying-
want to teach my kid that shit.
Well, teach them both things. Why can't you teach?
I'm not
going
going to teach them
one
about
thing,
a fucking globe. They're
if
going to
you-
hear about it when they.
Yeah, you
get
could
older.
teach them.
I'm not
Well,
going to be.
if it's still, if you know that you're going to take them to a school where they're going to tell him or her about it, teach them that they're going to be told about it, and tell them to realize that they should see the logical fallacies within the statements they say.
But that's why I brought it up, because I said that even when I send my kid to school, they're going to hear something and it's going to divide. They're gonna think my teacher told me this, but my father told me that.
If you're that concerned about it, you gotta.
Dividing the house, man.
Hey,
Fucking dividing the house.
It's not going to divide your house at all.
Then you gotta homeschool them if you're that concerned about it. Otherwise, you gotta lie to your children.
No, I'm not gonna lie to my kid.
And the lie of
I'm gonna have
omission
them
is a
write
lie.
down shit on a piece of paper.
I have an opinion. I don't have an answer to this question because it does seem kind of complex. But I will say this: like, I think the best thing you can do is teach your kid how to critically think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
no. 30
Yeah, that's even more important.
Jankers, are you trying to get in here?
Jenkins, go ahead.
I mean, so Sin Cleanser, you brought this up because you were trying to seek a solution to the problem of teaching one of your children that the Earth is flat,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
sending them to a school where they're going to be taught the opposite. Just teach them to not see the world through a polarized view, because that's why we're here. We live in a world of polarity, male and female, night and
Yeah.
dark, love and hate. But what you should teach them is both sides, and tell them that they're going to be told something that's completely controversial to what they think, but tell them not to fight it. Just love the other side's opinion and point out the things that are obviously wrong. But don't let them think that they're different. Don't let them be polarized.
That's
Just
the challenge.
Tell them to love the other side. Just walk in the way of Jesus Christ.
I hear you on that one.
That's what I've been saying. Love your
Goddamn
normies.
right, Jenkins. Good shit. I love that. That was good. Thank you.
Yeah, I use that word a lot to describe myself. I say I don't want to be polarized. Yeah, I'd say that a lot.
But what you could hope for is that your kids, people aren't trying to stab your kids and rape them. Right?
Oh, come on. No, shut the crack.
What are you on about, man? Mate, I had people try. All right, I was stabbed. I've been
Jesus
stabbed. I've
Christ.
had people trying to stab me in school. I'm just saying, to me, this seems trivial at best.
Jump from 0 to 10, man.
I'm telling you, if your biggest problem is that, that's a good thing. I'm saying.
Well, he's right, you know.
I wasn't talking that.
I'm being
I don't
serious. There are
He's
bigger
right, you know.
problems.
either. Come on.
There's bigger problems. My point is there bigger problems to worry about in the world.
Yep.
Not everyone is that worried about someone being a flat earth. It's not affecting my life at all.
Well,
I'm being serious.
I know. Crack,
It's not
listen.
affecting my life. No one around me has stopped talking to me because of it. And all of them believe in FE now because I'm fucking great at arguing it. No, I'm joking. I'm just being a cunt.
Well, you should be at this point. Can I make one point? One point about all this. 2015. I don't know. I wasn't there. The internet really helped Flat Earth grow. From which we can really have established arguments where we can say that, holy shit, maybe we need to rethink this shit altogether. And I don't want to raise any child where they're convinced of shit when there's new shit popping off. And the new shit popping off is that, holy shit, Flat Earthers kind of have the best arguments now. And I know they're going to be conflicted if I send my kid to school. If I tell them the Earth is flat and I say, "Listen, hang out with me. We're going to hang out, and it's a big adventure, right?" But when I send my kid to school, that's going to divide my house because they're going to hear all sorts of garbage.
If I had kids, I wouldn't send them to school. I'd homeschool. I'd have my
we don't know what
wife, the mother, or whatever.
Will be a school. Listen, guys, in 10 years, right? I can always. Well, right, maybe not 10, but schools are going to be a thing of the fucking past. I'm telling you.
He's right.
Internet classes, maybe.
Crack Villain's right, man.
Dude, schools are going to
Probably
be
will be internet.
Trust me,
What
they're
about
already
the
nearly
7
gone.
liberal arts? How many of you guys actually know about the 7 liberal arts?
Well, hold on. I actually majored. I have an English degree, and I'm very much appreciative of my.
Well, one of my best friends is a PhD in economics. He's also homeless, which is ironic.
No, well, hold on. I have an English degree, and I make $27.
I'm not.
I'm not complaining.
I'm not. Yeah, I never went to college. I'm just saying, one of my best friends I hang out with a lot is so educated that I'm getting educated every time that I hang out with them. But the liberal arts and stuff.
Well, I don't. There's sort of a bias that English degrees or liberal arts are not worth it. It's kind of a
There's a lot of history.
No, I'm
a
not
lot of
talking
history
about
in
the
English.
modern college, guys. I'm talking about the
Hank, go
classical
ahead. Sorry,
educational system.
I didn't hear you, Hank. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the classical educational system, right? You teach kids grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Why? Because they can't really handle the rhetoric without learning, the grammar, and they can't take the grammar and formulate it into coherent sentences without the logic, right? So it's all in
Philosophy,
order.
logic. Yeah. That's the way I was
Grammar is
taught.
like what, 4 or 5 different languages? You know,
Grammar, yeah.
Watching Shrek, right? Why are they watching Shrek? Because they don't need to learn French at that age when they're most likely to hang on to it for the rest of their life, right? We want to wait till they're fucking old and moldy, like in their high school years, then try to teach them French.
Well,
They do it backwards on purpose.
Hold on, because I know flat earthers in this community too like to really praise and worship the fucking scientific method. Sure, I don't do science, and I goddamn sure don't do math. I don't want the fucking headache. But I do a lot of English and logical rhetoric. And when you learn more about that shit, you learn about how people form sentences and form arguments. And I don't think that should be forgotten because that comes from an origin story much more fucking clear-minded than all this sort of arbitrary imaginary and mathematics science bullshit. And the only thing you could only ever prove something through a logical syllogism. Science is only a deductive reasonary why, and when you do science, you can't come to any proof with science. So I don't like that a lot of flat earthers are using science as a proof of something because it's only asking what and and
Well,
why.
teach us all the FE proofs that you've got through what you know. Teach us
Well,
what the other ones you've got.
well, here's the thing. A proof would be a logical, consistently argument. So if I presented you the black swan, I said the Earth is flat, and here's how much we can know about how flat this fucking Earth is, because we haven't detected any curvature. Now, this would be a logical argument. It's not a scientific question.
Okay, so I've seen a preview.
Hold on.
I've seen a preview of the Einstein.
I'll tell you it's not science.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
Then wait.
I've seen a preview of the Einstein show about how he's supposed to be like the smartest man or whatever. And he was telling his little girlfriend as he walked through the woods that the reason the sky is blue is because the light refracts and only the blue, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's a logically sound argument. Doesn't mean that it's true.
Well, science answers what and is questions. Philosophy answers how and why. How and why is the mathematical proof argument, which is why most physical scientists, theoretical physics, use how and why shit happens. They use math to make some sort of logical understanding. But if you're using science, you're coming from a place of reason and deduction. Reason and deduction can never, therefore, prove a scientific fact. It's not a proof. Only proof comes from logic. So if you hold on. I know you're going to disagree with that. But ask, if you guys value Huey's opinion, ask Huey that. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question. Science is how and why. It's a categorical issue. I challenge you to ask him that because I know him enough to know that he'll agree with me. Absolutely.
Dude, I'm not saying you're wrong about everything. I never said anything.
But what I'm saying is that language is completely... Half of these arguments that we get into with ballers are mixing and matching all sorts of different fucking logical fallacies with all sorts of other rhetorical bullshit reasoning. They've done so much of a fucking mess that it's almost a full-time job to unpack all their sort of problems that they have. So that's what I think like to debate with these guys. They get all sorts of fucking confused, and it's a kind of a fun part to unpack that with them because they just don't even know enough what they're arguing about.
But I'm just saying science and scientific method can be used in order to be part of a structured, logical argument. That's the point of what I'm trying to say.
Well, science is not logic. Science is reason.
No, I didn't say. Did I say that? Did I say that?
No. I don't want to misspeak what you said. You can use science for a lot of really fucking good. It's kind of an absolute proof, but it's a deductive reasoning set of logic. It doesn't prove anything. It's a deductive.
I got a friend who's a doctor, and I said, I don't believe in scientism, and he said, well, I don't believe in that either, but I believe in the scientific method, is what he told me.
Well, the scientific method does get to some fucking answers. You're goddamn right.
Yeah, that's where my doctor told me that.
Well, science is the best way of getting rid of all sorts of bullshit. So when we use science in the flat earth community, we're trying to get rid of all the bullshit that they pass off as science. When they pass all this shit off as science, what they're really doing is pseudoscience, because a lot of what they're saying is just logical syllogism, which is a philosophy.
Well, people misuse the word science. People misappropriate. I don't know if I use that word. People misusing the word science, and what they really should be saying is scientism. Because they're misusing the word.
Let me give you a quick explanation. Science answers how and why. Logic answers what and is.
Okay.
So there's just a different fucking category. It's a categorical issue. Science is not going to answer what and is. It's going to say how and why, but it's never going to.
I try to remember that. That's a good way of simplifying it.
But listen, if you don't believe me, ask Huey. He'll say
I believe you.
You said yeah. Fucking hell. Do you want someone to disagree with you, Sin?
Hey, what are you saying, Craig?
Go ahead, Greg. I
was asking if are you like wanting someone to disagree with you?
Hey, I never went to college, so I want to hear you too. I want to hear both you guys.
Well, Craig, I went to college, but I didn't go for English, and I fucking hate math, so I have an English degree.
There's a lot of history in English. But what are you gonna say, Crack Villain?
Nothing, man. I was just saying. He was like, "You don't believe me, you don't believe me," but like, no one's saying anything about that.
Well, hold on, because Crack, I'm sure you've heard that science proves things. Science doesn't prove shit. Science does not prove things. It tells you you can know things at a reasonable deduction, but only philosophy and logic can actually make an argument that would give you a proof of something. That's why people use math. But holy shit, do they use math for everything in the globe world? That's where theoretic physics comes in. A whole source of bullshit. They use it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the funny thing
That's
about
why
the
science is
globers.
going to be much a better place.
The funny thing about the globers is math is not my forte, but I actually I know that, I'm self-aware that I sit down and patiently go through the math and realize the earth is flat. and then these globers, some of them may be good at math, but maybe their attention span is poor, or they're getting paid by, probably the Air Force. But anyway, they don't have the patience to, even if they're better at, they don't even try. So they don't even try to figure like the black swan and other things. They don't try to figure it out, dude.
You know what they struggle with most about the black swan is that the black swan is a logical argument.
Yeah.
The formal logical argument. The problem that they're having with it is that they cannot connect their math, which is their philosophy. Math does things, absolutely, but...
Well, hey,
go ahead.
I tell people... sorry, my phone's messed up. I tell people math is a language, and like any language, they can be tricky,
Well, math can prove video games.
Language, yeah.
Math proves video games, right? That's the math can prove anything.
Yeah.
Fucking proves all of it, man. Anything you can imagine, math will do it for you.
It's a language, yeah.
It's more of a
What'd you say?
descriptive language than an explanatory language.
Well, it is a language. Like because when I took my English degree courses, a lot of those English degree courses were science computation, and science computation is pretty much just logical formulas that they'll get you into C++, they'll get you into all sorts of different computer language logic gates. But logic does prove things. You can have a logic about anything. Video games can prove whatever imaginary world you want. Narnia can be proved with math.
Yeah, that's a great example. Yeah.
You gotta be careful with mathematics.
It's a psychological and philosophical world that you're proving. You're proving concepts.
You have to be careful with math.
Because math can't be proven in reality.
Well,
it's a language.
Math
like
can
anything
prove
else.
anything. That's the
That's a
problem.
good point.
Yeah, it's a philosophical and
You're both
psychological
right.
language.
Math can pretty much prove whatever thing you want to imagine.
It only
And
proves
video
concepts.
games prove that, right? Video games
Well,
prove that whatever you can think, math can do.
Psychologically, sure, but not physiologically or physically. No, psychologically and conceptually, sure. Yeah, I agree with you, but not in the physical world.
Sorry, my phone's not working. You're both right.
I'm sorry, but the flagellum proves that evolution is bullshit.
I mean, I'm just coming from a depolarized view. So I'm saying, yeah,
No,
we're
I
both
agree,
right.
Janko.
But, yeah,
I agree.
No, I don't know if the flagellum.
Like this simple statement: the flagellum. Not listen to you. I'm just saying it. The flagellum disproves evolution.
Well, there's a lot that disproves evolution, but they're at the same time they're both very similar because something came from nothing. The Big Bang or creation from God, they both came from the same
Yeah,
point.
man.
The only difference
Like
is
earlier, I
that
asked the kid to show me how-
one
I'm
thing
sorry.
thinks we. No,
Carry on.
I also apologize, but whatever. Both the one thing says that we came from intelligence that happened without order, and then one says that we came from an intelligence that was ordered. And that's the difference. But they're both very
Well,
similar. just
don't get
different
yourself too
polarities.
lost in that. Come on. Don't get
No,
yourself
that's just
too lost.
different. There's just two different polarities, but they're the same. I mean, it's the same. They both explain the same thing. The end is both the same. The end justifies the means. The means are just different polarities, but they're exactly the same.
Well, I don't. What are you really saying? Like,
Well, the beginning and the end are the same. humans are the end. The beginning is something came from nothing. It's just the different journey they take are just different polarities.
Well,
One is
Jake, okay,
intelligence.
so do you
Yeah.
want to go in? Okay, so we know nothing is nothing, right?
Well, so you got the polarity of intelligence came from order or intelligence came from disorder. They're just different polarities. That's the journey, but both the end and the beginning are the same. Evolution or creationism, the end and the beginning are the same. Just the middle point that's polarized.
Yep. I agree with that. I actually agree with that. Very well said.
Well, there is a degree of ambiguity. I feel like what you're.
Yeah, on both sides.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the point.
I'm not trying to make it all black and white. If
No, ambiguity
Well, it is already.
right?
If I'm
Yeah,
saying
it's already black and white. That's the
well,
point.
it's not black and white. If you think that it's black and white, you should know enough to know that it's probably some other way of thinking about it. It's so
Well,
what he
like
just said
saying
was
night and day
logical.
isn't black and white, or male and female, or love and hate, good and bad. Now, okay, those aren't black and white, but what's black and white? It's like yin yang. There's going to be good and bad within each other. That's the
okay. So
Everything's
let me ask you
polarized.
this. Let me ask you this. For a long time, I think even this goes back a couple of years. The first time I ever came on this server, I used to talk about flat Earth Satanism.
Oh yeah.
And my understanding about flat Earth Satanism was that duality that you just said. If we have a God, we have a mad God. Because surely enough, he knows that there's yes and no, black and white, hot and cold, light and darkness, all these sorts of different. It's a duality, right?
Yeah, Satan and Jesus are brothers. Satan and Jesus are both the sons of God in the image of God. You
yeah.
should love them both. Because that's what God created Jesus so we could learn. So we could learn to love everyone, everything, to walk in the way of Jesus, to love everything. and forgive
But
everyone.
listen,
even
when we're flat earthers, we
Love
know
Satan.
that we have a degree of proof that if you believe in Jesus, right? For instance, it's going to be
No, I
very hard
believe
for you
in
to
the
prove
Son.
Jesus, just as like it's going to be very hard to prove curvature.
Well, can you
I'm not
prove
trying
your
to prove it.
thoughts?
I don't
Can you
give a
prove
shit
that
about
you had
proving
an
it.
emotion?
Who cares about proving that?
Yeah.
Why do you need to prove it? It's a personal relationship.
Yeah,
Well, you
exactly,
may
you
or may not
can't.
want to. Yeah, you may or may
It's
not want to.
impossible. Can't prove
Well,
that
It's
you
like
were
me
happy.
saying,
I'm not even saying that you
Sin, it's
fucking
like me,
have.
Sin. It's like me saying I'm gonna prove to everyone that you are real, or prove that I like you as a friend.
Well, that
Simple.
would be hard to prove. That'd be very hard to prove.
Exactly.
You
yeah.
can't prove how you feel.
Well, that's the problem that I'm trying to tap into. How could you prove? It's like, come on. That's
the image of God. That's the image of God. As no man has ever seen the face of God, you cannot prove the image of God that's within you, which is your emotions and thoughts.
And God tells you not even to try and do it.
You
Do
can't.
not make graven
It's
images of me.
Well,
it's impossible.
God
Well,
says,
I mean-
don't make graven images of me. Why?
Because
He's
he
asking you,
can't.
don't try and prove who I am.
Because he's not physical. He's not of this world.
Hold on.
Mate,
He's not of this
He's a
world.
jealous motherfucker. That's what he said. I'm a jealous motherfucker. Don't make other gods.
Well, that's the point. We should feel
I'm a
that.
jealous God.
We're here to feel that.
Crack it. Hold on.
To love it.
It doesn't say that there's not other gods. It's
No,
very
he said, I'm a jealous God. Do not no, listen. There's a difference between God and idol.
Yeah, it says that even, oh my god, even Genesis, it says that if they eat of the tree of good and evil, then they'll know that they're gods like us.
Well,
How
think
you gonna
about
do
it.
with that?
So consider there's
you
multiple
say-
gods. Consider.
Come on, why are you using
Well,
this?
no,
I
here,
didn't come up with this shit. I'm just
Here.
telling you.
No,
Here,
what did you say?
Consider that there's a polytheistic religion, right? There's many gods, but everything still came from nothing. Came from one point. That one point that
I
created
don't know that.
something.
No. Can I
That's
give you
what
the
you
Bible
don't
verse?
call God.
The Bible verse that I would refer to you is in Ecclesiastes. It says the earth has been here forever, and it always will. There's nothing new under the sun. The same.
Yeah.
Nothing is what they're saying in the Bible, and I think most people, Christians especially, misrepresent. The earth has been here for fucking ever. It's been here for the fucking. It's always gonna ever be here, unfortunately.
Yeah, because God isn't controlled by time, distance, or space.
right?
Yeah,
He says
this is
one
just
day is like
concept.
1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just trying to
Well,
give you
I'm
some
not gonna
some
say
more.
no.
I'm
Right.
just trying to give you. Yeah, I'm just trying to give you like a different way of thinking about it. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to give you like the other
Well,
side.
that's the thing. Jenks, I'm not even really disagreeing with. All I'm saying is that holy shit, there's a whole bunch of different ways we could think about this, and I think every different way that we could have thought of is probably something we should probably remember. Just in the fact that we thought of it, I think that's memorable. And
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to see both sides of it, so you can understand that even if something is strongly emotionally affecting you, you can love that and then love the opposite of that. Because if you don't, I mean, that energy you have for one thing, you're going to have to pay for it one way or another. So you better just love it while you can, or at some point you won't be able to.
yeah, no, I feel you. I can resonate with that for goddamn sure.
I mean, because even if you're an atheist or an evolutionist, a Darwinist, whatever, there's still something that we experience that nothing else in this world does as humans. And if we don't consider what we're given and make sure that we're at peace with what we have and love both sides so we can balance that emotion. Well, when we die, we're gonna have to live with those contradictory, significantly emotionally affecting energies. So give it back while you can. Forgive, love.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I
Yeah, me
believe
neither.
that.
I don't know either, man. I'm just.
But
just
Jenkins,
talking.
hold on. Before I'm not gonna try to. I'm not. You goddamn right. I'm not gonna dismiss anything that you just said. What I'm gonna say is that there's a lot of things in my life that I can dismiss as absolutely fucking meaninglessness. It's some shit that it just doesn't really have any sort of value. To me, I think that if there was a plan, there would be huge parts of my life that could just be cut out, and categorically described as meaninglessness, right? So, I don't know if that's just misplacement of energy, or we could go into that a lot deeper, but a lot of it really comes down to is that it's just not my problem. I'm just I'm just a factor of something that's happened already, and what I do is sort of, if there is a creation, it's sort of a misplacement of energy, if anything, maybe.
Yeah,
Because
no,
if there were an intelligent design to some extent that I'm sure as you are sure of yourself, that you could be put to much better use.
No, of
So
course.
I'm gonna fucking hang myself on that cross in that sense that you and I both know we could be used for much better purposes. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, of course, and that's the point. You're gonna think differently than me because that's the whole reason why we're different in the first place. But I'm gonna
Well,
tell you
hold
there's
on,
things.
Jenkins. I know
let me
you could
let me
be
finish.
used for much
Let
better
me
purposes.
let me finish this last part. The parts of your life that you said were valueless that you could forget. Your subconscious mind is going to be affected by everything you see. That day you didn't vacuum the carpet when there's a bunch of shit on it, or the dust on your desk, you didn't wipe it away. Your subconscious is gonna be affected by it, and you won't realize
I
it
don't care about those
until you clean it up. You're gonna realize that there's gonna be a weight lifted off your subconscious mind, and you'll feel it consciously. You got to consider everything you
No.
see. If you see McDonald's logo and you don't eat McDonald's, you're gonna have the urge to eat it. You're gonna have all these different colors, these words that you could read backwards. All of these things affect your mind subconsciously, and that's what you've got to protect. You've got to guard
Jenkins,
the
no.
gates of your
All we can
subconscious
know
mind.
is that if God's not using you, then you don't really have much of a purpose.
Well, you already the ability that you're able to speak like no other entity on this world. That's how you know you're the image of God, because no one can prove that you're actually able to speak. Like physically, if you were able to write this down and try to prove it mathematically, how someone's able to speak, this cannot be proven in this world. That's the image of God. It's no anything else in this world
So,
is able to do.
can I ask you, what did you find with this philosophy?
Couldn't tell you.
Well, I don't want you to think that I'm quizzing you or anything.
No, please do. Please
Well, no, I just want. It's more of an exploratory understanding of.
Yeah.
What have you found out that you think is worth passing on? Like, what did you find that was interesting to you?
Well, consider everything that you see linguistically written down, the literature we see
Right.
every day, and brands and logos. Say it backwards because your subconscious mind will. Everything you see, if you read it backwards, because the Chinese language, Hebrew, these
Well,
languages
Jenkins,
are
let me.
written right to
Can
left.
I ask you something? Do you think any of it is hereditary at all? Do you think that has a thing?
No, I'd more say it's alcohol related.
Well, like I've said it a couple of times here. My father's father killed himself. He committed suicide, and it fucked my dad up for a long
Sorry.
of his life. And I grew up through most of my dad's life, so kind of got that the sort of after effect of a suicidal father trying to raise a kid. But I'm trying to understand what you think you found. What did you think you discovered in your own world? Because
couldn't tell
all
you.
I could ever do is compare and contrast, right?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. That's why I'm speaking
Well, that's
about
why.
it because
That's
I'm
why
still
that's
trying to
really
find
good.
it.
Hold on, shut up. I'm not debating you. I'm asking you, what do you think that you know that I probably don't know, and
I
how
don't.
could you help me in a way that I would find something that was specifically open to you?
I'm just trying to tell you what I think, what I'm thinking. I'm trying to consider it. I'm telling it to you so you can criticize me and tell me whether I'm right or not.
Well,
Because I'm still trying to find it. I
Jenga,
haven't
I
found it
would
yet.
be the last person to tell you right from wrong. I'm
No,
not gonna
but
ever even dive
you're-
into that shit.
Well, just consider it then and try it. Read your name
Absolutely.
backwards.
Yeah.
Read your name backwards and see what it sounds like. Or
Well,
Chevy.
that's the
or Ford.
that's the prop. Like,
Done.
okay, so like if I have kids in the next year, for example, I'm gonna raise these kids off of what I know and what I've experienced. I'm gonna want to protect these little motherfuckers, absolutely. And I don't know. I was just trying to get into that shit because it does get a little bit of a
Subconscious.
yeah, sort of. Yeah, a little bit.
Or you could call it intuition or a parental instinct. You could call it that, but it's all subconscious. Doesn't come from the physical world.
That's
You
an
can
important
tell me if
part.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
No,
I'm right.
that's the problem. Is like I think you're on. I think you kind of get it. That's the problem.
I
can't
wouldn't
really
say that.
disagree with you if I agree with you. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, because these things you can't prove, man. Like I couldn't prove I'm happy 5 seconds ago. How would I be able to prove I had a certain
I'm not
emotion?
asking for everything now.
Well, that's what I'm just saying. We're made in the image of God because no one has ever seen the face of God.
Yeah.
That's why we're the image of God because we can't prove what makes us different from the rest of the world. We can't prove that we have it. We just do it.
Yeah.
We do it to the physical world, but we can't prove it in the physical world. We affect it, but we can't prove what makes us do what affects it. That's why it's not of the physical
Jenkins,
world.
here, let me tell you one problem I have with that
please.
whole fucking philosophy. Is that it's hard to disagree with that. It's hard to know what to do with that information. You know what I mean? Because I really logically, I'm agreeing with you every step of the way, but to actually apply that shit is that's a new world altogether.
Well, it's just philosophy. I mean, that you don't really apply philosophy to your everyday world in a practical way.
You do if you have a kid.
It's just something to
man.
think about
You
it.
do if you have a child.
Well, I mean, I suppose if you're using,
Not gonna start
certain
lying to your
philosophy, sure.
kid, eh? All of a sudden, fuck it. The Earth is a globe, man. Hate to break. No, you're gonna
You
be
just
like,
tell 'em
holy
both.
shit.
You teach them not to be. You teach them not to divide them from their teacher, even if they say something they don't believe in. You teach them not to fight. You know, you teach them just to
I'll teach my kid to
forgive.
say, you know what? Fuck the teacher.
Or point out their
If push
logical
comes to
fallacy.
shove, fuck that teacher. She's a fucking he or she's a liar. The earth is flat. You better
Oh,
hold
just-
on to what you know is true, because
best thing
that's my role.
The best thing you could do is just teach them about logical fallacies. And when something is said that isn't logically, isn't logical, then you tell them to point it out. That's probably the best thing you could do.
Jenkins, I want to tell you this. Thank you for trying. I don't actually have kids. Any of that. Oh no, you're still here. I don't actually have kids, but we're all preparing. Some people here have kids, and it's good to hear a lot of logic on how to work this. Because I think everyone's trying to just figure this shit out. To be honest,
Yeah.
I think flat earthers really do need to be caretakers for their children and protect them. If you're a flat earther and your father or your mother, you really actually have to try to protect your children, and that's a goddamn given right. And I really appreciate flat earth fathers and mothers. That's a fucking blessing, and
it's a blessing. and a
Absolute
curse.
respect, yeah. And and I'm not saying I do that shit, but I very much appreciate them. So
Yeah, I mean, my father is in this right now. My father is in this Discord right now. So
well,
I'm one of
that's
those
yeah. I
children.
mean, that's. I'm not saying it's easy to. There's gonna be conflict. You're goddamn right. There's gonna be
It's always.
yeah, and that's
But the world is told it's
kind
evil.
of when you know you're onto some shit, though, right? That's when you find some things that it's not so simple to fucking figure out. That's when you probably should focus most of your time into, because flat earthers aren't going to lie to you saying we know this and that. It's like something that we've encouraged you to find adventure at. Find
Well,
yourself
hopefully.
in this adventure. Yeah.
Hopefully,
Figure it out with us.
Some people are kind of aggressive and polarized about it, but that's why the world is stated in the Bible. The world is evil because everything's going to be polarized. That's why we shouldn't polarize flat Earth.
Yeah.
As it so easily could be, as it's globe or it's flat. No, don't polarize it.
Yeah, that's why I don't like science too much, because I think the world is ruled by the principalities. I think the world is
science
ruled by
proves that.
lies. Yeah, the lies.
Because people are programmed to be polarized on every single issue that doesn't actually matter.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the divide
everything.
and conquer strategy that
It's
the Jesuits deployed.
everybody,
If it's not divide and conquer, then it's the Hegelian dialectic.
Well, it's the world we're born into. Hank, it's the world we're born into. There's night and day, male and female, good and bad, love and hate.
They're gonna try to fuck you up about that shit. What else would you expect them to lie about? Come on.
No, that's why we're here. We're here to experience that. That's the whole point.
Well, yeah, that's
Experience
what
night and day.
Hold on, Jinkus. The fact that you're here, that's like you're like a fucking brother with me here too. We know they're lying. We know there's a fucking lie. They'll lie to you about literally everything they can get away with. The problem
Why not?
is how do we prove to ourselves what we know? That's something we learn together. That's something everybody in this fucking room is here with you on. You know what I mean? We're not going to try to talk you into some bullshit. No fucking chance we're going to do that. But we don't want to lie to you either. So we're very careful on that shit. So take that into consideration. Flat earthers are not liars. They're the people that are saying, hold up, let's take it slow. Let's think about it. Let's go. How do we know anything? So you're on the right path. Goddamn-lutely.
That's why we're so close to Globers. How do we know anything? Just like they say, science doesn't prove anything. We're much more similar than we are different.
Oh, no. Globers, they believe much more than they know. That's a big fuck up. No,
They still have 2 feet, don't they?
Globers are not similar to flat earthers.
That's their philosophy that's different. They're just there to polarize the concept that we've created as the people we are. They're just the opposite polarity of what we are. And that's life. It's going to happen whether you want it to or not.
A glober will legitimately try to flip everything that you know into the opposite.
What's the point?
Well, I mean, listen. I can't speak for you. You know, I mean, I can't tell you what to believe. I'm just saying.
Every action has an equal.
Jenkins, they're really actually fucked up people.
All the
trying to convince you of shit that's definitely not anywhere near the realm of truth. It's all sorts of bullshit. Yeah, I can't convince you of that. Not overnight. Not even.
Oh, I know.
But
I've been in Gem Panda.
That's your journey.
I've been in Gem Panda, dude. I know what it's like. But the thing is what would be the point? All the energy we put into Flat Earth, how good it makes us feel that we've discovered this thing that makes life so much more meaningful. That action we have has to have an equal and opposite polarity, equal and opposite reaction. Because the world we live in is evil.
Jenkins, listen. Here's where we can be rest assured. The Flat Earth community is very much strong in the sense that there is no measurement of curvature. They don't have any fucking measurement of their globe model curvature bullshit. So just rest assured in that.
Just looming.
And ask them, where's your fucking measurement of curve? To this day, 5 years later, this debate every single fucking day, every single fucking hour, every single week, every single year, every second, every minute, they cannot do any fucking curve.
Oh, it's just
keep asking them. You ask
It's
them.
an illusion.
Don't take myself. Don't take me. Ask them yourself. Where's the fucking
I have. I've been there and done that, man.
They have.
And yeah,
Where's
that's the point. If they weren't there, who would
Jenkins, where's
contradict
the
us?
curvature then?
The curvature? It's in your mind.
Oh my god. Oh my! The curvature of the Earth is in my mind. It's
a concept. It's philosophy.
No, they can go fuck themselves.
It's the opposite of reality.
No, they can take that shit and shove it right up.
They're mental and we're physical. I mean, there's got to be somebody to be the opposite of us. That's just how the world is, man. That's how it's always going to be.
Stop here, mate. They don't have.
But how are you gonna convince a female to be male? You can't.
No,
It's
stop.
impossible.
I know where this dilutes to. There is
convince the night it should be day, dude. It's not gonna happen because that's the world we live in.
Jenkins, don't let them confuse all these different ways. They don't have curvature. That's where it ends.
Obviously,
exactly
man.
where the fucking curvature of the Earth
they're
ends.
gonna
They don't have any curvature, right? You understand that?
No, I do.
Stop,
yeah.
So actually stop debating with these guys. They don't have fucking curvature. There's no fucking ball. The Earth is flat. We see it flat. There's no curve. That's
But
it.
it's
That's
fun.
just where we draw it.
It's fun to debate them, though, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, that's the whole point, dude.
No.
It's fun to have
Don't
that
have
contrast.
curvature. It's not fun. when you
Yeah,
know
obviously they
no
don't,
shit.
but they don't have it, but they believe they do, and that's what's fun. That's what's hilarious.
So what
That's
if
why
they
we
told
enjoy
you
it.
where's the curvature?
It's in their fucking mind, dude. I'm not going to tell you it's physical. It's not. It's
Well, no, Jake, it's
conceptual.
because
It's
I'm
a
asking
philosophy.
you at this
Psychological.
point. Aren't I asking just you?
Oh,
Where
okay. Yeah, I can show you some. It's a NASA picture or a Japanese satellite picture. I can show you curvature,
Yeah,
dude.
I'd love to see that.
But I
shit.
can't. If you were here next to me and we walked up a mountain, I couldn't show you it because it's not there.
Well, I'm going to tell you, you're not going to see curvature from any mountain.
No, you're not going to see it from any
Tyson will
plane.
remind you that too. You don't have to believe him, but the
You can-
ISS,
you can-
you're not even going to see curvature. No.
I wouldn't even see the ISS.
Well, ISS
It's not really
is much
there.
higher than Jenkins, are you the type that just wants to believe curvature? I'll go with it.
Of course, I
every
would
step
love
of
the Earth to be a sphere.
I'll be there right with you to address every fucking photo you found. But
No,
there's not curvature, man. I'm there with you, but there's no curvature.
I would love the Earth, the world, to be in a heliocentric model, and then we could go to space and go to Mars and go all these places. That would be amazing. But the world I experience it's not built like that. It just doesn't make sense. How could I prove the Earth is moving versus the stars, the sun, and the moon moving?
If you could show curvature, then we'd be fucked. If you could show
And I could never see it. Dude, I've walked up 5,000 feet from where the elevation I'm at. I never saw curvature ever. It's just not there, dude. Earth is not a sphere.
Okay, so then don't lie to yourself.
I'm not lying. I'm just trying to.
I don't think you're
trying to speak lies because
I'm
it's
not
funny.
saying you're a liar, and I'm saying you're lying to yourself. What I'm saying is that let's listen, dude. If we have such a really fucking good foundation of what we actually fucking know, why do we have to start lying to ourselves? We don't. Who the fuck is gonna try to convince us of shit? NASA.gov.website. Bullshit fucking images. That's garbage. Come on.
Because I mean, I don't know if you've ever read the King James version of the Bible, but it states in there that the world is evil. That's the point of the world, for us to be lied to and to be polarized into experiences, so we can learn to come back together. That's just where I'm coming from right now.
Well, Jenkins, let me tell you this, man. I've been banned off of this server specifically.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah,
We're
multiple
talking about
times.
the same thing you just said.
Ah, bullshit.
I think the world is ruled by lies. I think the world is possessed by fucking satanic imagery.
It's also possessed by truth.
It's a strange fact that fucking NASA's telling you all about it. The world is ruled by lies. So, yeah, there's no doubt that honest people are going to find themselves to that. Jenkins, I'm glad you did. I encourage everybody to find out this shit. It's a fact of fucking reality.
Hey, I'll just break it down. I mean, I don't know if some atheists would agree with this, but so God created the world. He created Jesus. Jesus is the Son of God, and so is Satan. So you should love Jesus just as you love Satan. You should love them both because they are exactly what we experience in everyday life: night and day, good and bad, male and female. They're
Jenkins,
the polarity of this world.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the tricky part of it. We can't say we love one or the other. The only thing that we're asked to understand is that there's a difference. There's a difference. Yes and no. Logic requires that we understand this dichotomy. 1 and 0, hot and cold, yes and no, dark and evil. All this shit requires us to understand good and evil.
I love
in a
it.
sense. Yeah, that's just
Love
a natural
both.
dichotomy.
Love both.
Well, yeah, it doesn't mean you fucking love no, bro. Come on, what the fuck?
Well, think about it.
It just
What-
means you know the fucking difference, right?
Well, what was given to you? God gave you love. God gave you
No,
love.
because people say I worship Satan because I appreciate that duality. No,
Yeah.
I appreciate the duality of the. You can't have yes without no.
I
You
wouldn't
can't have
say
good without evil. You cannot have no fucking chance. You can't have it. You can't have one
I
without
mean-
the fucking other. No chance.
Well, there
I
could
would,
also be more than duality, man.
Well,
No,
there
you're
is
not gonna have
more,
good without evil.
but
No fucking
yeah,
chance.
I see.
Sorry.
I wouldn't say worship Satan. I also wouldn't say worship Jesus. I would say
Right,
walk in the
Jenkins,
path of
that's why
Jesus, as Jesus said, love everything. So love Satan, love Jesus,
No,
and you'll connect yourself back with God, because God, the love God gave you, He gave you not to keep, but to give, as He gave to you.
Jenkins, God did not ask you to love Satan. All He'd ever asked you to was appreciate.
Is He not a part of God? Did
Listen,
not God not create Satan?
Careful, because the only thing He ever asked you to do is appreciate life.
Hey, can there not be more than? Can there not be more than two polarities? You know,
Tell me.
in the electrical
I don't know
fields.
of a trichotomy of anything other than the fucking Trinity, which is bullshit. No fucking Trinity.
I didn't want to disrupt the conversation. I found it interesting. I was listening, but I just wanted to throw that in there because I think there's like an interdimensional, like with the metaphysics, like You know, I think of the electrical circuit, which a lot of it is duality, but there could be other energies. You know, more than just two polarity. You know, I think of the stars, and stuff.
No, there is. Yeah, of course there is. But when you think about electricity in its plain form, you have electricity and a ground.
Yeah, that's the energy flow. Yeah.
But then you have the pentagram: earth, air, fire, and water. And the fifth part of the pentagram is the mind, the image of God, which no other entity has in this world. That's the pentagram. Now, if you flip it upside down, your head's in sand.
Oh, the goat of Mendes. I never heard it. The earth, air, the 5 elements, or whatever.
Yeah. So of course, there's more than polarity, but at the same time, you got to think about sacred geometry.
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking just spiritual. Well, geometry is a big part of it. I'm talking like the dimension, the metaphysical part. I see the big duality in the electrical circuit where the sun, the energy comes in from the sun, and the moon's like negative, and the sun's positive, and the ground's the ground. I get that, but that's like the big energy flow. Now then, you know, I wonder if the stars kind of like, because I see them like pulsating geometry, if they're pushing out other. I want to use the word polarities, which is the question. You know, can there not be more than two?
So when it comes to the zodiacal signs or the energy of the planets, that's when you get to the breakup. That's why we have astrology, and a lot of people don't believe in astrology, and I don't blame them. But that's where it comes to. You got to think about, you know, the stars we see now, how they're aligned, and the daily astrology horoscope you get in your newspaper. The horoscope you get in your newspaper is not going to connect with you because that's not really what you are.
There is no star that can tell me shit about me. No.
Well, you were born in a certain.
Your destiny's written in the stars, man.
Well, think about it. Think about it.
But I don't like.
Hold on. Hold on. You don't think if you were born in the winter and the summer, you're gonna have a different feeling?
Oh yeah, you might have a totally different personality.
No.
So we don't have equinoxes and solstices. We don't have a difference in the sun.
I was born during the night at 3:33 a.m.
Okay, and you've got a whole chart. You've got a whole chart about that. Now you can believe it or not, but
chart about bullshit. I'm not.
No, you do whether.
Well, the chart may not be accurate, but the effects from the stars, I believe that.
I mean, think about it. If you don't believe it,
fuck the sun and fuck the stars. Tell me some reason.
No. So you're just the opposite of the polarity who the people believe in it, and the people who believe in it are the people who are controlling the media because they believe in it. So whether you believe in it or not, it doesn't matter because there are people who do believe in it.
Was it J.P. Morgan or one of those bankers?
Why is it a problem?
And they're using it. They're using it to control you.
Why can't I disagree with these motherfuckers? Why can't I just call them liars?
One of those bankers said that billionaires study astrology and millionaires study astronomy.
Sync cleanser. Sync cleanser.
Yeah, fuck astronomy, man.
Yeah, sync cleanser. Hop in here.
It's impossible for me to say fuck astronomy. I don't believe that shit. No.
Oh, I'll say fuck astronomy, but I wouldn't say that about astrology.
All that shit as me determining it. Fuck it. I don't care about it.
But here, we'll break it down real simple to its basic, most primal element. Here, well, is it there or not? Do the stars change throughout the year, or do they not? Does it?
The stars are fucking there.
I think they affect the electrical fields, man.
So if you look up at
disagree about electric. Listen.
Here, no, is it there or not? Is it there or not?
I never said there's not electrical fields, and I never said that there's not stars.
I didn't say electrical fields.
What you think you mean about who?
Oh, that was me. I said that.
Here.
Fuck off. Come on.
Does the sun have solstices or does it not? Does it change throughout the year?
What the fuck is a solstice?
So, you don't know what the winter solstice and the summer solstice?
I'm an idiot.
Peak. Wait, where do you live? What part of do you live in the?
This is the longest day of the summer of the year.
Hold on.
In the summer. Winter
Hold on.
solstice is the shortest day of the year.
Jenkins.
Yes.
Jenkins,
So
what's up, bro?
Hold on, stop. Can everybody shut the shut? I'm gonna trust Jenkins, but I'm gonna run it through Lemon. Lemon is a logical-minded person, but I don't want to just people to get away with shit. I don't just believe shit. No.
Did somebody said ether, didn't they?
No,
I specifically did not say either. No. Come on.
no, not yet. But I think it'll be mentioned soon.
He's got here before we said it.
Fuck you, Smurf. Not yet, bro. Too soon.
It'll be said
Well,
soon.
hold on. Listen. What I'm saying is, I don't believe in any sort of fucking astrology. No.
Well, does the sun change or not? There's 2 solstices and 2 equinoxes, and the stars are not the same in March as they are in October. So you can say, oh yeah, it doesn't change. There's no difference when you're born.
Yeah,
but do the stars change? Are they there or not? They're there, aren't they? So
Well,
why it wouldn't
it's
affect
hard for
you?
me to say, okay, Jenkins, chill out. It's hard for me to say. I hear what you're
Okay.
saying. I'm not disagreeing. I can't really say for sure. No, come on.
But they're there, right? They're still there, aren't they?
I'm not gonna say you're wrong. Jesus
Well,
Christ.
but they're still there, man. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know what the fuck is happening, man. Come
You
on.
say you say it doesn't affect you, but they're still there.
How does it?
saying.
No. Just listen. You're gonna have to explain to me how it affects me, and I
Well-
would have to be able to determine. You know what? Jenkins was fucking right. He said that shit the other day, and guess what?
Okay.
Goddamn right, he proved it.
So
I don't.
let's-
That's where it gets a little weird, man. Jenkins,
Oh.
you know that shit. Don't go too.
No, I do. Here, I'll break it down even further. So I'll break it down even further. So say time is a concept, time doesn't really exist. So you're 35, right? And you look up at the stars at night, at midnight, and you see where it is in January, and then you see where it is in July,
Can I give you
and
an
you see
actual-
there's
hold
a
on.
difference.
Can I
You see
give
there's
you-
a difference?
Can I see
right?
if you actually know what you're talking about?
No, dude. Can you tell me there's a difference in the stars when you look north in both ways?
I was born in August. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, so I'm just telling you. Consider you're
I
35.
can't answer for January, man. Come on.
No, just
I
have
just
you ever
don't
looked
know
at the
about
stars?
it, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, you're just trolling now. All right, someone else. Can speak.
No, Jenkins, listen, please. I'm not dismissing anything that you're saying.
Well, you
I'm
don't
saying
let me finish.
I just don't know about January. I was born in August, man, at night.
Okay, let me.
3:33 a.m. I don't know what January you're. I don't know. There's
Okay.
gotta be some fucking stars different, man.
Here, have you ever gone out at night and looked at the stars to the south and seen the constellations? Have you ever done that?
I've looked at the stars at night and it looks like a deep purple. I
No, I'm
don't
talking
know
about
if it
the-
was
the
southern
constellations. Have you ever looked at them?
I'm not gonna say south or anything. No, I don't know.
Okay. I don't know if I can break this down because I think we're coming from totally different lives, and I don't know if you'll know what I've known. And what I know is I've smoked a pipe at 12 or 3 a.m. and look at the stars to the south during almost every single month of the year, and it changes constantly. So that change
Well,
is there
Jenkins,
whether
gotta
you
be
believe it or not.
We don't live on a ball. Okay.
Yeah,
You gotta be
but-
careful. They're gonna trick you into that shit every
You're
day.
a fucking troll.
Jenkins, do you believe in a ball?
Oh yeah, of course I do.
Do you believe in a globe?
Oh yeah, I know there's globes.
Well, then of course, because there's no southern pole, is there? Unironically.
A pole? I don't
Yeah,
know, but there is a south.
There's no fucking southern pole.
There's
is
a
there?
there's a polarity, north and south.
No, there's not. There's just a different point of interest in the sky, isn't there? This is why I was worried about you, Jenkins. You can't just go down these rabbit holes, man. They're gonna catch you in. They're gonna grapple with you, and you're gonna be a fucking glober in no time. There is no fucking southern pole. No, that's bullshit. Absolute trash. Garbage. Fucking rhetoric. Where is it? Where the fuck is the southern pole? They can't tell you. Is it celestial? Is it geographic? Is it fucking magnetic? They don't have a fucking clue. Why do you have to believe them, man? You don't. That's the fucking answer. You don't have to believe any of that shit. That's the power that you find in yourself.
It's not
They're
about
liars.
believing, it's about accounting for the observation based
They are
on
liars. Lemon, don't encourage them. Don't encourage them. They're
so
lying.
they have this observation that needs to be accounted for from
Yes.
another, viewpoint with perspective or whatever. Eventually, anyway.
Thank you, Lemon. Holy shit, what a blessing. They've not found any southern pole. The southern pole that they're describing is celestial. The celestial pole has a whole bunch of different issues because it's not magnetic for one. It's not geographic for another. It's not ceremonial. Oh my god, it's... How would you prove these things, man? Good luck. Good luck to you. That's not something I will waste my life on. No fucking chance. Not a chance in hell I'm gonna waste my time on that. So, Lemon, I'm glad that you're here actually. Very good to hear you. They have these things called the northern and geographic poles. What do you think?
I think the north one's probably true, and the south one is probably perspective, or a reflection off of the curved glass dome, and or the Faraday effect twisting the light. Any combination therein. But I don't think it's a true pole like the north. I think if you walk up to it, you'll see a band of rotation that's at the outer Antarctic rim.
I like that you're skeptical. The fact that you're skeptical enough to know better really actually proves that you've thought about it. So in the sense that you're just not going to take shit for just... there's a lot of problems with the southern celestial pole, southern geographical pole, southern magnetic pole, southern whatever the fuck you want to call it pole, actually.
Well, the pole stars, quote unquote, are not antipodal. There should be a line going from the North Pole Star to the South Pole Star, straight through the Earth of about approximately 8,000 miles. You see what appears to be at best kind of a slant. It doesn't appear to go straight down through the ground, as you would expect if you're sticking straight out of a ball.
No. Yeah. Well, the thing is that they're the ones claiming it. They can't prove shit. Unfortunately for them, the ones that claim they fucking know a whole bunch of different shit can't prove it. That's not too strange. We kind of already figured that out. They're liars. So we're just...
Well, it's dedication to the idea of heliocentrism, and any observation they have, they're willing to twist it around that worldview. It's a different sort of quote unquote knowledge. It's what they're comfortable stating based off of the heliocentrism they've accepted.
Lemon, because well, I don't think this is a good time to ask you. But I was going to ask you, what do you think is the best, most convincing proof of a ball?
Of a ball? NASA's fake pictures.
So, I follow...
Unfortunately, the flat Earth doesn't have a whole panoramic view.
Hold on.
The whole thing.
Shut up.
Hold on just a second.
Well, Lemon, the only reason I'm doing that is I'm saying, like, I follow a lot of YouTube channels that are globe channels. One of them is from the ISS, and they post a lot of imagery from the ISS every day. I was just curious to see what channels you were following.
I don't follow that.
Well, Lemon, could I present to you, maybe private message you some links?
Oh, sure. What is it?
There's a specific channel I like to follow that is from the ISS that specifically only you're gonna have to watch it, but I want you to see it before most other fucking clowns see it. Because
See what?
well, I'm gonna get you the link. So perfect. Okay, let me know if you get this real quick. Okay, let me. All right, Lemon. If I send you this link, I want you to promise me not to respond until tomorrow, or at least some other day. I want you to actually meditate on it for a little bit, right?
What is it?
The beginning starts very great. It kind of debunks astronomical refraction. Astronomical refraction is debunked within the first minute of this video I just sent you. But I regularly fall asleep to the footage that they presented here. But I think you know as well as I do, there's a whole bunch of different shit going on. So this is why I send it to you and not most people. So thank you. You can watch maybe 10-15 minutes of it. I think you kind of get the clue. A lot of things going on, man. A lot of fucking trickery these days. So I like to ask specifically people that are flat earthers. But I would like to actually ask Globers if there's Globers here. Lemon, we got onto our own shit. Gotta bring it back, right, mate? Hold on, did you get my link?
Yeah, it looks like the moon's flattening out a little bit.
Hold on, Lemon. The only purpose that that I think that was for you to see the atmosphere. They call it astronomical refraction of the moon bending and warping. It's not a circle. No, it gets all. But there's like 9 hours and 50 minutes of some shit I think you'd be into. Absolutely, to think about. Both of us, absolutely. But in this channel specifically, with if there's flat earthers here, I'd love to talk to them. Absolutely. But I wanted to let them see that shit with me, so we both saw it. Good shit. They do so much good shit with videography nowadays that it's kind of impressive just to see what's happening. So I like to compare and contrast a little bit. But I specifically like to talk to Globers because they're particular types that kind of just don't fucking have a clue. So I'll show something to Lemon, but where are the Globers now? Do you guys just drag in Globers? Can we just talk to some fucking clown off the internet or something? Lemon, I want you to ask me back on that if you can. Response.
Looks like a bunch of Earth photos from space.
Well, no. Keep watching, then ask me, right? Keep fucking.
What?
No, I want you to keep watching, then ask me, right?
Ask you what?
You don't have to ask me anything, actually, Lemon. Come on. Either you figured it out, or I'm not asking you anymore. If you haven't figured it out, then don't ask me. I don't want to hear it. Lemon.
If I have to go on a vision quest to find my own answers, thank you.
Well, I posted that to you, right? Specifically? Yeah?
With all due respect, you don't sound like the type that gives answers. But thank you.
Lemon. What did I show you? Lemon, it's just kind of weak that you're not got answers for that shit. Okay, so if you don't have answers for it, if you've not figured it out, it's something to consider. We're gonna move on, apart from what you think, and I'm gonna ask if there's any globers here that actually think that the ball is the fucking globe Earth world that we live in, which would be completely imaginary. So, who believes the Earth is a fucking ball? My question.
I believe in the heliocentric model.
Okay, so cool. Excellent. Very nice. What was the biggest thing that convinced you of it?
Is how I grew up. It's all I've known.
Well, see, I can't really date back to your memories, but can you sense back down to something that actually had the biggest impact or influence? Do you remember? Just so I can get a sense of that.
Science class in 5th grade, and in 2nd grade, and in 1st grade when I played this NASA video game when I drove a Rover on Mars.
You thought it was a globe from that.
And seeing a globe sphere map in every class I went into.
Well, we're not going to say that it's not going to make sense. Math can do all sorts of different.
That never made sense.
Well, math can make everything happen, right? You have to give us that.
Well, in the mind.
Well, what we're asking is that what did you see in reality that said, holy shit, this is what it is for sure? Where did you find it?
It never felt right. It always felt really weird, but just seeing a sphere globe, one of those model globes.
When
you spin it and you put a pin in it,
where did
spinning
you
to
see
see where you'll travel
spin?
next.
Where did you see the globe spin?
I mean, I wouldn't say
You
in
don't
every
have to
grade.
lie. Just show us what you thought was convincing, and we'll definitely look into it with you.
It was
I'm not
never
gonna try to fuck
convincing.
you up about some shit.
It was never convincing. It was just what I was told. I wouldn't say in every grade I grew up through elementary school, but at least every other one, there was a globe in the class.
Right.
And that's just what we were told it was, and that's why I believed it, because it's just how I
Well,
grew up.
Jenkins, you know that we've been here for a while asking a lot of different questions about that same fucking thing that you remembered. And we're not gonna try to tell you that you're fucking misremembered shit. What we're gonna say is that holy shit, there may be a lot of problems with that.
Well, did you grow up differently? You did not have a globe in your classroom?
I grew up thinking it was a ball, yeah.
Yeah, me too. That's what I'm saying.
Everybody,
we all did.
Everybody fucking grew up believing it was a ball.
That's my point.
Yeah.
I don't want to lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you on that one. You're goddamn right. It was. We thought it. Yeah, it was a fucking ball. That's what we all thought. But I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I didn't think that. No, fuck that. I did believe it was a globe. Absolutely. The problem that I got into, and I hope you're getting into it too, is as well as I did, is that we experience a flat Earth. You know, you could put a ruler up to the fucking beach line. You could you could go up at a certain altitude. Every single thing we could fucking detect is gonna show you, holy shit. Remember that thing in fucking geometry called a horizontal? How did we correlate that to
A
a
level?
horizon? Holy fucking shit, it's all coming together. There's not curvature. No.
Are you on the level?
Not even a measured curvature. No.
Are you on the level? Are you square?
Well, I haven't found curvature. No. I'm out here at Flat Earth for a long while. There's just no good measurement of curvature. That's why we're here at Flat Earth.
And we wouldn't be here if we weren't told that the Earth was a sphere.
We were told that it's a sphere, and we found that it was not. How did we find that it's not? It's because that we've not detected any sort of curvature. There's not a single measurement of curvature, which is why. Hold on. I'm not trying to indoctrinate you or lie to you about it. I'm just trying to say that, holy shit, what we found is that, bro, there's no curvature. There's not any curvature. I'm not trying to lie to you. I don't want you to even believe that what I'm saying is true. I want you to find curvature. None of us have found curvature.
Yeah, I want you to find curvature too.
And I don't want you to be something that you just believe. I want you to know, as I do, there's not fucking curvature. That's the fucking whole cue about Flat Earth, man. Nobody on it would be over.
Hey, you've seen what I've seen. But we haven't seen curvature.
No, I've not seen curvature.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Listen, Jenkins, even if you thought you saw curvature, would you show me what you thought you saw? So both of us could actually, honestly, because I'm not trying to fucking confuse you or anything. I want to investigate it with you. We've not found that. If you thought you saw something different, you're goddamn right I'm not going to ignore it. I want to see it too. I want to see it with you, and I want to look into it. I'm not going to say you fucking misremembered and you're delusional. No. I want to see it with you. So if you have curvature, goddamn right I'm there with you. Let's see it.
Yeah, man, Apollo 11, dude.
Okay, so now I'm gonna say, get the fuck out of here, Jenkins. Come on, bro. You got it. Come on. I thought you were gonna give me some Earth-based fucking explanation about how you saw shit over distances.
I've never seen it. I've never seen curvature.
Okay,
In
so
person,
why are you
I've never
taking
seen
that
it.
burden onto your fucking self, man? If you've never seen it, fuck it.
I don't. I'm just playing devil's advocate because there's no one else that wants to say they're a glober.
Okay, dude. I get
No, I'm just filling the void of a glober, and I was a glober once in my life, so why not play it again? It's kind of
Well,
fun
thing
to,
is, listen,
to relive
thing
that.
is, don't forget that way of thinking. I'll never tell you to forget that way of thinking, but
how could I?
Listen to what they present to you, man. Listen to what they actually present for real.
That's hilarious.
But don't forget what you just said. You're laughing at it with us. Is that they kind of really don't actually have shit.
Wait, who's us? It's just you and me, man. And I was making you laugh, and I was laughing right back.
Who were we?
Nobody else laughing right now. Just you and me.
If you're not laughing, listen. We don't have to be laughing.
I'm getting a few chuckles out of this.
Hold
So
on.
you guys go ahead.
You goddamn should be.
He just woke up. We're all gonna start laughing, but listen. What I'm saying is, no flat earther would disagree with me. We haven't found curvature. If you found it, that's something exciting that we can test. I'm not even gonna say that you're fucking wrong. Goddamn right, I'm not gonna say you're wrong. I
already told you. I found it in Apollo 11. Apollo 11, man. Apollo 11.
Dude, do you really want me to ask you how you proved that? Come on.
I didn't.
You know
I didn't. NASA proved it, dude.
You know how fucking retarded you sound by saying I can prove NASA.
Are you saying NASA's retarded, dude?
You just said NASA 11 did it. Therefore,
Yeah. What about refraction, though?
Are you kidding me?
What do you think?
Bro, I don't have a chance. You're right. I don't have a chance.
That's the point, man. You can't prove the night is better than the day. That's why I'm here.
If you want to believe what you do, you're goddamn right you're gonna believe that shit.
I want to believe the Earth's a sphere.
No, but I want to be, listen, Jenkins, I want to be one of the few people that reminds you, holy shit, you bought into some shit, didn't you? You actually bought into some whole bunch of bullshit.
I did.
Now, I know that you can't prove half that shit, but I'm there laughing at you. Not out of some sort of mystic shit talking, but I'm like, dude, I was there with you saying that you shouldn't believe that shit. No.
Yeah, I bought that.
They're shit talking, man. They can't do that shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I bought that pile of shit, and then I sold it.
I'm not
I gave it back.
you. I'm saying, like, dude, have you ever thought about it in a way that actually... Come on,
You don't
dude.
want to make me talk, do you?
I'm not canceling you out.
You did.
So you believe in the moon landings. Go ahead.
Oh,
ahead.
yeah, dude. Neil Armstrong he was the first man to step on the moon, and they planted the American flag, because fuck the Soviet Union.
That's the sad part of what I thought you were going to say. That's what I was trying to protect you from saying. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
Jenkins, you can't just say this. I'm pretty sure you're aware of every different thing we could have said about you. I haven't said. I'm not gonna shit talk you, but you goddamn
You're gonna
right.
troll me, though.
No, you're goddamn right. We expect you to say this thing, right?
Dude, you know I'm just playing devil's advocate, yet you're still trolling me and not laughing at the dumb shit I'm saying.
I'm gonna let somebody else talk to you. I'm not gonna get through to you. I'm not gonna troll you now. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
had
want to waste
enough
your
of
time.
your trolling.
No, somebody else can talk to you. I'm not gonna waste your time.
I talked to Smurf. I want to know what kind of burst rifle he had back when he was serving time.
What's up?
Yeah, when you were serving military time, what kind of rifle did you have again?
Yo, I had a 14.5-inch barrel on my, which is standard, on an AR-15. They call that M4 carbine. But I also had a 240 Bravo. Went overseas. It's a machine gun. That's a 7.62 That's like a 308 machine gun. And I also had a 249, which is a 5.56 machine gun, and it just for training. You know, I was stationed in Hawaii, and I'd train with but those are my three that I'd walk around with. I also had a 50 BMG on a vehicle. You know.
And did you go to Iraq or Afghanistan?
I went to Iraq. Yeah.
And how many times you went there?
Went there a couple times, man.
And for a year or two, or?
Yeah, about a year, both. Yeah. Then I spent about a year in Hawaii in the middle there.
And you every time you shot one of your rifles, you calculated for the curvature of the Earth, right?
No, of course not, dude. And I'm also an NRA instructor, and I have never ever seen in any ballistic thing anywhere. I've never seen it written or said by anybody else. Never, dude.
So, were you Army, Marines, Navy, Air Force?
I was in the Army, infantry.
Frontline infantry?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why you didn't calculate for the curve.
No, dude, nobody calculates for the curve except the only exception is I hear that the heavier they claim that supposedly the largest artillery pieces supposedly do, but I don't believe that they do that. I think
what?
Well, I heard they calculate for the curvature, not particularly the Coriolis, but the curvature. Sorry, and I just said, what do you mean? How is that any different from calculating for the drop? And I asked the field artillery officer that. He said, well, you need to read the manual. I'm like, what kind of answer is that, dude?
Yeah, what they're really calculating is the density of the ballistic being fired over the distance. That's the formula they're using. And they say, oh yeah, we're just calculating from the curve and gravity. They don't really
Exactly.
The density of the projectile.
Oh, I completely agree. You know, he said we calculate for the curve. I'm like, well, that you calculate for the drop, right? But I've never heard of anyone calculating Coriolis for anything. Dude, I'm a certified instructor with the NRA, dude. You know, this never happened, dude.
Yeah, they're just calculating for the amount of force they're pushing the projectile out of, the density of the projectile, the distance they want it to land at, and they say, oh, that's the curvature, when it's really just a formula that could be relabeled as the curvature, when really it's just the collection of the power, the distance, and the density of what they're shooting.
You're 100% correct, and I've been on watching on YouTube. On YouTube, they have these dudes that claim, oh yeah, snipers calculate for curve, and they even have this one dude had some suspicious-looking document that looked like it just printed up on Word. But anyway, in my entire career, I've never heard of it, dude. Never seen it or anything.
Yeah, when they said that the snipers calculating for the curve, like long distance snipers, really, I mean, do you think they're calculating that more than the direction of the wind, the angle, the distance that they have to consider?
No, hold on. I never heard that. I only heard that with heavy artillery, which is, you know, what I was saying is on YouTube, there are these YouTube ninjas, right? And they're like, they talk about snipers and Coriolis, right? And I'm like, wow, okay. You know, there's a lot of disinformation. I think they're probably paid by like the Air Force or something. They're like paid shills, you know, trying to fight the flat Earth, you know, and they have these fake these people claiming to be snipers on YouTube saying oh yeah, so you got to calculate for Coriolis, you know. It's propaganda. I'm just saying, dude. In my career, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, there's a lot more pertinent factors than that.
Oh yeah, man! I could go on all day about ballistics and marks. I could go on all day, focus on the front sight, line up but I'll spare you all the technical stuff. Man, I know so much about ballistics, but Coriolis is nothing to do with it, man. I mean, it's kind of like how the planes land on, you know, in different directions and stuff.
Yeah, Coriolis is about as reliable as astrology is.
Well, no, I think astrology's got some sort of reliable something there. I mean, you know, I don't trust these charts, but there's definitely something to astrology, man.
Okay, I'll rephrase it then. Coriolis is about as reliable as your daily horoscope.
Okay, I'll agree with that. Well, I don't know, man. I mean,
well, the daily horoscope is meant to reduce the value of astrology. Where astrology is just being born at a different time of the year. I mean, that's really all it means. It's a different time of the year. You're born
I didn't know that.
In the spring, everything's growing and living. Everything's coming back to life, and in the fall, everything's dying. But if you live in California, you're not going to experience that. It's fucking summer every day.
Hey, on a completely unrelated note, man, I've been talking to this Professor Phil, and he says he can't come in the live stream because he's banned, and he's also not welcome anyway, is what he told me.
Well, he's right.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't there when he got banned, but
he gets banned many times. I think my ban was the last one that's been sticking for a while. But no, he kept on.
Dude,
we'd be talking to a Glober, and he'd be jumping in their fucking DMs, telling them, ask him this, tell him that, this and that, and
oh, he was pulling a Xanac.
Yeah.
Well, he DM'd me, but he seems really serious about, I'm talking with him about electricity and 5G is what I'm talking with him. And he seems really serious, man. And, but I told him what I think about it.
Yeah, he was holding one of those classes. He said that he was inviting people like us to his class at one point, back in November or something.
That's funny. Well, I'd like to hear him out one time because I wasn't here paying attention. I'd like to hear him out one time.
Dude, I would have just left through him in Cogdis or freaking whatever else, but he was restricted to the arena. Like, he had the Coliseum role, and that was it. And because he shares a server with these other kids, he would just listen in on the YouTube and then DM them, trying to, so I was like, I know how to fix that. You no longer share a server with those people.
Wow. Wait, anyway, I told him what I think about 5G, man.
Well, I think we could learn a lot from Dr. Phil or Professor Phil, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Just because he says a bunch of shit that's contradictory to us, so maybe that'll just improve our argument. I mean,
I was thinking the same. Yeah. Well, you can always learn. I mean, he said he's got decades of experience, so I'm sure he knows some stuff we don't know about electricity, even if he's wrong.
Well, at the same time, I mean, he. Actually, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
I was just saying, even if he's wrong, I mean, he's got to learn some stuff that's interesting.
I don't know. You've never listened to him then?
No, I haven't.
I've listened to him, but I wasn't there when he got banned, so I can't say, maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry that I haven't listened to him, but I was just texting with him.
Yeah, I was kissing his ass, trying to be on his good side at one point, but he just says some of the dumbest shit. It's kind of hard to keep that facade going.
Oh, well, I don't know who he is or what he's about, but with the experience, I believe he's probably some sort of professor. I have never been to college, so I know that most people here probably have been, but I'm one of those uneducated people.
Well, I don't know. If Lunatic was the last guy to experience what he was saying.
No, he wasn't even here. I banned him because of the shady shit that he was doing, sliding into people's DMs.
Was he was he saying anything that was worthful of an argument, or was it just some?
No, it's just we're having a good conversation with somebody, and all of a sudden they're like, well, somebody just DM'd me saying to ask about sulfur, sulfur, whatever, the sulfur hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride. Shit like that. And it's like, well, where did this just all of a sudden come from? And and then we're saying, who jumped into your DMs? Tell us. And they're like, well, they said not to tell you. Yeah, and so at that point, and so at that point, I'm like, fine. You're gonna tell us who it is, so that we can ban him, and if you don't, we're gonna ban you.
Well, that sounds kind of funny. I'm just gonna take a guess that he's not used to the internet as much as we are. I don't know. I never spoke with him like we're speaking right now, you and me. I'm only texted. He DM'd me, which is why I'm talking to him.
Yeah, I think he grew up through the 60s and 70s, so he lived through that time where. It's just different from when we grew up. We're a little bit younger than he is.
We use the internet different. We have we understand basic chat room etiquette or something. I don't know. They don't know about. Well, anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I had a long talk with him, and I feel like he really seems to believe that 5G is not harmful. So I let him know a whole bunch of stuff, man. And I got documents to substantiate it too, you know.
I mean, now all you have to do is put that frequency next to a plant that's growing and then have a control without that frequency and see which grows better.
Bro, that's a great idea. That would make a nice YouTube video. The problem is I don't want to be anywhere near that frequency though, man.
Well, it has a short distance effect. I mean, it doesn't go very far. I mean, it doesn't go as far as like 4G.
Yeah. Dude, I got a document from the FCC from 1996 that says it has a 98% attenuation rate, which is basically like an energy absorption rate. So, like, it's energizing the oxygen. Now that's why Professor Phil messaged me, said I'm all wrong about that. But, I mean, you know, I got the document. It's
Professor Phil's a dumbass. Yeah, found that out.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's a dumbass, but he just, you know, he just has his own point of view and stuck in his ways. You know, you can't really blame him.
Some of the stuff he says makes him sound like a complete dumbass.
Yeah, I wouldn't
we've
argue
kind
with
of
that.
talked to him long enough to know that he's not. Yeah.
No, I know, but
Found
you know,
him out.
I don't blame him for it. I don't hold it against him.
We're not saying that he's wrong about everything, but there's a couple of things we found out he absolutely is incorrect on.
Yeah, he just is polarized, man, just like everyone else.
No, I would never say that I'm correct about everything, but he identifies as a professor of facts. That's an
Well,
issue.
he's probably, yeah, he's got a curriculum. He's got to teach. You know, that's what he gets paid to
Hey,
do.
sorry, my phone glitched. I missed what you were just saying.
Oh, we're just talking about.
I
Dr.
overheard him one time in the arena. He was asked how you would weigh helium, and he said that you could put it in a balloon and then tie it to a spring scale.
Or put the.
Well, hold on. If you guys really want to hear it, just invite him back in.
Hey, my phone.
It's nothing new. We
it's a group
we can
here.
walk him through it again.
Hey, it's a group here, but I just wanted to say something because my phone got dropped, and I don't know if y'all heard me. I was saying that I got a document that says there's a 98% attenuation. Did you guys hear me say that?
Yeah, something like. Wait.
Okay.
Say it again.
Dude, I got a document from the FCC from 1996 that says that these 5G frequencies that I was looking up, they have a 98% attenuation rate with oxygen, and that means that I looked up.
Yeah.
Wait, does that mean it's going to ionize oxygen? Or
No, I would like to see that. I would like to see that.
It's the energy lost. I can pull it up here. It's on my laptop. It's the energy lost.
If you could pull that up
through the medium.
So it's got to ionize it then, right?
No, I want to see that regardless. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to turn my computer on. Give me a couple minutes to find it in the folder somewhere. I got a whole folder for this somewhere.
Yeah, it's not the first time I've heard that, how
very
it
cool.
affects oxygen. But I want to know how they define attenuation, because when they do a study like that, they state what their definitions of words are. So it's probably just an ionization rate.
Hold on, I might have put it on my USB drive, but if you give me a few minutes, I'll find my documents.
Here, I'll try to find it myself too.
Yeah, it's from, I believe my memory is right. It's 1996. I found it like half a year ago. It's 1996. I might have found it here. Hold on.
Yeah, and Google Scholar would probably have it.
And regardless if 5G is harmful, like, to your health, it's harmful to us. It's the way that they're using to surveil absolutely everything going on everywhere.
What if they just skip it and go to G6 and just
pack G5.
I think 5G
Wait, I gotta plug in my. It's on my USB drive, and I'll plug it in. I didn't know I'd have to present these documents, but I gotta tell you, I got them here, and give me a few minutes.
All right, bud. Now, what if you guys are right about G5, and they'll just say, "Hey, listen, man, we're just gonna get rid of G5. We're just gonna do G6." That would solve the problem.
Well, I mean, so 5G is a millimeter, a wave band. It's a millimeter wave on the radio spectrum. That's why its useful distance is so low. The radius or the diameter is smaller.
No.
4G.
I understand what you're saying, but what if they just upped it and they used a different frequency?
The more they up it, the more harmful it has a chance of being.
But we don't really know that. You're just
5G
assuming that. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, 5G is probably the last one, man. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, what's smaller than a millimeter wave? You gonna go to UV or like? I mean, how smaller can you go?
Did you think that
Nano?
the people in the 50s thought that you would be carrying a whole computer on your hand?
I mean,
No.
yeah, you got a point. Yeah, you got a point. But
So the truth that you have now, right? See, this is the problem I don't like with science. This is my problem with science, is that they're just allowed to be wrong so many times.
Well, this isn't science. This is
we have
lobbyist and
documents.
commercial exploitation.
We have documents like the Bible, okay,
Yeah.
that has no contradictions and that was written over 2,000 years ago. So it's kind of difficult for me to say, like, sure, I'll believe you, scientist, when what is their goal? Their pompous goals are to earn themselves money for their company, so they move up the ladder so they can get the prettier girl to take to the bar so their friends at work see the type of girl they dated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, yeah,
think
I
about
know what
it.
you're saying, but
Or the fancier
these aren't.
car. So what is their goal? So
Well, these aren't.
to put your future in someone's his only propensity is to make money. It's not to help you.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of an independent study done that said there's absolutely nothing harmful about like this type of radiation that comes from 5G,
that's
4G.
never happened.
There's never been an independent study to show that. Every single study that says that it's safe is sponsored by the companies trying to sell it, like you're saying.
Yeah. So these aren't really scientists that are promoting 5G. It's commercial interests, and then the lobbyists within the governments, because the FCC didn't sell this frequency band until certain lobbyists were paid to do that, to open it up. Before, it was illegal to have this frequency band because they use it in freaking like radio. They use it in military operations as a deterrent. It wasn't. It wasn't legal.
Less than lethal weapons, as they call them. Like,
it's not scientists. Scientists discover it, but they're not the ones
but
that
then,
are promoting.
you're
the
using
use.
lobbyists now. Now you're saying that it's corporations that control this. Some sleazy dude trying to pass money to a.
Don't be fooled! Don't be fooled! It's corporations and lobbyists that rule this country.
It's we live in a corptocracy.
Yeah. So wait a second. So what? I mean, I don't know what you're saying. What? So then, who are you really? Whose fault is this then?
Well, it's the people who abused the work the scientists discovered, and they discovered it was dangerous, and that's why it was illegal.
Listen,
but lobbyists are paid.
I really don't want to sound racist because I'm not racist. I'm not racist at all.
You can't be racist.
But most lobbyists are white, right?
I mean, it doesn't really
most
matter.
Lobbyists, the only way you get into the Capitol, 80% chance. I mean, there's not many colored people there. There's not many minorities there. These are the rich white corporation owners. And all this shit started over in the 1800s. Because before the 1800s, there's no such thing as white people. You either
Who cares
European,
about color?
you were either European, okay, and if you were from Europe and you travel from one country to the next, you're going to speak a totally different language. And none of them were calling each other white. Not one. They were like, where are you from? Germany? Oh, okay, I'm from France. They weren't saying, oh, you're white? Yeah, I'm white too. No, they don't do that.
Look,
Only in
money
America.
money doesn't see color, man. Let lobbyists have money. This isn't a racial issue.
Yeah,
It's not a racial
race.
issue, but what I'm
It's
trying to
not
explain
race.
to you is that the generationally rich people in America that own these corporations are people that were born here, that were bred here. They are the corporation owners. They are the shareholders of,
Yeah, they
of
were
the
born
United
with
States.
a silver spoon.
No, forget the silver spoon, dude, because that's way over. We're talking about now 300 years of silver spoon. We're talking
Yeah.
about they have canonized their way to the top. They're not going to let it go, is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, but they weren't
I'm
born
not
poor.
making it a race thing. I'm letting you know that this money is very long, that no one's letting it go. So
Yeah.
that the 1%, that the interest of the 1% will always win.
Yeah, it's just another polarity, isn't it? The rich and the poor.
Hey, I think I found that
It's
document.
happened for so long already, right? I mean, you got
It's
to
gonna
remember,
happen.
all the
It's always
1900s
happened.
passed, and nobody
richest-
said nothing about it. I mean, so now we can't complain about it now. I mean,
Well, we
it's how the
can.
world goes round for us.
It's always been
Think
that
about
way,
it. We
though.
have safety here. We have roads. We have sidewalks. We got stoplights. I'm not gonna say we have the best police system,
No, our police are
corrupt.
fucked. Some of them.
but
Most of them are
at
good guys.
least at least we can go to the fucking 24-hour store at 2:00 in the morning and not have to
Yeah, you
worry
gotta
about
wear a
somebody
mask.
running us over. So
You gotta wear a mask.
there's a lot of pluses of us living here. Is all I'm saying.
Nah, I feel it, man. But it's always been like that. The rich have always controlled the poor. The kings, monarchs, the czars, dictators.
Yeah,
They've
but
always
that's not.
been.
You gotta understand. That's been going on since the beginning of time.
That's what I'm saying.
It's always been like that.
Yeah.
And little by little, they're desensitizing us. Little by little, more and more.
And
There's
controlling
things
it.
now. There's things now that in the beginning of this country would have never allowed, right? Now
Yeah.
people just go with the flow.
Yeah.
Yo, listen to me. You ever notice when a baby's born? I have 4 kids, right? So I've gone through this many times. When a baby is born and they cut the umbilical cord, and as they're cutting it, they already attach this monitor so you can't walk out with the baby. And it's like a big siren that goes off if they leave the maternity ward.
What?
This little thing also tells you whose baby it is, so they can't switch the baby. They do this as soon as the baby's born. They cut the umbilical cord. As they cut the umbilical cord, the belly button is still attached a little bit,
Yeah.
and they keep this device on here, right? They do this all over, okay?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Swear to God.
Can't you just
We
say,
already-
I just want to leave with my baby? Can't you just
Can't
tell them you
leave
don't-
it. No, they're not gonna let. No, they'll arrest you. Can't do that.
Oh.
The baby will die. Some babies need to be cared for.
They take your baby away from you pretty much immediately for like an hour or two before you can see it again. It's in like
No.
the
You can see the baby as soon as it comes out. Of course you can.
yeah
But
yeah
what
for
they do
a
is
little
you-
while. I have a daughter like but within like 15-20 minutes they take it to another room where you're not allowed to go until like they have your baby for a couple or a few hours and then you can have your baby back.
Wait, that's kind of fucked up, though. Why don't they
No,
just
it's
let you
not
leave
fucked
with
up.
your
What I'm
baby
trying to
right
tell you
after
is
they
put
help
her
you
in an
birth it?
incubator. They put the babies in the maternity ward because they want
Why?
to leave them in a germ-free containment. Then your family can go to the window and look at the baby. But they have this little thing attached to the belly button, so this way no one can walk out with your baby, right?
Well,
And
that's
everybody
also
loves this
good.
idea. Everybody loves this idea because they were switching babies. People didn't know which baby it was. Families were growing up with the wrong people. Guys were blaming their wives for cheating on them because the babies were black or whatever it was, right? They're switching babies, taking babies. So now they're attaching this thing to the umbilical cord. Before you know it, these chips are getting so small. As soon as a baby's born, they'll probably put the fucking chip in the baby. How are you gonna know?
Dude, that's
I mean, we're
fucked up.
already allowing the monitor on them. I mean, what's next?
I mean, why don't it's like the whole point? You take your wife to the hospital when she's, when her water breaks, is to help the birthing process, and then you leave after it's born. That's how it should be. They shouldn't take your baby into another room and.
Do you have a baby?
No, I don't. Man.
All right. So then, wait till you get the process. You're gonna realize that.
I'd rather just
if you don't put your wife, God forbid, in a hospital with the baby, both of them might something might happen to both of them. So you don't want that, okay? Because you want her to be in the best situation possible so they can both live. It's not just all right, you good? All right, let's go, baby. No, it's nothing like that.
Yeah,
you have to make sure she walks. She's got the catheter inside her. You got to make sure you take that out. You don't want to get any infections. I mean, it's a process.
Yeah, I've never seen this thing that you're talking about with attached to the umbilical cord. My daughter's 7, and yeah, they just gave her, a little bracelet thing. That's how they kept track of which baby's which and all that. But you're right.
Really?
It has been known where they have screwed up whose baby's whose, and the wrong family raised, somebody else's baby, whatever. Like that's definitely been a problem in the past. That's why they do that.
Yeah, I know they even made a show about that, about babies being switched at birth. But, I was born in '96 in a hospital. I wonder if I got put in that little facility room, because I'd rather just my mom just take me home after.
Listen, you ever wake up? I think you're still in it, buddy.
It could be. I might be.
You've never gone and visited the hospital after a family member had a baby or anything like that?
Never.
I got a lot of documents. I think I found the right one. But anyway, yeah, dude, I had a neighbor who would go deliver babies because of these, not the specific reason, but, a lot of people were scared to take their, and I lived in Los Angeles, and a lot of people were scared to go to the hospital to have a baby.
Yeah, my mom's first child, my half brother, he was born in a bathtub. Never had any of that shit happen to him.
Oh yeah, I had my friend, his sister was in Hawaii, and around the time I was there, I didn't know her though, but she had a baby, and this doctor would fly around on a helicopter, and he'd visit first on a helicopter, and then the nurses, this was like a long time ago, these nurses would get out, and one of them would stay a while, and they would come back and check. But when it came time to deliver the baby, he would come back again in the helicopter immediately. Then they would have like a handful of nurses in a swimming pool. They would do this in something like a swimming pool,
Yeah, I see. I just got to say that when my half brother was born in a bathtub, this was in the Soviet Union. Even when the care was free, but they still chose to be, him born in a bathtub in the Soviet Union.
Hey, how was your
helicopter shit though?
How was your half? Were you in the Russia or what? Are you Russian?
No, he is. Hold on, he's like 10 years. He was born in '88. I was born in '96, so he's 12 years older than me.
Oh, you're a young one.
I was born in the States, but he was born in the Soviet Union of a different father.
Wow. Oh, that's how. Wow. Wow, man. I bet you he's got some stories.
Well, he left the Soviet Union when he was 2, But what were you saying about that helicopter shit? You say doctors fly around in helicopters? What the hell?
Yeah, my friend's writing a book about it because his sister, just to write a book, he's like homeless and he's like got a PhD in economics, but one of his degrees is English, you know. Anyway, his sister had a baby, and like the doctor first showed up with the helicopter, and the nurses would, you know, visit, but not in a helicopter. But when it came time, the nurses would come check on, you know. But when it came time, he'd come back again in the helicopter, man. And they always did it in water. The baby was always born in water. He did this all the time, like regularly for people.
That's pretty weird, man.
Yeah, he'd go all over Hawaii.
In Hawaii, you get babies born from a helicopter?
No. The doctor would show up in a helicopter.
Yeah, to birth the baby from a helicopter. That's crazy.
It is crazy, isn't it? And they always did it in water. I don't know anything about it.
Seemed like it'd be expensive as shit, man.
That's what I figured, but I forgot how he I can't remember. I gotta ask him. He's a good friend of mine. I'll ask him more details. I forgot how he gets all that money. I think he might have retired or something and then continued to do the similar job or something. I think he's loaded.
That's a sweet job, just flying around a helicopter from fucking house to house.
Yeah, if I remember right, he retired as a doctor delivering babies in a hospital, and then when he was done, he was loaded with money, so he just did it, you know, whether or not they could pay him, but those that could would pay him, and he had his own helicopter.
Man, I wonder if his gyroscope compensated for the curvature of the earth.
Dude, I don't think so, man.
Yeah, probably not, huh?
I didn't want to change the subject, but that's all. I never been around. I don't know much about that process, man, but sounds scary. The other dude, I don't know his name. Let me look it up. I know his symbol. He was saying the dude in here was saying that that they could put a chip and they hold the kid for like a while, a couple hours or something. That's scary, man. Now I know if I had a kid, I wouldn't want to go to the hospital, man.
Yeah, when I was born in '96 in a hospital, I really hope I didn't have to go through that. But
I mentioned
in '96, yeah, probably.
That's what reminded me. My friend said in the hospital they may take the kid away, and that's what reminded. Because now this dude that would fly the helicopter, okay, when they had the baby delivered in Hawaii, they would never take the baby away. He said that she would be with the baby the whole time. 100% of the time.
Well, do they? I mean, in like hospitals in America, they commonly, once the baby's born, if it's a male, they do the Hebrew cutting process.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if they do that.
That mutilation. I don't think so. I mean, I would guess. I'm guessing.
No, they don't circumcise right away at the hospital. Like, no, that's something that happens a little bit later.
Well, I mean, it happened after I was born.
Like right there immediately.
Pretty much. I mean,
I think so with me too. Yeah, and that traumatizes the kid, which is his most delicate state. So his mind's probably like it happened to me. Well, who knows if my personality would be different? That's traumatic. I mean, who would do that to a baby, or a child?
I remember after my older brother was born in the Soviet Union in the bathtub.
Yeah.
He ended up getting that cutting process when he was like 7 or 8 or 9, and I remember that, and it was pretty traumatic at that age.
Yeah, that's probably horrible, man.
Yeah, Barthologis is his name.
See, all right, so what happens here is, right, my son, they ask you right away. Like, right when he comes out, they're very swollen. So, the baby, I don't know how to explain it, but the babies, it looks like even though they're tiny, when they come out, their privates are kind of swollen. So they're a bit bigger than they were supposed to. Like they're like his balls and stuff, because it looks because it almost looks like it came out of a vacuum, right? So when they do it, I'm serious. So when they do it, the best time for them to do it is when the skin is so tender. I mean, it took her like a blink of an eye. She asked me right when the baby came out. She was holding the baby. Look, do you want him circumcised? I said, yeah. Boom, snip. That's it. Then she cut the umbilical cord, put the fucking thing on. Baby was on his way. Cleaned the baby up. And that was it. It wasn't like a big process. A woman delivered my baby along with the team that was there. You know, it took about, I mean, just as much as she would have snipped the umbilical cord, she snipped that.
Was the baby in pain?
They got the tools.
The baby was just born. He doesn't know what's going on. The baby.
Well, I would imagine that it felt pain, though, man.
Yeah,
I'm sure being born is pain.
Yeah, I would imagine that coming out of the womb is a pretty traumatic thing. Also, like world shaking. Like it.
Yeah,
I think that somebody like Bartholomew or some real fathers would know better than me, but my assumption is that the baby would have pain for a good amount of time after that. From that specifically, man, that sounds terrible, but I don't really know.
I mean, I still have pain to this day, man. And I'm 24.
But yeah, I mean, I can only guess that it's not a healthy practice, but I don't know that, man. It happened to me,
Yeah, I wonder why we started doing it in the first place. There must be some reason, but we're told for
I'm pretty sure
sanitary stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Hygienics.
There's probably a different reason that when we started. There's probably a different.
What's strange about me is my mother's, from Brooklyn. She's a Jew. But the thing is, like they most Jews, they wait till they're like 13 or whatever it is, bar mitzvah. No, I didn't do that, No, they got me when I was young, man. Or a baby, I mean.
Yeah, I wonder if the Earth was a sphere, if we would do that. Why, if evolution happened, why would we even have to do it? Shouldn't we be being born without that stuff? If evolution was true?
Yeah, right. I don't know. I just find the whole thing shocking that even something 90-something% of dudes in America, it's a purely American thing. I mean, outside of America, I don't think it's normal.
Well, I mean, it is for the Hebraic tradition.
Yeah, when they're older, yeah, when they're like 13 or something.
Yeah, but that's where it came from, right?
You guys, I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I'm going to explain this to you, and I'm going to say it once.
Okay.
All right. So,
thank you.
It's healthy to do it to a boy because their privates are in a diaper all day. Okay, think about you going on a long trip, like visiting your parents from New York to Pennsylvania, and this boy is sitting in the back seat in a diaper for an hour. Okay?
All right, that's a good point.
What happens if he gets a yeast infection or something like that? Now you have to start fondling your son. and people don't want to do that.
Hey, I got what you said, man.
Well, you could say the same thing about a female.
And not for nothing, it's so small, you won't really know what's going on. And if it's in pain because of it, it's a horrible experience. I think it's a horrible experience than just doing it when they come out.
You're the only person. A reasonable argument, yeah.
I mean, you could say the same thing about a female baby, though. I mean, it's the same thing. It's not any different.
It's not the same thing because our parts are outside.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same enclosure, But I don't know. We don't got to talk about this.
What did you just say? Did you just hear what you just said? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Well, to be honest, I don't know what it's like to not be that way.
That's so absurd to say that it's the same for a guy and a girl. What's wrong with you, man?
I'll admit I'm wrong. I'm just trying to consider what it would be like if we didn't do that. That's all I'm doing.
Hey, you know, Barthology, he did give the first reasonable explanation I've ever heard, because I always wondered why the hell why they did that to me.
But no, boy or girl, that's why you got to make sure that you're changing your baby's diaper often. You don't want them sitting in a wet diaper. You don't want them and when you change them, you got to clean them up really good. Like, you can't just half-ass that shit.
Yeah, man, I have no idea what any of that's like, dude.
Same. Yeah, no, I'm speaking from ignorance.
Just use water. Clean them up with water. Let them dry with fresh air.
Baptize them.
Yeah, letting them dry too. Like, that's for the diaper rash and stuff. Yeah, help letting them air out for a little bit. If you know, they just went and you got some time, let them air out is good.
Sense. Yeah, just common sense. Yeah.
People just want to rush everything.
Yeah.
My concern though is that, and now I'm ignorant, dude, but I would assume that the baby would have pain for at least a few days, after the initial.
Yeah, you'd have a scab, dude, at least.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't know, man. I've broken a whole bunch of bones, and honestly, even broken bones don't hurt a day later. As long as they don't move. If it's casted good, you're fine.
Well, that's a good point. Maybe I overanalyze it, just it's a strange practice. But maybe there is I don't know. I'm ignorant.
I mean, I think we
what practice you talking about?
Oh, you don't want to know, man.
The Hebraic cutting process of a born male.
Oh, that's mutilation.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't do it, but at the same time, there's arguments that say you should do it.
That's ridiculous.
I think you shouldn't, but because I wish it wasn't done to me, but at the same time, I don't know if it would have been harder on my parents or not, because I don't really know.
Yeah, it wasn't your choice, but it's not a problem. The thing is, it's a ritual, and after the supreme sacrifice, he said that all rituals have no meaning. We can still do them, but it doesn't mean anything for God. He's not going to be judging according to a ritual you are doing or not. So
there's boys that they do that and they pass out.
Well, I've seen that these rabbis actually are sucking.
Oh yeah, that's a rare practice these days. But yeah, the moil where they freaking tear that thing off with their teeth and then suck the blood.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Cannibalism.
Yeah. Probably is a form of cannibalism.
Yeah. And it's a transmission of diseases, that's how herpes was spreading among the Jewish community,
It's just a physiological impression that they wanted to do.
Yeah, that's a big part.
Yeah.
Subconsciously.
The older a man is, the most likely he's unclean and sick and all these things. And to a man, most of his diseases are in his mouth.
Yeah.
All those bacteria, stuff, all those things come from the guts in the mouth. And through a kiss, many of them are passing from one to another or from eating together,
Yeah, and I heard that a baby doesn't have an immune system for 6 months or something.
Well, a baby can also contract an STD like herpes just by passing through its mother's cervix and stuff like that. So now you've got a baby who has herpes, and then Moyle puts his mouth on that thing.
Yeah.
Well, when the birthing, I don't even know why we're talking about this, but the birthing fluids, once they come out, once the baby's born, That is actually a bacteria that's a probiotic to protect them from the outside world to improve their immune
But
system.
yeah, you're right. But obviously, there's healthy mothers, like they.
Yeah.
But there's also unhealthy mothers. So yeah, that's a big deal.
This thing with the immune system, it's something they don't want us to know how it functions, how it works, what it means.
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody has a default immune system. We are born with it, but it's not going to protect you against lack of knowledge, knowing what to do or not to do. The immune system doesn't protect you against. So a newborn must be taught in a family, and if that family, those parents don't have all this knowledge, they will teach only what they know.
I think they have hijacked the natural process of birth has been hijacked.
Yeah.
Because naturally the baby will be born through the birth canal. It will the first touch the kins, like when the baby is brought to the mother and the baby touches is like in the chest of the mother, like skin to skin. That's very important. When the baby opens the eyes, the first person that the baby looks at is her mom, the mom. That's also they've been taking that away as well. They want to take the baby to a different room when it's born and weigh it and give the baby shots and antibiotics and shit.
Oh yeah, dude. Bill Gates said that. Hey, Bill Gates said we got to get two of his vaccines to the babies as soon as they're born.
Well,
not even just one, but he said two of them. It's probably just starting with that.
But think about it, the process, like the skin, the baby being in the mommy's chest, so mommy can comfort the baby, because the baby comes out, is crying, it's kind of in some kind of stress, but the mommy grabs the baby, put her in her chest, and calm the baby down. Most babies, when they do that, they just calm down. They're really quiet. And then when they get hungry, they start crying again. And then mommy gives the first the first meal, which is the colostrum. That's what is called the first meal. It's an essence of the mother, and that's been taken away. Also, the placenta is supposed to be connected for hours. After the placenta releases all the blood that is supposed to be in the placenta, it will transfer back into the baby. And then it will detach. Eventually, it will dry off and fall.
Yeah,
that's also being taken away. The placenta represents like sometimes even 30% of the blood. 30% of the total of the blood.
Yeah,
and they just want to cut it off and throw it away, basically.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They use it they use that in the pharmacy.
They use it for their stem cells and shit like that.
Yeah.
That's the real reason.
When you take the baby away and put it in a room for 2 hours, if the mother were to hold the baby, it would be reconnected physiologically and psychologically back to where it just came from, and that's why it's calmed down. But separating it, I think it's cruelty. It should be a crime to separate the baby from the mother after birth.
I said, we're going to take it to another room. Just wait here. No, thank you. Thanks for the offer, but that baby's not leaving our side.
It's a psychological trauma, I would imagine.
This dude, bra is not very funny, man. It's not funny.
And then they offer the males. They offer, we can do the circumcision if you like.
Oh,
you want to do it?
I'm not watching the text chat. I'm playing a game, so that's why I'm confused. I just saw it. You're gonna ban this guy?
Yeah, the dude in text.
What did he say?
He just said something really evil really mean about somebody's kid.
Oh, that's not nice. That's sick.
Yeah, okay, I'll just say it since two people don't know. So he said,
Give me the name. Give me the name. I want to check it.
BRAH. Bra.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
So this one person wrote that they didn't cut their son or give the son shots. He's a gangster. So Bra says he is a dead child walking. What the? I mean, I don't know. It's just not something I'd ever say about anybody's kid and I never had kids, so.
Man, I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I
man.
mean, this is not medical advice. If he has kids and he wants to do something with his kids, take your doctor's advice if you like. This is not medical advice, anyways.
His profile avatar is some fucking Soviet communist wearing a mask.
These are people without humanity, without feelings, cold-blooded being. Speak like that about children. Just
it's another. It's another extreme polarity we got to live with.
Yeah, is this kind of wannabe alphas?
No, he just wants he wants strong emotion from us. That's what he's after.
Gave him a little cogdiss.
Yeah,
it was rude to say that. I don't think he really broke any rules, but.
Yeah, I never had kids, but that it just sounded mean. I mean, I'm a third person here.
Yeah, it's just offensive. It's just an insult he wanted to throw at us. See how we'd react, because that's what he's after.
Probably.
It's another troll, another troll trying to troll for some reaction.
He should better explain himself what he means.
He just wants a reaction.
Yeah. That's maybe the meanest thing I've seen written on here.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, I'm not going to downplay it.
If that's the meanest thing you've ever seen on here, that says a lot about our server. You guys should go see the mean shit they say at Gems.
Yeah,
dude. Bro, if you go to Gems, oh man, they're relentless.
Dude, I got a theory, okay? Because, some of us, we call ourselves conspiracy theory. I got a theory that they're just a bunch of junior enlisted Air Force soldiers over there because they got a multi-billion-dollar budget to battle the flat Earth. I bet you it's them. I don't know that. I can't prove that as a theory.
Yeah, why not? Why not spend your money doing that? Well, I mean, we got all this fucking black budget shit. Why not?
Yeah. It's just trillions of dollars,
No, it's not. It's not. You see, the governmental budget is not a trillion or this. It's not a number. It's the bag without an end. That's what they created. When we speak of amounts of money, it's like we're trying to quantify the unquantifiable,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's like infinite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they make the money out of nothing, man.
Yeah. Yeah. It's billions of people paying every month, they pay a lot from their earnings, most of what they win, because these taxes and on profit, on everything, they are higher than what we win. When you do a business, most of the profit you have to pay the government,
Yeah. Well, I mean, what that dude just said is just like, when the sun goes down and it's nighttime, and primitive people fear that the sun won't rise, so they sacrifice a goat so that the sun will rise again. I mean, it's just another polarity of what we are. Except he's sacrificing a goat, and we feel the pain. All right, lunatic. Maybe I went too far.
Oh, excuse me.
Interesting. No, it's interesting.
But that's what he did. He said something so offensive that it's like losing your favorite goat.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
You want to be offended? There's no. Listen to me, man. Being offended is a personal opinion. You know.
Yeah, you're gonna feel it in yourself. That's why you forget.
All right. I live in New York. Okay. Do you know that there's strangers that have said the most obscene things to each other, and they just keep it moving. Okay?
But you forgive them or not?
I'm never gonna see them again in my life.
So forgive them, right?
I would forget them.
just
yes.
go.
Yeah,
further,
but make sure whatever they gave you.
Block feature. That's why they have the block feature on Discord.
But whatever they
block them.
But whatever they give you, give it back to them, and they'll experience it.
No,
Sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes
that's
it's not
love.
worth it.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, you could. Yeah, you're true. You're true.
Listen,
but
you teach people lessons that you like. When you don't like somebody, you don't have to teach them shit.
I got a feeling though that if I go to New York and I just say to some stranger about his kid, that's a dead child walking, I might get in some trouble.
Oh yeah, you think so? There's people walking around with mental issues, screaming absurdities on a regular basis, my friend.
Wow.
Yeah, Barthologist. Like I grew up in Idaho, right? So you live in New York. We're literally the direct opposite. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and you grew up in the middle of skyscrapers and tens of thousands of people. Like we had totally different lives.
So the chances of that happening to you are slim versus the chances of it happening to me over and over are higher. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that these things happen on a daily basis here, and people don't even think about it. You know what I mean?
I went to New York for like 1 week once, but I don't really know what it's like there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more likely to get killed by a mountain lion or a bear, whereas you're more likely to get killed by some dude who wants your hair.
Yeah, but if there's mountain lions and bears, you're allowed to have a gun, a gun with you.
Goddamn right.
Of course you
right,
are.
man.
So and the police aren't going to really say anything, knowing that you're out in the wild like that, and it's acceptable for you to do that. I mean, it's part of your safety, right? But do you think it's appropriate for a guy to be walking around with a 12 gauge in the city? No.
Yeah.
Why not? That's right.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, but what if
I
you
mean,
get
the chances
fucking...
you getting bumped into and getting pissed off are high. So,
yeah, but
somebody making somebody they don't respect guns like you do.
Well,
you respect the gun a little bit differently because you're out in the wild.
Yeah, but a human
you need it for a different situation.
Oh, I agree that it would not.
Yeah.
I agree that it would be not appropriate to walk around New York with the shotgun. It would not be appropriate. But you should be allowed to do that as an American. You'd be a fool if you did. You'd be crazy. But this is American thing.
I think more people should. But I bought my first gun because I was out prospecting, and I went into the middle of nowhere where no one is around to help me, and there was mountain lions and bears. But in New York, I think if someone were to attack me, that would be a lot scarier than being attacked by a mountain lion or bear. Because you want to love people, man, and if someone attacks you, I mean, I think that's a little bit more scary.
Oh, dude, humans are way more dangerous than a bear.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I would rather deal with a bear than a human, dude. Just give me a knife.
Yeah, you have an altercation with a bear and you go your separate ways. You're fine.
Yeah.
With a human, he might come back for you.
Yeah, exactly. Like I saw a bear after I bought my 9mm Ruger. I saw a bear and I just backed up. I pulled it out, but I backed up and it walked its other way. But with a human, I mean, that shit's going to be a lot scarier. I mean, I would imagine. I don't know.
You can outsmart a bear, but you may meet your match with a human.
Yeah, I mean, a bear wants to do its own thing, but a human, maybe he wants to take whatever your thing is.
Yo, a bear's just a big dog,
It's a fucking scary ass dog.
It's a really big dog. Have you ever seen them pet bears people have?
Oh yeah, in Russia they have them all the time, but if it's not your pet, man, that fucking 1,200-pound fucking beast is.
We're talking a wild fucking hungry bear, dude.
Yeah, no, I encountered one.
Hungry bears are not really a threat. They look for strawberries, these fruit berries. That's
yeah,
their food. They are not interested attacking a human, and if you play that,
all right. So then we got to do this. We got to do this, guys. Gorilla versus bear. I mean, who's gonna win?
I am.
My money's on the gorilla.
I'm on the gorilla too. Yeah.
Gorilla over a big fucking bear. Yeah.
I guess we kind of got to distinguish what kind of bear?
Yeah, species.
Bear, dude.
Was it grizzly, black, or brown?
The grizzly.
What kind of bear is it?
Like, what if it's a fucking polar bear? Like, they're huge. I'm going polar bear over the gorilla.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm
Polar
still
bear is
going with
rough.
the gorilla.
But just
I don't know. A big gorilla is pretty strong, dude.
Yeah. Gorilla's smart.
Just to hit that last point about the bear, the second time I encountered a bear in my life, there was a bunch of raspberry bushes, right? I don't know if gorillas like raspberries, but I just wanted to put that in there.
Dude, I kind of want to see a gorilla and a polar bear, fight, dude. Like, we got to make it happen.
Duke it out.
Dude, I almost said duke it out, but it didn't sound appropriate. It's funny.
That gorilla might be able to knock it out, if it can punch it correctly with swinging tips.
I was just thinking that. Hey, just punch him.
He's a strong dude. Those gorillas, dude, I'm telling you, man. They're benching thousands of pounds.
Yeah, dude, gorillas are ripped as shit, but bears are just...
Can we put the specs of a grizzly bear up? Specs up?
I know, but these gorillas, dude, they can hop too, bro.
Bro,
I would like to see
a bear's coming at you at over 1,000 pounds at 30 miles.
It's only got its face and claws. A bear? A gorilla, dude? A gorilla. I'm telling you, these things are crazy.
Wait, you got to consider though, like bears and gorillas, they don't live in the same environment. They're like a gorilla is in Africa and a bear is in fucking North America.
All right,
they're different.
So we're gonna give home field advantage to one of them. Like, all right, so in the forest the bear wins, in the jungle the gorilla wins.
Yeah,
one of those things.
That's a
Who would
good one.
think a bear would
like
win
that.
just by size?
No, I like the. I like
they
the
get up to
home
1,500
field.
pounds, dude.
I like the home advantage.
I don't know. Gorillas are very fast creatures. I mean,
That's the thing. Like,
yeah, bears can climb trees.
yeah, a bear can climb a tree, but also a gorilla could climb a tree. And
Bears got way bigger
claws.
Bears got way
Gorillas
bigger.
got thumbs, dude.
It doesn't matter how big the bear claws are. The fucking monkey.
Bears don't eat
Pound for pound, the bear
Pound for
will
pound, speed for
just
speed,
rip him
gorilla
apart.
Hey, I posted
Dude, you
some
gotta remember how
specs.
strong these gorillas are, bro.
The gorillas
Gorillas
eat
are so
big
But the
frogs.
gorilla is not looking. The gorilla is not looking for a fight to kill. The gorilla is more like taunting and maybe fighting, but then going away. The bear just
They'll
wants to
fight your
destroy
ass,
you.
dude.
Wow, did you know
The bear wants to rip you the fuck apart.
Yeah,
Did
bears
you know how
territorial.
heavy these polar bears are, man? I just posted it in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're territorial.
polar bears are freaking vicious, from what I understand.
I'm talking one of those fucking gorillas from
And they're
the deep
huge.
weeds, dude.
The
One of
gorilla's
those
not looking
ripped
for a
fucking-
fight.
How big
1,500
can a gorilla
pounds.
get? It can get up to 1,000 pounds, 500 pounds.
Yeah,
Oh, they
polar bear
do.
gets. Wait,
Yo,
Polar bear.
500 and 1,000 pounds is a big difference, my friend.
Oh no,
yeah.
shit! I'm guessing. Isn't it 500? Maybe 1,000?
But
Okay,
no.
let's-
You didn't say that's like a whole other gorilla if you're saying 500.
let's say a mountain lion versus a brown bear. What would win?
I really think that gorilla would just smack that bear right in the head.
Kinda, right?
Bear wins over mountain
The
lion.
school of a grizzly bear, of a polar bear, they're huge and really thick. You could shoot them in the head and the bullet doesn't go through.
Yeah, North American bear
Bro.
versus Alaskan bear.
I don't know about shooting them in the head and it not going through, but
Alaska
I'm just
bear
saying,
wins.
You shoot anybody in the head, they're done.
You shoot him
They'll
with a
get
50
fucked up
cal,
by a
you'd be
tiger.
good.
Bros, they'd all get fucked up by a tiger, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck a tiger. Come on.
Okay, 500 pounds they get up
Idaho
to.
bear.
I
Gorillas.
guarantee you, any
Dude, a silverback gorilla in its prime with those big balls, they're tough, dude.
yeah, tiger still wins. Promise you.
Idaho bear versus
Tiger? No way. I don't know, dude. That gorilla, man.
A gorilla can throw a tiger like.
Yeah,
Bro,
well,
you guys
gorilla.
know
He's
how
20
good tigers
yards.
are at hunting.
It could
They're
throw
in
it against a
Idaho.
tree.
Not an Idaho mountain.
Okay, who will win? Who will win against a lemurian and a turtle?
Wait, a Lemurian? What the hell is that?
Yeah,
that tiny
What the hell's a Lemurian?
I mean, I don't even think a
Do you guys
gorilla would stand a
remember?
chance, but
Like a
against
lemur?
a lion or a tiger, I don't really think that they would even last with a lion or a tiger, let alone a
A
bear.
gorilla?
Yeah, an Idaho mountain lion would
Yeah,
be.
man.
Overback gorilla.
Dude, a gorilla would
Lion versus a
fucking
lion?
throw any animal in the entire kingdom, man.
All right,
Yeah,
they'll
the
throw it,
Idaho.
but the cat lands on
I'm
its
just
feet.
saying, man. They're so damn strong. They could fucking toss a
lands on
lion
its feet.
around like a fucking little baby doll. Just saying.
Yeah, when he land on his
Pick it
feet,
up, do
come
what
right
What
back.
Hulk did to
Just
Loki,
imagine
that's
this
what he would do
tiger,
to the lion.
just tigers just landing straight every time, just like meowing as it
Goes
walks.
200 meters in the air.
That gorilla will fuck somebody up.
Tiger lands straight, dude.
He does like
Get that
a
son
And
of
it's
a
got
bitch.
I'm not sure that's true of tigers that are 300 kilos.
And they got.
But you know, maybe
And they
Dude,
got
I really think the gorilla could. I really believe the gorilla can just punch or smack any of these animals right in the head, dude. There may be met
Kind
its
of
match
think
with
so.
a
Dude.
rhino.
There's something up with a gorilla.
Maybe a rhino or an elephant. It might have met its match.
Oh shit!
An elephant, yeah. A rhino, yeah.
Well, the-
Hippopotamus, yeah.
You got to consider though, a lion's got 9 lives though, so.
It doesn't matter.
Tigers
Gorilla
are
would
crafty. I don't know.
keep blowing
Tigers.
up 9 stories.
Tigers are really.
Tigers, yeah, the males, first of all, they're the big ones, and they don't really do the hunting. It's the females that do the hunting. And when they do their
Well, that's
hunting,
lions.
they go with a whole bunch of them, right? Like, it's not just
Tigers are kind of they hunt by themselves.
Well, he's thinking about
Tigers.
lions, a female lion.
Yeah, no, lions.
I guess I'm kind of assuming that they are very similar with the way that they behave.
Yeah, it's like an African.
Tigers
They
are
don't call him the
like,
king of the jungle
independent
for no reason, my man. I'm
It's
telling
like
you
an
right now. They don't call
Tigers
the
roll by
gorilla
themselves. usually.
I can imagine it now, dude. The gorilla is terrified of the tiger, but he knows he's way slower, and he just rushes right at the tiger, punches him right in the head, and
It's
just
like
knocks him right out.
What is it? What is it with
It's a
the
500-pound gorilla.
Are you
That's
serious?
500 pounds.
Guys,
That's
you know
not
how
like
fast
a
a
gorilla can
50-pound
move?
gorilla.
Gorilla, man.
guys, you know the line.
A gorilla
is the
can
king of the
jump.
jungle thing, right? Who said that?
Dude, that's a 500-pound gorilla.
That's like an African wolf
And?
pack though.
It's a 500-pound freaking
That's
lion.
gigantic. I mean,
Guys, who said
a
the
tiger's
lion-
about 500 pounds, but that fucker's 500 pounds too.
Imagine a
He
500-pound
has
wolf.
razor blades as claws and teeth.
Well-
Are you serious?
Well, that's
Yeah.
a good
Dude,
point.
we're talking. Look at that gorilla, dude.
Yeah,
We're
dude.
talking about gorillas, pound for pound, speed for speed, man. Gorilla wins every time. I'm just
No way.
Gorilla's a really
No,
wild
yeah,
animal. I don't even know if
against
it's
a
an
lion or a
Reason
tiger,
why.
I don't think the gorilla wins. But I want to go
that
back
gorilla
to the bear.
is fast, bro.
The
I'm telling
bear
you.
will
The only
maul
reason why the gorilla
him
would
That
down.
gorilla
Against
can
the
fly.
tiger, you don't think a gorilla
The gorilla
wins?
can fly, dude. Come on.
No, the
But
only
dude, these
reason
things
why
jump
we're
like
gonna say
20
that the
feet.
gorilla's
They
gonna win
jump so high, dude.
is
Imagine if
because
you
of the
got that
hands.
jumped on top of
because
you.
they
You're
have
dead.
thumbs. Because they have
Well, we-
thumbs. That's the
well, we
only
gotta-
reason why. Because
That's what
those
you
thumbs. That's what I'm
imagine.
talking about.
pick up
The
a
only
stick.
reason why the gorilla wins because it has thumbs.
Oh yeah, the gorilla
gotta-
wins because he picks up a rock and smashes the lion on the head with
Dude,
the rock.
the gorilla
Well, we
don't
gotta-
need
That
razor
would be the
teeth.
only reason. But is the gorilla that smart to do that? That's the whole point.
Yo,
Yeah.
It can hit you with a
Gorilla
little
is
hit strike and knock you the fuck out. Take your head
Yo,
off.
if the gorilla bit that tiger would be screwed too.
Are you out of your mind?
Oh, no, he's right.
Hold
Actually, it's
on.
got a gigantic like.
You don't want to get
You
bit
guys-
by a
You
gorilla.
guys misunderstand.
You don't even want to get grabbed by a gorilla. Their
No.
strength in their hands.
You've seen the jaw of a bamboo?
Animal Kingdom.
Of a bamboo.
Animal Kingdom
No, wait.
does not,
A bamboo
is
is
not
tiny,
made
too.
of SWAT seals.
Yeah, we gotta.
Animal
What are those
Kingdom
little monkeys
does
called?
not behave like SWAT seals. You cannot compare them with mercenaries. You cannot do that. You are not attributing criminals' behavior to animals. in the Animal Kingdom.
Well,
You
Well, if
cannot
a
do
gorilla
that.
feels threatened,
Because
it's over.
no, a gorilla
It's
will
over.
not
They
attack.
go
A
berserker mode.
gorilla does not attack lions.
I think he's right.
They just make their presence.
Yeah, they're not that
They make
stupid,
the
that's
lion
why.
aware
They're not
of the
dumb.
presence. Yeah. It's two forces meeting each other, and they make they communicate. They so that they establish distance between them. That's what they do. When a lion enters a gorilla territory, that gorilla will make aware his presence. And
You
that
know-
lion
You're smart,
knows,
dude.
he knows
on.
that the gorilla, that's the territory of the gorilla, and he will walk away.
You know, gorillas can actually speak an entire language. A gorilla can actually speak sign language. You know that?
Yeah, they can. They can learn.
Like legit full-blown sign language.
They have to be taught the knowledge. Listen to me.
They
You
have
ever
to
see
be
a
taught the
tiger out in the
knowledge,
middle of the wild? They're just laying around, licking their paws, just hanging out. There's
I don't live in
nothing in the
Africa.
world that's going to threaten their lives. They're just chilling, okay?
Yeah.
A gorilla, on the other hand, okay, is climbing trees, is up eating fruit, okay? A lion doesn't think to eat any kind of fruit. The lion will rip you to shreds without even the propensity of a lion is so much different than a gorilla. A gorilla eats fruit. The lion eats flesh, meat. They don't think about those types of things.
Well, a
The
bear
lion
will do the
has
same
the
thing.
lion
The
has
teeth on
a
a gorilla-
predator
The
intelligence.
teeth on the
and
gorilla, they're mostly eating soft foods. They're not eating. They're
Yeah.
not tearing through bones and meat like
Oh no, they're omnivorous, dude. They eat meat.
Yeah,
They actually go hunting.
Listen, I'm not saying that they don't, but they mostly eat fruit because they're on trees.
So do bears.
No, but dude, you should see them hunt other monkeys, dude. They fucking run them down like a tribe.
Dude, nice post in the text channel, dude.
See that thing, dude?
Gemsy's doing his research. Yeah.
And from all these animals you guys talking about, all these animals fear one snake.
Bro, you know sea elephants? The polar bear will attack the sea elephants. There are huge animals. I'll just
Yeah,
kill
I've
'em.
seen that.
I'll tell you one thing that that doesn't fear a snake or
Sea
any
lions, bro.
is the one thing that doesn't fear snakes. Or am I coming through? Am I coming through?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Come on, man. I was literally halfway through my second sentence. Yeah, the one thing that doesn't fear anything is elephants. They literally, lions don't fuck with elephants, snakes don't fuck with elephants, gorillas don't fuck with elephants. Elephants are badass, man.
No.
Well,
There's a place in Africa where the lions hunt elephants.
What about giraffes?
I don't believe
you
that
can
for a second.
YouTube
You'll have
that
to show
shit.
me that. Yeah, well, why
I
don't
swear
you
to
link
God,
that
dude,
up?
there's lions
believe
hunting
that.
elephants.
Giraffe.
Yeah, there
Well,
is.
How much you want to make a bet?
Well, I don't want to bet anything. I want you to provide the source for your claim.
We'll just bet $1, all
No,
right?
it's on Discovery Channel too. Discovery Channel has it all the time. They show lions.
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah,
This is so crazy.
Nah.
Yeah. They like grab onto the elephant's ass, dude. And
Are
just
they
hold it down.
a baby elephant from the back of the herd?
No, full grown.
And then
Here,
the
dude, I'll send you a link.
Full grown too.
Then I
Full grown,
definitely
too.
need a link for that.
Maybe an elephant by
Elephants
himself
don't fight. They just
versus
keep running. That's all they do.
maybe
There it is.
one
I just
elephant
posted it.
versus what 10
I
lions.
posted it for you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give the enough balls to actually
Look at that.
a lion would be a herd of hyenas. That's it. Because the
Oh,
hyenas
fuck
they taunt because they're so fast that they taunt the lions. But eventually, if one stays behind, he's dead.
What about a pack of
I mean,
hyenas?
it's kind of
versus
rare
a
you see them
kangaroo?
hunt big elephants, but it's been captured.
Yeah, but you're talking about 10. You're talking about 10 lions versus one elephant. You know,
Usually
now put
20.
10 elephants,
20.
10 elephants versus 10 lions, or one elephant
Look at a
versus
big
one
male
lion.
elephant. Like 20 lions can do it.
Yeah, they can do it.
Sure, I mean, you throw a lot of lions at anything and you can kill it. What I'm saying is it's not something that you would tend to see because no one fucks with elephants. Like, a lion would much rather charge down a much easier prey because an elephant's going to
Yeah, it's
stomp it in the
true.
head.
Yeah.
That would have to be one desperate lion to go after an elephant.
Dude,
Well,
these
maybe-
actively hunt
maybe-
elephants. This
Look,
this
man,
band right there.
I mean, look, humans. Obviously, humans get mental illnesses. Maybe it's a mentally ill lion. You know, doesn't realise how fucking retarded it's been. Who knows?
This is a real problem.
The same thing goes with a rhino. A lion doesn't take on a rhino on his own.
Hell no, rhinos are bad.
They'll grab a rhino. I mean, it depends if it's sick or something.
A rhino's gonna spear it and just keep running. I mean,
YouTube it, you'll see some fucked up shit.
Yeah, even lively.
Like the hide on a rhino, I don't know if I think they could just claw the shit out of it, and it just doesn't even mind. Like just be gnawing on its back all day, and it's like you still going at it. Are you still there?
Hyenas will even take one down.
Like number one.
Just waiting for the tiger to punch itself out, and then it just walks off.
I'll tell you, the craziest animal are the wild dogs. Those wild dogs will take down more animals than you'll ever imagine. They're the best hunters.
All right, what do you think is gonna win? A hippo or just one male, fully grown lion? Who do you think's gonna win?
A hippo.
Yeah,
I think the hippo. I think the hippo's gonna win.
Hippo destroys it, dude.
You know what? Two that would never.
No lion, actually, no lion would attack.
The buffalo never really fought a lion before. I think a herd of buffaloes would fucking destroy a fucking tiger.
Buffaloes are
different. We can't take herds versus a single individual.
Yeah, we're talking about 1v1s. We're talking about 1v1s, man.
Hey,
yeah, 1v1s. The polar bear destroy any gorilla.
Hey, did woolly mammoths? Did they really exist?
A funny thing, even a hungry lion, often, if he finds a dead baby elephant, by default they run away. They don't eat him.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Most of the predators, the big predators, if they find a dead baby elephant, they run away from it. They don't eat him.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, because
they got maggots and shit on it.
Elephants, elephants are very empathic, and they often stay for weeks with the dead baby, near the dead baby. They try to find why the baby died, and to find the predator that killed him, and they revenge his death. Yeah. They do this.
I never heard of that.
Yeah.
Were you just talking about elephants?
I know elephants are smart. They can paint.
Yeah.
Was he just talking about elephants?
Yeah, elephants are the dolphins of the land.
No, they really can draw like full pictures, like better than you can.
Don't they have like a peanut?
I've seen
peanut brains
painting, and they just
no, they're drawing. They literally are taught to paint in this Chinese zoo.
It's like if you're into abstract art, sure, they're not drawing anything. They're just splashing paint on a canvas.
No, they're drawing full pictures, bro.
No, an elephant draw the Mona Lisa. Didn't you know that?
Yeah. No, well, oh, God damn it.
Dude,
no, but
it actually showed what it was painting. You can watch an elephant paint right now, and it paints itself walking past a tree. It's a beautiful painting.
It's good. It's better than I could.
It's incredible. It's better art than me.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I kid you not.
Show me the painting that an elephant did.
Give me the freaking link right now.
Watch it actually.
Next to a tree.
It has a whole video on it.
And don't tell me it's Disney. Don't tell me it's like a Disney movie or something.
Why are you asking for
Bambi,
proof, man?
Here, ready? Watch. Look at this shit. Look at this.
I'm watching it.
Sound waves of his ears.
There you go. I just posted it.
Where?
Look at that painting.
Live stream voice text. It's the first one.
Are you kidding me?
Put it in the wrong one.
Live stream voice text.
There's two of
live
them.
stream 2.
Do you see that?
Hold on.
Hey, where's the link?
Oh, I see it.
Yeah,
I just
posted
posted
live stream 1.
Live stream 1? Hold on.
This is amazing.
Live stream 1. Oh.
Yeah, we're
It's
in live
just
stream
above
Here,
in the VC that
I'll
we
send the.
There it
thing right
is.
now. Oh, that's exactly what.
Look at that.
Hold on,
Okay,
this is
that's a
little bit
skilled
different.
elephant. I've seen other ones where they're just basically
Here, this.
putting splotches on
Look at that painting, bro. Are you kidding me?
No,
Yeah, there's two different
he
elephants.
understands what he's painting.
Bro, that's a circus elephant, bro. Come on, give me a break, man. Come on.
Yeah, have you ever
I
seen
mean,
a circus bear
that's
riding a
fine.
unicycle?
Let me see.
Oh, that's an incredible painting.
You ever seen a bear ride a unicycle?
That's an indoctrinated freaking elephant. Give me a break.
You can watch
It's
it
a
do the painting.
government
They
conspiracy.
don't know why it paints that. Honestly, they're trying to understand.
Yeah, why would it? Why would it even be able to?
It shows you can. It's far. It can see in crazy. It can see like us.
I don't care if somebody had to teach it how to paint. I don't care if it's in the circus. The fact that it can do it this at all, like, is incredible. Yeah.
Oh
okay,
my God!
This is,
Listen,
Kinda looks like a robot to me, like an android.
All right, this is the question now. Since you mentioned Android, this is the question here, guys. Okay, because computers are made from all natural things on Earth, like gold and copper, right? Because gold and copper have the best can conduct electricity and information the best, right? Is computers now, or the fact that computers are made, are they part of an all-natural, part of our evolution as a human being? Will they ever go away? Will it always be part of a human being from here on out?
It's synthetic. It's polarity to natural creation.
All computers are all natural. Anything that's made from Earth is all natural.
Well, you got to
it's synthetic,
define what natural is.
Well, copper, gold.
Those are elemental.
Those are they're from
I guess
Earth.
the question I would ask
I know they're from outer space.
The question I would ask you then is how, if you define natural in that way, can you tell me something that isn't natural?
Nothing is
so then it's a redundant
even a
term.
synthetic.
Yeah, I would say
well,
everything.
No, you could say a synthetic. You
It's
could
a
say a
redundant term,
synthetic
then,
isn't
isn't it?
natural. A synthetic is not natural.
It's made
so
of
then what's
natural.
synthetic? So point me to something that's synthetic.
Well, how you make a synthetic is that you take the powder of compounds and then you cook it and then you make it into these tiny little balls. That wouldn't be considered natural because of the process.
I'll give you something synthetic. High density polyethylene.
Okay, but hold on. This isn't consistent even internally. So I asked you, can you name something that isn't natural? You said, no, nothing isn't. You then said,
light
oh
bulb.
yeah, but it would be synthetic if you did this. So you're going to have to choose. Which is it?
Name something that is not natural, Barthologist.
I told you, a synthetic. A synthetic is cooked. A synthetic is made into tiny little balls, and then it's manipulated again.
Do you know what the?
Do you agree then? Wait. Do you agree then your previous statement doesn't match up with this statement, and will you take that back?
Here, let me ask this. Do you know what the difference between accurate and precise is? Accurate and precise. You know what the difference is, Barthologist?
No. What would be considered? What are the both? Tell me.
Okay, so accurate is generally correct, while precise is at the point correct. I mean, that's just in my own words. But then I want you to consider what is the difference between artificial and synthetic, or the difference between a purification and the synthesis in chemistry. If you can purify something like caffeine from the coffee bean, you can purify caffeine. But if you synthesize caffeine, you do it from precursor substances, compounds. So there are things that are natural, which can be purified from, but there are things that are synthetic, which are created from precursors, which may have been run through a Bronsted-Lowry reaction, acid-base extraction, and used to separate and purify until the point where you can make something synthetic. So there's a difference, like high-density polyethylene or propylene glycol or vegetable glycerin. There's different things.
You can make oil from plastic.
Yeah, but you're
bottles.
saying that the process. You're only describing the process.
Well, I'm not speaking philosophically. I'm speaking physically. So yeah, of course, everything's
the physical
natural.
process of
Everything's
cooking it up.
natural. Everything's natural
Everything is
because it's
natural.
from natural.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So now,
But
for a
there's a light bulb. But when you change the definition of natural, when you think about it differently, does a light bulb, is that found in nature, or a car tire, or an incense burning chalice, or a monitor from a computer? Are those truly natural, or are they made by man?
gold and
'Cause
copper are.
Well, yeah, elemental substances, yeah, they're made by God, but a monitor made by man is not natural.
Will gold and copper and metals will put themselves together into a fighter jet?
Yeah, can man create gold?
Does a tree turn itself into a house?
Here, well, can man create gold, or can man create a tree? Can you create grass? Can you create the sun or the moon?
Can man create copper?
I could grow
Yeah.
it. No, I could mine it.
That's the difference. Can man create it?
What do you mean?
But can you create it?
You can.
Why would I need to create it? Why would I need to create it if it's already?
We can transform lead to gold,
no, but
we cannot create it. Yeah,
You
my
can
point.
modify it.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's the difference between natural and artificial. Can man create it?
Yeah.
Or is it something man cannot create? That's the difference
All right, so
between
the man
natural and
creates.
artificial
So the
and
man, you
synthetic.
got to realize something, that the man creates. The man creates things out of these materials. I'll
Stuff
give you an
that
example.
has been given
when
to
when archaeologists look for old civilizations, they're looking for pottery. They're looking for tools, right? The tool that they use is a hammer. Now, the hammer would be considered part of their evolution, correct? Just like our computer.
Evolution? What's that?
No. I mean that without a hammer, the man can only go but so far. So now with the computer, the man can only go but so far. He uses the computer to process things that a brain cannot process so fast, like a calculator. So because we have these tools, now they are part of our everyday lives. Try living without your phone. Try living without technology.
You can live without your phone. You don't need. Listen. You don't need your phone to live. You want your phone, but you don't need it.
You don't need your phone to live if you lived in a society where no one had phones. But the fact
You don't
that
need your
everyone
phone
has a
at
phone,
all.
you need a phone to live.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Let me break this down for you. Okay, so the hammer and the computer, were these made by God or made by man?
Well, look, I know we're kind of focusing. We're focusing on.
Man manipulated the materials from Earth to live his life.
So if it wasn't
A
made by
gorilla
God,
can use
is
a
it
hammer.
natural?
Just use a whammer. You don't need a hammer. You can use a whammer.
Is a
See,
hammer
look,
what are the
found?
basic
from
needs?
stars colliding.
What are the
They're made from dead stars colliding, and the gold travels through space into meteors, and that's how they get on this planet.
What?
Okay?
Bro, you're going to La La Land. I think this is a problem. You're going to Narnia.
All right, so now
You gotta get off the stardust, buddy.
He's a heliocentric.
I'll tell you who doesn't have any gold, and that's the United States government.
So what is the universe created from, Barthologist?
Who the hell knows? I live on Earth. I can't observe the universe.
So was
I
it
live
created
on
by God or created by nothing?
Well,
Well,
your claims.
I would think the reason why we use God is because we can't explain it, which I
Well,
love to use the word God.
Bro, you just said that you can observe the universe when you can just go outside and observe the universe.
Was the
Listen,
universe
basically-
created?
In other words,
basically, I think what-
are you going to go and visit the universe? No, you're not visiting.
You are in the universe, dude.
We're
You're
already
in it.
here.
Dude,
Already here.
No, you're on Earth.
Basically, I
on
think
Earth.
what
No.
Barthologist is saying is that like there's nothing new created like under the sun. Like everything that's here, God gave us, right? So, but I wouldn't mind getting to what he originally started saying, like about technology and will we always be using technology? Is that kind of like, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, because all right. So when AI when AI first came out in 1973, there was a lot of philosophers that were saying that this is going to change humans. The fact that we can process these things with AI. So AI would only be parts of some sort of cyborg or some sort of like unnatural. It would be something unnatural, but the AI is something that we teach it. So the AI can only study the algorithms of humans. It doesn't take a mind of its own.
What is AI?
That's the reason. So
AI could be a living thing.
Artificial intelligence.
Isn't AI like a concept from a movie or something? Because
No. Artificial intelligence is what we use on a daily basis for automated services.
Well, if we program something,
I mean,
it
think about how they
life which is not from God.
Like a simulation. A simulation would be created with AI technology. Okay. Like a video game. Like when you look at when you play the game. What's that game
talking
again?
About small AIs.
Was that AI created by God?
Tiny
Like-
AI.
Like
What
for
about
example,
Ally?
like a virtual. When you look into a virtual reality inside of a computer, that is the AI manipulating the information, giving it to it. But the difference between us and an AI is our soul. There's something that a computer doesn't have. A computer doesn't have a soul, right? So
Wi-Fi? You don't know that. You don't know Bluetooth? that.
Well, what we have can't be proven.
Your
but we can
Bluetooth
prove
or
AI.
You don't know. You don't know whether the AI has a soul or not. You
yeah,
don't
and
know
we're gonna
that.
meet. I'm gonna meet my computer in heaven.
In all
Well, it's
fairness,
made by
you can't really prove that man has a soul either.
Yeah, well, you
Right.
can't. That's
Yeah.
the point. That's the image. of God.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet my
that a man
computer
has a soul.
souls in heaven.
You can't say. All right. So then, what is the difference between a man that is
Well, you can prove AI exists.
The difference
you
is
would
the
have to
hate.
have something inside you that would make
You
you
just-
maximize what you were born with, right?
Here, you can prove AI exists in the physical world. You can prove AI is in the physical world, but you cannot prove the thoughts a man has in the physical world, nor the emotions he has. That's the image of God. No man has seen the face of him.
Which is the reason why
But
we
we
use the
can see
word
the
soul.
face of AI. Something that can't be proven in the physical world.
Well, those same books who speak about man created by God, they also speak that the way God created the man, so the man will create the beast, the AI. Check. So the power to give life. The power to give life is in within man's reach, but it doesn't mean the man is righteous to use it. Only God is righteous.
Well,
and that's why
I
it's
think
called
you're going
the beast.
into another. You're going into another realm. You're going into another realm here. Let's stay on Earth. Let's stay with the properties that the elements that have been given to us, and us manipulating them to our advantage. And the reason why
But no, you're claiming that the gold is.
can only process
You
things but so
claim
fast.
you claim that gold is created in stars, and it's not. It's
Well, how
not
did it get
coming
here?
from the stars.
Tell me something that on Earth creates.
Well, I can tell you.
What do you
I
mean,
can
how did it
tell
get
you.
here?
I can give you an advice, which you
why do we mine
go. No,
Why,
listen.
if we can create gold, why do we mine it?
Because you need
cannot
certain
create it.
material.
You
You
don't
have to
know
have certain
how
materials
gold
to
is
make it. created.
You know, because it came here on an asteroid.
Can
No, it did not came on an asteroid. No.
Do you watch that in a movie?
If you listen, I can explain you
From gold veins.
what I tell you.
From the veins of giants of the past, from the veins of titans, from gold veins.
Consider it.
Gold is extracted from the ground. It's
Gold is
from the ground.
Yes,
from Earth.
the blood of Titans.
Gold is mined. You can find it in rivers, in mines, in mountains.
Dung beetles are gold as hell.
I mean, he said it came from asteroids. I can make a bold claim like that.
Yeah. Dung beetles get gold from eating poop.
I thought that was a thought out there.
It could be because people call it gold veins. People call it gold veins that come from the mountains and stuff, and you know.
That can't be proven.
And if you want to understand,
so why don't we make gold then? Why is it that we can make a computer, but we can't make gold? That doesn't make any sense.
You could make, and I tell you how. It's not a proven method, but I can guarantee that you will have success if you apply it.
Okay, show me the process.
You watch in the stock market. You watch. You follow. No, listen. You follow the stock market.
Listen.
You just listen. Let me explain. You watch the stock market of gold. How the gold price spikes up and down. Let me finish. I'm not finished yet. Yeah, and you compare that. You compare that graph with the world birth graph.
Talking about manipulation.
When the world's birth graph, when the world's birth graph rate is increasing, so the extraction of gold and
extraction of gold.
The mines in the world where the mines when you have a high death rate and low birth rate in the world, the mines are giving less gold.
Man doesn't make gold. God does.
Creation of life creates gold.
What?
Birth.
It's like creating a
birth
tree.
rate. Yeah.
Come on, guys. You guys are smart.
Well, if
that probably makes more sense that coming from meteors.
Market, you will be getting rich. I guarantee you that. You will have a constant profit if you apply this.
Yeah. But man can't make a tree or make eyes that see or ears that hear. This is not made by man.
Yeah. Just go 100 years ago in these archives and look at the gold quantity in the world and at the people's number in the world. And you will see some numbers and compare them to today's numbers or any other age. And you will see that this gold quantity in the world extracted fluctuates exactly with the world population birth rate and death rate. But when a man is dying, it doesn't mean that the gold disappeared. The gold still remains in the world.
Yeah, it's a renewable resource. It grows just like everything else.
Yeah, but the more people are born...
Did you just say that gold grows? Did you just say that?
Yeah. What doesn't grow?
So then why wouldn't Parker Schnubble? Why wouldn't Parker Schnubble from the Discovery Channel?
It's coming from the ground. The gold
You're
is
watching the Discovery Channel?
So show me the process of making
gold.
You
guys don't realize you guys are in the presence of a
I don't know the process, but I just told you what directly influence.
I wouldn't believe the Discovery Channel if it fucking came up and smacked you in the cheek.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the guy mining. He mines gold, the gold show.
Yeah, I don't care.
Where did that gold come from?
Why did I'm trying to explain to you?
If the Discovery Channel covers it,
came from.
Hold on. The Discovery Channel covered the Earth too, and they said it was curved. So fuck them.
Yeah, they're lying about everything, man. See, we really got to take off our fucking our foggy lenses that we have.
He said Discovery Channel.
You're taking in the wrong information from the Discovery Channel.
You just parroting pseudoscience. You're not lying.
He hasn't been here long. He hasn't really figured out exactly that he's got to rethink pretty much everything he's ever been taught. Like most of this stuff that they're claiming that they tell you when you say, gold came from an asteroid, like it's a story that you were told. Once again, you got to ask, how do they know that? How can they verify that?
It's like saying water doesn't evaporate.
I'm not saying gold grows either, though.
Well, what doesn't grow?
I mean, you guys are saying that gold grows.
Fuck it, I'm saying gold grows, dude. A few guys said that. No, everybody. Come on, stop it.
Grows, and I'm gonna figure out how to grow that shit.
Okay, no, you can't grow it.
When you do, let me know.
You can grow it.
Yeah, it grows from the ground. It comes from the ground.
I say it's growing.
I think that's what it is. It probably does grow. All those little things, all those lies we've been told, everything you can't do it, and every riddle, turning lead into gold, probably could.
Where did it come from? Magma, right? And magma's constantly recycled
from gold veins.
The center of the earth, all the minerals come from.
Dude,
so why wouldn't it continue?
Wait, you're saying magma? But you think there's a molten core?
No, I don't. But that's the story we're given. So why wouldn't it constantly?
There you go. They're lying about fucking most of it. Why are we even going with the fact that there's magma comes from the center of the earth? If it's a lie, we found out so much is already a lie. What are we doing?
No, but I'm just trying to connect with the story he believes in. Obviously, it's going to replenish itself. Even the landfills.
So is it growing or what is it doing? We don't know. But you definitely
it's growing. It's obviously growing. I definitely don't know, but I'm just going to say it grows because everything else I see does.
It grows, guys. Seriously.
Have you ever seen a crystal grow? Have you ever grown crystals?
Don't change the subject.
They fucking grow, dude.
No, it's the same It's the same subject.
No, it's not the same subject.
You've never seen crystalline gold?
Please tell me how gold is made.
I can't tell you how it's made.
It's the same type of shit. It's getting grown down there in those caves, bro.
It grows just like those candy.
So wait, you guys are allowed to troll me, right? You guys are allowed to troll me with saying the gold veins from giants and stuff.
But we just said we don't know how it fucking grows.
I don't believe in that.
I ask you a serious question, which I'm not trolling. I'm asking you how gold is made. And you can't tell me that.
Would we know?
Dude, that's like telling me how to. That's like asking me how I could grow a tree, how I could make a tree, or make the grass, or make the sun rise. How could I tell you that? The same thing.
With seeds.
Yeah, but who made the seed? Not me.
The seeds are all natural.
Exactly.
No,
I can't tell you how.
He's getting to a deeper point.
Seeds are biological.
Look, scientists have long known that veins of gold are formed by mineral deposits from hot fluid flowing through cracks deep in Earth's crust. So yeah, it's a hot, fluid that flow like blood, but these fluids were from giants of the land.
And doesn't gold have a certain...
I don't believe that.
Dude, are you serious, man?
I might even go with it a little bit. Why not?
I get really tired of hearing this giant stuff myself.
I mean, he said he comes from asteroids. My theory is much better.
We don't have an answer,
I think it's just temperature and compression of the fucking certain materials that get
I know what you mean, though, Luke.
You think? No, I need
it's
proof.
Constantly.
Well, when you see it, hold on. When you see gold, where do you see it at? What do you see the design of?
In veins.
What's it near? Right, and where does it grow predominantly? Near certain areas, right?
Because it's the heaviest. It's one of the heaviest compounds on the planet. That's
listen, if it's
not plutonium is.
It's one of. I said it's one of the heaviest
planet, dude. What are you talking about?
It's in the middle.
Okay, all right. So gold is in the middle. And how does it?
What planet, bro?
Gold has a certain temperature.
We're not planet.
See, gold is
idea of planets.
When man makes
that shit out too.
Well, when man makes it, what do? They throw a pile of shit in there and just keep burning it until they get some gold, basically.
Nah,
usually. No, that's
no.
Not
what do they do?
That's not how we mine gold. I'm sorry.
What do they do? They get a whole bunch of dirt and they heat it up.
No, they don't heat it up. They use a solvent.
Are
Use
you
a solvent,
serious?
usually
You
cyanide.
want to have you?
Well, I'm just saying they get some metals out of the dirt.
Well,
They use cyanide
I
to
see my
dissolve it.
lifespan in this server coming to a very end. That's
So they use a chemical.
Bye, Felicia.
They just use a solvent.
And what's that chemical do? Just burn, right?
Well, I mean, if you want to get
Guys,
into that,
Show me the
This
link.
guy-
Show me the link, guys.
This
Show
guy
me the
is
link.
talking about gold coming from asteroid, but he doesn't know even.
No, I'm talking about the
doesn't even
ground.
know the oldest mine of gold in the world. Which is the oldest
You
mine?
keep saying mine.
Is it in
you keep
Africa?
saying mine.
Yeah.
yeah,
keep
because
saying
it is
mine.
yours. It is
You
yours.
keep saying no. You keep saying that you have to go to gold for a mine. You're not saying that.
Yeah, that's how gold is found. Is
He's saying, why would you need to dig in the earth to find it if it's hitting the crust everywhere?
Well, that's
You
what I'm
need
trying to
the-
explain to
Oh
you.
yeah, it is
And-
mined, isn't it? I
in
like
the
that.
ground, in the ground, in the mines,
Exactly.
those
so why,
are
They're pulling up
veins
dirt.
make it
of
that? You're
gold.
saying
It's not
made, so why can't you
those.
just make it?
No.
Listen.
Those veins in the ground are not cannot come from the impact of a fucking asteroid.
All right.
That's not how
Mines,
veins
that's right.
of
It's
gold
created
are
in our
created in
mind, so
the
maybe
ground.
it's just all bullshit.
And it's
You
not
see,
just
man?
in
See,
the
you
ground,
guys- you
even
guys
in
aren't-
the
you guys don't wanna
mountain,
have serious conversation.
even in the mountain, in solid rock, in
Let me
solid
tell you.
rock.
Let me tell you, I love you, Barthologist. I really appreciate what you
Yeah.
brought to the conversation. If you gotta go, you gotta go. But I'd love if you'd be able to stay.
No.
I love you too, bro.
I feel like
I
I'll
love you,
get
James.
banned because you guys are gonna say that I'm
No,
trolling.
nobody's gonna ban. Nobody's
I'm
gonna
not
ban you
gonna-
because you don't believe that there were titans roaming the earth. Okay, like I'll argue with those fuckers all
Yeah,
fucking
there's
day.
there's a few of us.
I don't believe there was any titans.
I mean, I know there were
I
titans
love it,
because they're
dude.
titanians, but
There could have been. Listen, the oxygen levels were different back then, so there could have been taller humans.
Yeah, there
But
could have
what's
been.
the-
Trying to in a different species, but what I'm trying to explain to you is gold is something that was put on Earth.
Yeah,
Okay?
but look,
No.
so what you haven't heard yet is these guys that are talking about the giants. They're about to tell you that entire mountain ranges are actually fallen giants.
no, yeah, that's
like-
dude. it's
That's
crazy to think.
nonsense.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
great.
I don't
shut
know
up.
anything about the
Bro,
people. I don't
it's
know anything about
crazy
the
to
mountains and
consider.
giants.
Fucking entire mountain range is a giant, dude.
But I'm
You
just
know,
gonna
but-
tell you to go back.
No,
and
no,
watch.
no. We were talking about elephants. We know there's a
Well,
giant elephant, so there you go.
Yo, some people
that's
even
cool.
think that they were old.
Oh, that's right.
buildings
That's right. We got the woolly mammoth.
that- or they
But
could have
what's
been
the
buildings.
process to get the gold though? Like, what is the end processes that they do?
You said to get the
You
gold.
have to find the veins
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
Well,
process
use
of
a
getting
radioactive.
the gold. How
Yeah,
is
you
the
can-
process, man. You're talking
it's a-
about
How
gold.
is the
You tell
gold
me.
made, guys? You
I'm
guys aren't
asking
answering the
you.
question.
Okay,
Give
I'm
me the
asking
I'll tell
process
you.
of how gold is
I'll-
made.
Bro,
I'll
how
tell
can
you-
we
I'll
get
tell you
anywhere?
right
You
now.
keep repeating the dumbass question.
No,
Listen.
I'll tell you right now.
You tell
You guys
me.
aren't fucking answering it.
You're
No,
gonna
I can
fucking
tell
answer
you.
the question, stupid. Listen.
I told you how gold is made, and you guys are telling me I'm full of shit.
Here,
So
No,
that's
I'm
what I'm
asking.
trying to tell you.
Motherfucker.
Here, can I speak, Democ? Here, 1 second. I'll tell you how gold is made. So you take some mercury, right? Hg, the 80th element, right before gold. Gold is 79, and you turn that into a radioactive compound, right? You ionize it to the point where it starts losing protons, which is it requires extremely high energy in a radioactive reaction. And then at some point, it's going to release that one proton, and you can turn mercury into gold. It's that simple. See, when you take radioactive uranium, right? So you've got the 92nd proton, and you can turn it
Please don't repeat
into
that. Please don't ever repeat
protactinium.
that. Don't ever repeat that in your life, please.
Well, what do you
I'm
think?
just giving you advice.
No, look up radioactive nuclear reactions. See what happens in a nuclear reactive energy generator. Nuclear reactor. Check what
I gotta
happens.
tell
They
you
lose
that
protons turns into
that
a different
explanation
element.
sounds better than it came from an asteroid, and now you find it in veins under the earth. Like,
yeah, it makes more sense.
Well, radioactivity really does break down one element into one with less protons. That's just the facts. That's chemistry. That's nuclear chemistry. That's inorganic chemistry. That's what happens in a nuclear reaction. They lose protons at some point. because it ionizes so far that it can't lose any more electrons. So then it starts losing protons and neutrons. It becomes a different element.
But have we validated this chemistry?
Oh no, it's recorded all across. That's why we have nuclear reactors. It happens.
Let me read you
I don't know what nuclear means anymore.
Let me explain this. It says gold cannot be produced by chemistry or alchemy. Chemical reactions cannot change the number of protons within the atom. The proton number or atomic number defines an element's identity.
What's in a pool of lava?
Of course. Okay,
Hold on. What's in a pool of lava?
Uranium.
And I'll explain why it's in there.
No, I asked what's in a pool of lava.
All gold on Earth is formed from a supernova of
Are
a
you
neutron
gonna-
star collisions of
Holy fuck.
of that occur before a solar system is formed.
So can I ask you this? How many billions of years ago that happened?
Yeah, listen, Bartholomew. Seriously, all of that stuff is literally just a complicated story that nobody could ever prove. Nonetheless, tell you that they know for a fact that that's how it happens.
Barthologist doesn't even know what's in a bucket of lava.
It's a fairy
Do you, Barthologist?
I mean, you're switching the conversation.
I want to know what's in a bucket of lava. It's a simple question.
I'm on gold. I'm not having a lava conversation with you. But
Yeah, I know. What's in a bucket of lava?
No, seriously.
What the fuck is in a bucket of lava?
Why are you switching to a bucket of lava?
Why?
What's in it, dude?
Yeah.
Because I'm asking you, what's in a bucket of lava? What heat is lava? What's the heat temperature of lava? What's the melting point of gold?
Is an oxymoron. That's an
What's the melting point of gold?
That's an oxymoron.
What's the fucking melting point of gold? It's not an oxymoron. Just answer the question. 1,800 degrees.
Bucket of lava. You can have a
1,800 degrees.
bucket of lava. What is this?
Well,
bucket
let him finish.
What temperature does gold melt? Dude, will you stop running your rubber ass fucking lips for a minute?
Yeah,
what fucking temperature does gold melt? What temperature does metal melt? Steel, aluminum, iron. What is in the bucket of fucking lava? Does anybody know? I'm not saying that I know.
Don't know.
I'm
What
saying,
is it?
Exactly. I have no fucking clue, but I can tell you it's probably a lot of everything.
There's a lot of heat.
Yeah, everything you just named, gold, silver, everything that you just named can be melted in that same fucking bucket of lava. Everything. So what the fuck is it? It's just a pile of dirt, either heated, melted, secreted, fucking electrified, or compressed into a certain way, or cooled at a certain time or way. Come on now, it's how everything fucking happens. Temperature, pressure, electricity, come on, man. Material, dirt. The fuck?
So dirt, do you guys know that you got
glass?
Why would we?
All this dirt and shit makes ore, makes metal, makes all the shit we have. Come on, man.
So why is gold an element? Explain.
What the fuck are you talking about? Man made up that word, buddy.
Why is an aspen different than a
Gold's
willow?
a dirt rock, man. It's a fucking rock. It's a malleable metal rock.
Okay, so the knowledge that you have acquired.
It's made up by men and agreed upon by men. We agree upon agreeances, and once we agree 100%, that's what we call it, right?
You know, you guys know there's gold in seawater and also springs of water, right? Like
every fucking thing.
There's gold like almost everywhere.
Right. Poop. Have you ever seen a beetle's wing, a dung beetle? The color a wing is on a dung beetle, and it eats shit all day. Gold.
Hold on.
Emerald green.
You guys are missing the big
Pretty as fuck.
You guys are missing the big picture here. You know what the big picture here is? The big picture is you guys are in the presence of a glober and nobody asked him for fucking curvature. So now I'm gonna do it, guy.
Hey, what's up, Vlad?
Well, what's up, guys? I'm listening.
Vlad, save your battery, bro. Come on.
Welcome. Yeah, save us, Vlad.
Missing the whole fucking picture here. So I'm gonna ask this archaeologist guy is, can you prove curvature, bro?
You guys are switching the conversation. I'll be back for the gold situation later on, man. No. I'll be back.
Stop being a little bitch, right?
He's gonna.
But I wasn't trying to be retarded with the lava question. I really wasn't. I was just trying to help him answer his own question. That's what I do. If you ask me a crazy question and I don't really know 100% about the shit, and you don't either, I ask you what's the most point you know. To what extent do you really know about the object? And then when you go and look in depth, then you have to rethink, just like the other guy said. I forget his name, but he said you have to rethink. That's the smartest thing that we can do. Is just try to rethink, and that's what I do when I say lava and other things. If everything has a temperature and everything can be melted down, how do you know it's not all mixed like a bucket of air? What the fuck is in it? What percentage of what? Like, who really knows? 100%.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone could really answer that question. But
right, I wasn't trying to be funny.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't know.
I understand. I mean, no one can really answer that. But I know that Barthologist, I know he's server muted at the moment, but he was saying that he's probably about done for the night. He said he'd come back, so he just left. So
he's not going anywhere.
I wanted to wish him farewell, but no, he already left.
Anyways, I don't understand why you guys. As soon as he started saying asteroids, why don't you guys stop him there and say, "How the fuck do you know?"
Because we want to go. We wanted to go through the rabbit hole, you know.
Yeah, I was.
Oh no, he did.
Where does fucking
Vlad,
come from? Come on, nobody fucking knows. Who cares?
Wait, Vlad, how much of this conversation did you hear about growing gold?
Fucking hours.
You heard all of it?
Yeah.
You did? So is he
tigers and fucking gorillas?
Oh shit! You heard that too? Oh god!
That was the best part of the conversation.
Yeah, that was probably the most enjoyable.
I was about to jump in and tell you guys never seen those Korean fights where the Koreans fucking trap animals in the same cage and fucking put a bear and a fucking tiger together? You guys never seen that shit?
Who the fuck watches Koreans?
You know what? I don't even want to talk about that because that's some fucking evil shit.
Yeah, who watches Koreans, man?
Well, who won, the gorilla or no?
So we had a war.
There's out there that exist. The shit that you guys are talking about, those Koreans are already ahead of you guys.
Yeah, well, fuck the Koreans, man.
Just saying, bro.
All right, man. Well, the dude that we were having all the fun with is gone now, so I guess we got to have fun with each other.
He's still in the text chat.
Nah,
okay,
really?
Vlad.
No, when he said
Who
stars,
wins,
I
a
was
polar
like,
bear or a
bullshit.
gorilla?
Yeah. Vlad, tell us.
And then someone else told him, he was full of shit.
Yeah, well,
Who wins, Vlad?
He was at least halfway full of shit.
It's always a draw. The animals, they will fight
It's
against
a draw?
each other. It's always going to be a draw because you've never seen those videos. The animals fight.
Talking about two hungry animals in the cage, and there's one piece of meat. Who's coming out alive?
They both
Guys,
listen to me. They both mangle each other up to the point where they don't want to fight anymore. One sits on one side of the cage, and the other one sits on the other side of the cage.
But one of them is taking away the piece of meat.
No, they're both fucking mangled up. That's what you don't understand. It's a draw. It's always going to be a fucking draw.
That's what I was thinking.
I don't know, dude.
Well, the thing is like you got to consider what continents you're fighting against. When the fuck is a gorilla
that gorilla
gonna be?
takes that piece of meat.
When the fuck is a gorilla gonna be in Alaska to fight a polar bear? I mean,
guys, I gotta ask you this: if gold came from asteroid, how did Donald Trump's hair looks like gold?
Yeah, how did he grow hair if it wasn't from an asteroid, right?
Who even had hair?
Where did that gold came from?
I thought that was like a toupee or some
He
kind
had
of
some
fucking wig.
asteroid juice.
Yeah, it came from the same dirt the trees did.
So what about all the gold in the seawater and all the gold that comes from the water springs? There's gold even in the water.
Chinese lab.
I got there the same way the fish did. Where'd the fish come from? The same answer. Can't really answer it, right?
From deep inside the molten core?
Oh yeah, man. And from asteroids and from solar novas. That's where they came from.
Isn't there blood even in our? Isn't there gold even in our blood? Let me check that.
Yeah, there's a certain percentage. It's a fraction of 1%, but it's still.
Wait, that came from asteroids? Does that mean we came from asteroids?
Well, it comes
No,
from
is
the
there
water
really
you
gold
drink.
in our blood?
Yeah, it comes from the food and the water
Trace
you
amounts
drink.
of like every.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a percentage of. I mean, it's. A
You're welcome. You
fraction
learned
of
something new today.
Maybe that's how they're getting all the gold. They're fucking carving up people.
But the thing about
They're
gold,
doing it, dude. And that's why they don't have any to show for, bro.
Just like the cell phones. You know how they take the cell phone to get the gold and stuff? Maybe they're doing that to people too?
well, the thing about gold is it stays in its elemental state. It doesn't become a hydroxide or a hydrochloride. You know, it doesn't oxidize like silver does. So gold stays in its elemental form. That's why it's so valuable, because it doesn't change even in the worst.
It doesn't
conditions.
age.
But,
Yeah.
well, I mean, no, it just doesn't get affected.
Well, it
by
has a
different-
half life, but you know what I mean. That's why, like, you get the term "stay gold" because
a
you know
non-
it's always shining.
It's a non-polar element because it doesn't
Right.
oxidize or turn into a hydrochloride or a
It holds 100% of the energy you put into it.
I know the city that is above the structure that is above the firmament and the waters above is made out of gold.
Well, think about this. You got silver and copper, right? They both also are very conductive electricity, but they both oxidize. Like if you have silverware, you got to clean it. If you got a copper bracelet, your skin will turn green. Now you got something gold. It's never going to change.
That makes sense.
And what about the gold in the ocean that gets covered with all the barnacle rock and all that shit?
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of everything everywhere, isn't there?
It maybe was sprinkled when the asteroid was coming down,
Oh yeah.
Or-
the dinosaurs.
or maybe when the Titans sneezed in the past and pee and stuff. That's
Yeah,
how we
or-
get all the gold in the seawater.
Or
No,
all
I'm
the
saying, like,
mountains that were
gold.
buildings.
You don't think gold gathers any type of patina at all, like silver?
Well, it doesn't. You can look it up. It's the most stable element there is. It doesn't oxidize or hydrochloride. It doesn't turn into a hydroxide or a hydrochloride.
Do you guys got my point about the structure above the firmament and the waters above? It's made out of gold and it's huge.
Well, it doesn't look gold to me.
No?
I thought it was made out
No,
of
it
some
looks-
kind of diamond.
Looks like another liquid. Just a
I thought
liquid
they tried to
couldn't
say it was
understand.
obsidian.
Obsidian is a copper.
No,
Or, I don't
no,
know,
no. There
carbon.
is the firmament, there is the waters above,
Yeah.
and there is the structure above that.
But I don't know.
There's
what the
water in the
structure is.
air we breathe.
What is the structure above that? I never read that.
Oh, you don't have to read it.
How do you know it?
I mean, it's in scriptures.
But I never read that. I never read the scriptures. King James.
People have spoken about it and described it in the past. It's in the Bible they describe it as 15,000 miles as high and as wide. So it's a pretty big structure.
You're gonna have to point that out to me because I only
Tim, that
remember
sounds like
saying
the
that
air.
the Earth was God's footstool. You have to
Point it
that
out?
Scripture. Yeah, see if you can recall or find where that is because I'd like to read that.
Have you heard about like it's surrounded by water and in the deep and then like under there's some kind of animal or something waiting?
Well, water's a
Like on the
well, I don't know.
fucking
water. Wait, what?
right, and there's some kind of animal in the water. Some big ass animal waiting like on that God
Now you're
damn it.
now
Like
you're
on the
freaking me
Matrix,
out.
man.
You're freaking me out. Freaking me out. An animal in the waters below? Okay.
Yeah.
Is it like
waiting to
the
fuck
animal that
everybody
comes
up.
out of the toilet?
I don't know, man.
No, yeah, don't
Not
do
my
that.
story.
To me, Jesse.
Just a
Don't
story.
do that.
I don't know.
Don't do that to me.
It's a story I heard from a Bible Somebody who read the Bible part, they said it was like the waters of the deep, and they said it was some kind of fucking animal, the Leviathan or something, that'll fuck you up if you try to go out of it.
No, I never read that either, man.
I believe it.
read the Bible. I read the Old and New
Or the
Testament.
Kraken. The Kraken, the Leviathan, a big-ass animal waiting on the outside of the waters, past Antarctica or underneath, waiting to fuck people up.
Oh, come on.
Wait.
No, that's what I've heard, man. It's just what I heard.
Well,
I'm not betting no money on it.
I didn't read it, though, in the Bible. In the scripture.
No.
I never read that.
No, I'm telling you, it was in the Bible, too. The same shit.
Oh, come on. Nah, you got to pull that up.
Yeah.
Like
What do you think the Antarctica is? It's frozen water. It's just water and water and water. So, I mean, fuck, if there's some kind of big animal in water, it might be there. I don't know.
I mean, sure there is.
Antarctica is land with frozen ice on top of it.
Whatever, there's water there. That's all I know.
There's water everywhere.
Yeah, and there might be a fucking big-ass animal in there.
Don't do that to me.
What do you mean? There's whales. There's squid.
Yeah, I drink out of a well water. I got a well water right now. I don't drink city water. I drink out of a well. But there ain't no big-ass fucking animal coming through my toilet like Jimsy said.
Oh, no. The animal I'd be scared of would be the little mites that are getting your brain and control you.
Shut up. Nah, shut up. Come on, dude.
Hey, I'm telling you what, man.
No, I don't want to really think about no nanobots.
No, they're not nanobots. It's real shit. It's like what they get in the worms and they get in the snails. Make a snail commit suicide, and then it falls to the ground, and the bird eats it, and then the process starts all over again.
Yeah, it's like if you take a piss in the Amazon River and you got some shit that'll
those little things that swim up you. Yep.
Yeah. No, I don't want to think about that.
Drink it, man. Boil that well water, man. You have wicked well water, just boil it. And
Vlad. I don't know where you're living at, but my well water is clean as a baby's buttocks.
That's fine. There's still some bacteria on a baby's ass, bro. So just boil
the bacteria is good for me. No,
okay,
bacteria is good for me.
Denmark is talking about worms crawling in your brain. So if you're afraid of that, just fucking boil the water. That's all I gotta say.
Well, it's too late now. I already drink it.
Well, fuck, man. Now you got parasites in your brain. God damn.
I might have them, but hopefully they were created by nature rather than by man.
There's a lot of things in nature that'll kill you. You know that, right?
Yeah, but they were created by God. I'd rather die that way than killed by nanobots created by man.
Well, obviously, but I mean, still. Yeah, do you live somewhere in a farming village?
No, I live in Idaho.
How do you get well
potatoes? You drill down 50 feet.
Oh, that's nice. That's cool.
Live near a river. Hope no Californians come and overwhelm you.
And then piss in the river, and then you get all kinds of drugs inside your well. Yeah, I know. That's another problem.
Yeah, you can piss in it and then drink it right after. It's fine. It'll be diluted enough.
Nah, see, that's why I say you'd rather boil the water, man. Get rid of all that shit.
Yeah, you can boil it, but you'd rather distill it.
Boil the water, man. I filter it and then I boil it just in case.
You can boil it, but if you don't evaporate it and then recondense it into another flask, then you're still going to be getting the shit that wouldn't boil over, like stable compounds that would stay solids and wouldn't.
No. Yeah. I get
the
that.
Stuff that's not bacteria.
I get that. I'm just getting rid of like parasites. If there's parasites in the water or whatnot, you boil the living things that could be in the water. That's what you want to kill.
Well, you could have some Roundup too if you live near a golf course. So if you distill it, you get rid of that because that's not going to come over, condensate.
I'm gonna try and get a still sooner or later. That's the one thing I'm looking for, is to get a nice still so I can keep stilling my water.
Just buy buy a borosilicate round bottom flask, 500 or 1,000 milliliter, right? And then you get I can't remember, but then you get a different apparatus to combine it down into condensate or precipitate flask.
Yeah, condenser.
You've got a transfer process, right? You've got a.
I know how to do this still, bro. Don't worry.
Yeah, but I would recommend just getting a chemistry setup rather than doing something pre-made, because it's going to be a lot cheaper and also a lot cleaner if you're able to buy these things. You get a refractionating column, that's probably not the right word, but some sort of something that sounds like refractionating column. That's probably not the right combination of words, but something like that. And you get a distillation or a condensation tube into another flask below it. I can send a picture of what it looks like.
Yeah, but like how much water does it distill like at once?
Depends on the volume of the round bottom flasks you get. I would say I would recommend at least a liter, but some people recommend drinking a gallon a day. So you might want to get like a 3 or 5 liter, and you get the refractionating, something that sounds like refractionating column, and that way you'll be able to get the purest water available. Here, I'm gonna look it up real quick.
Any Globers in the house today? I don't think so.
Okay, so it's just fractionating column. Liebig condenser. Yeah, so you just want to get a fractionating column and a Liebig condenser, and if you want to go, depending on the source of heat you have, you may want to get a thermometer. So you get a fractionating column above the flask that you're doing your reaction in, or the evaporation of the water you want to distill. You have the thermometer at the top of the fractionating column, and then it goes into a condenser and into another flask. And that way you can do it in the most cleanest and most precise way possible. You can control the heat you give to it, and that way you can get distilled water at whatever temperature your elevation dictates you could evaporate your water at. Get the cleanest water possible.
Oh, Jesus Christ, my Aber's evolving. No way.
But yeah, that's if you want to drink distilled water. I mean, the well water's pretty good because I need the minerals anyway that come out of the ground. I mean, there may be some pollutants, but hopefully they don't hurt me.
So I wake up this morning, 8 p.m., because I overslept really hard. And then my TV's off. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's dark in my house. Right?
Yeah.
Guess what? I have no heat. I have no power. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right? So I don't know what happened, but both my buildings fucking they lost power. Now I'm sitting here, fucking in a jacket, in a winter jacket, holding my doggy, trying to keep warm. It's fucked. Hopefully they'll get the power back on soon. Fucking, I'm getting tired of this shit.
Wait, you still don't have power now, or?
No, man, I haven't had power for like fucking hours now.
Wait, how are you talking with the sun?
Well, cause I'm stealing the power from the hallway. They have a backup generator for like the elevators and shit, right? So I just extended an extension cord into the hallway and just plugged into a fucking socket outside my apartment building. I mean, outside my apartment unit. Right.
Huh. So. Whatever you got to do.
Yeah, well, my cell phone, I'm using my cell phone data at the same time, and then I'm just keeping my computer and the light on. I have a heater beside me, but I think it was drawing too much current, and the extension cord I was using was getting hot, so I kind of had to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, heaters.
Huh?
I was just gonna say, yeah, heaters draw a lot of wattage and amperage, and they'll pop a fuse real quick. I've had that experience.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of like stopped. That's why I put on a winter jacket, and I have my dog like inside my winter jacket right now, keeping me warm, and I'm keeping it warm.
Damn, man.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Gotta do, bro.
How cold is it outside right now for you?
It's in the minuses right now where I live.
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Celsius. -7 Celsius.
That's nothing.
It's still fucking negatives, bro.
Negative in Celsius.
My feet are frozen. My feet are frozen, bro. I had to
No, of course. It's like 19 Fahrenheit. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's not comfortable, but
no, it's not comfortable.
I'm at like 4 Fahrenheit right now, which is about -15 Celsius.
What do you mean 4 Fahrenheit?
Yeah,
Where the hell are you?
I'm in Idaho, dude.
How's it -15 in Idaho? I live in Canada.
Because Idaho is brutal.
Isn't it south of
It's just Idaho. Hold on, let me double check. Yeah, it's not warm outside. I'm getting told it's 18. Hold on, no, now I'm being told it's 14. But let me check my barometer. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, no, I was wrong, Vlad. It's actually 6 Fahrenheit. So where I'm at right now, it's about 6 Fahrenheit, which is, let me see what that is in Celsius. That's -14 Celsius.
Man, that's still fucking cold, bro.
Yeah, but that's on the daily for me, dude. This time of year.
Well, I guess again we get the lake effects because Toronto's right on the lake, right? So the coldest
Sorry, I was just gonna ask you to consider the elevation. Yeah.
Well, yeah, right on the lake, bro.
Wait, what's your elevation though?
I don't know. Here, I live in Toronto. Just figure that out. I don't know. I don't know.
You make me use Google. All right. So Toronto. All right, I'll check it for you. I'm at about 56, 5700. Okay. I'll pick. Get immediately. Oh, so you're only at 250 feet, man. I'm at 5600. That's the difference.
Okay,
On a higher elevation. Yeah, you're only at 251 feet if you're in Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the difference. I'm just up in the hills, dude.
That's why it's colder up there. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. But hell, man, this is where I was born, man. Feels more like Russia here than it does, I bet, in Canada.
Yeah. Wait until you go to Russia, and then you'll really feel how fucking cold it is.
Yeah, and I'd probably get beat up just for not being able to speak their language.
Nah, they're not like that. They like foreigners.
Well, yeah, I know a lot of them do, but at the same time, there's a few of them. You know, it depends on where you go. You could go to Moscow or, you know.
Moscow is it's pretty diverse in Moscow. There's all kinds of people in Moscow.
Yeah, it's too big for
Go
me.
to the farm villages where it's only those guys are pretty rough because they have a hard life, man. They have nothing to eat.
Yeah, well, my mom's aunts and uncles, they lived in a village, and they were the ones that were making alcohol. And I think at some point they did a little bit wrong, so they had some methanol in there and they got poisoned. So they had some bad vodka or bad moonshine, or in the U.S. we call it moonshine, but in Russia, I mean, I don't know what they call it.
It's not going. It's moonshine. I know exactly.
That was yeah. My mom grew up through the Soviet Union, and my older brother, my half brother, he was actually born in the Soviet Union.
Right.
But I was born in the States.
The reason why they got methanol is because they kept distilling it. They overstilled it. You're not supposed to do it to a certain point.
So, well, methanol is has a lower evaporation, lower boiling point than ethanol. So when you make it, when you do the alcohol, you want to get rid of the first few liters or first few, like at least the first, at least the first gallon and a half when you distill it over. And you get rid of the methanol that way, and then you take the mid part of the distillation and it keeps coming out. So you want to get rid of the first part. But if you don't get rid of enough, you get a little bit of methanol in there. And
poison.
Or you can go blind. What happened during the Prohibition. But anyway, they I think they died of kidney or liver. I think they just drank a little bit too much, is what my mom said. But that was a Russian village.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't buy alcohol, they were too far away.
That's why drink anyways. That's what I'm saying. These fucking alcoholics. Why are you guys fucking drinking so much?
Because the world sucks, man.
Well, I get that, but I mean, could always, man.
Because it's fun.
No, it's not, man. I used to drink so much. It's not good.
True. That's true, though.
Waste of time, waste of money, waste of everything.
I'll tell you, I can't. Oh, Ryazan. That's where my mom was born. It was in Ryazan.
No way.
Yeah, my mom was born in Ryazan in '67. So I'm half Russian, but I'm also partly German and Polish.
I know you told me.
I ain't 6'4" like you are, whatever.
6'5" and a half.
Yeah, 6'5". Yeah, I'm 5'11". But I still have the same. I mean, I don't know. Where's your family from? What city you guys from? Petersburg.
No, man. My grandma's farm is like Kurgan. Kurgan, it's like central Russia, like very in the center somewhere. Like.
No way. You're next to Ural?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Ural Mountains? Oh, damn.
Yeah.
No way. That's crazy.
I'm from a crazy part of Russia. I know. Murders.
Yeah, your heritage is. Well, no, that's kind of that. No, that's more rural though. That's pretty rural. That's really far from Moscow, right? Kurov?
Yeah.
You said Kurov, right?
Farm or some shit. Yeah.
You said Kurov?
No, Kurgan. Kurgan. Kurgan.
Kurgan. Okay, let me check it. Okay.
It's close to
it's on the
Yekaterinburg.
Okay,
it's close to Yekaterinburg. Like if I was to take a plane, the plane I would have to fly to. I'd have to fly to Yekaterinburg. That's the closest major city.
I mean, yeah, you're actually east of the Ural Mountains. That's actually, damn, that's way far east, man.
Yeah.
That's like part of Russia that people.
I was
don't
born.
even...
Okay, so that's where my mom's side of the family is, right? So, but I was born in Kokhchetov in Kazakhstan. That's like 5 hours north of Astana in Kazakhstan, like the capital, which is called Nur Sultan right now. So, like, yeah, if you look up that's where I was born. Anyways, all those places, that's like just boonies. It's like nothing. It's like pure deserts and shit.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Damn, man. Yeah, no, you're way east, man. Like I can't even believe you're actually on the east side of the Ural Mountains. I didn't even. I mean, I don't know anything about that part of Russia because really, there's not much over on that side.
Exactly.
I mean, you got freaking. Yeah, they got that one peninsula on the other side of Russia. But really, I mean, that's most of that's Siberia, like on the east side. I mean, you're a little bit south, of course, but most of that shit is. I mean, that's as real as you can get.
The winters there are fucking insane.
Yeah, I can bet.
Bro.
Yeah, I want to try to get the latitude and longitude. But yeah, no, man, that's. I mean, I don't know if we connect like totally directly, like I do with like crack filling, but like me and you do have some heritage that's a little bit similar. But I think you're a little bit older than I am.
I'm 33, bro.
Yeah, I'm 25. And my half brother, I think he's 20, or well, not 20. He's 32, pretty soon to be 33.
Yeah, in the 80s, like late 80s, a lot of the Russians fled, you know, when the Soviet Union was about to collapse.
Yeah, right before it collapsed.
Yeah.
Wait, is that when so you left at that right around the same time? Through an
I
embassy?
remember I was in Canada already at like 91. In 91, I already was in Canada.
Why did you go to Canada? Were they taking refugees or something?
Well, yeah, the Americans didn't allow us. First place we landed was in Florida.
Yeah.
And they denied us residency. So but they let us go. They let us get a car and then fucking drive up to Canada.
Really?
And then drove all the way across America just to get into Canada.
Because in the 90s, actually 1990 precisely, my mom came and went to Idaho because Idaho was accepting refugees from the Soviet Union. So she stayed in Idaho with her husband.
That's cool.
Yeah. So you guys went to Florida though? Why?
No,
if you would have went more west.
From Spain, first of all, we got a residency in Spain, right? But for some reason, my parents decided, okay, we don't want to stay in Spain, right? So they took a plane. That's my first time taking a plane. I remember being on a plane going from Spain to Florida, right? And then when we landed in Florida, they put us into those refugee jails and shit, you know. Went through all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't live through that. Maybe my older brother did, but I mean, my mom and her ex-husband went straight to Idaho, and they were able to stay here in Idaho.
Lucky. I would have loved to be in America.
I guess so. Yeah, because they hit a resort town actually at some point. I mean, fuck, dude, I live next to Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and fucking Bruce Willis, man. They're all like within 100 miles of me. Or a few of their houses are. They got more than one.
Interesting.
So yeah, I don't know how they landed here, dude, or even how my family lived here, but yeah, I don't know. Apparently Idaho's accepting refugees, and I don't know, dude. I don't know if Putin is I don't know if he's a good guy or not, you know.
No, he's not, bro. He's a Jesuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's just
Can you name any world leader that's a good person?
No.
Probably the dude in Iraq that's getting killed by Americans. Forget I said that actually.
Well, that's a CIA person, man. The fucking are you talking about Hussein?
No, I'm talking about the dude who's tried to mimic the guy we're trying to kill. The false impression, just to destroy the history that is there, because it's got a lot more history than any other part of the world, I guess.
Do you know why they went into Iraq and Iran?
To destroy the history, the culture.
That's one of the reasons. But do you know that they were they were very anti-Semitic, right?
Israel? Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, have you seen?
They know the history of all that very closely, right? And they were like when the Jewish people were talking about like the Holocaust and shit. Those guys, they were like they did their own research and they had their own people, and they were saying, no, you guys are lying. And as soon as they said they were lying, that's when the war started. That's like, oh, we got to kill these motherfuckers now.
Yeah, now they're insurgents. But have you ever heard of the Jews that say that Israel shouldn't be that there should not be Israel. There should be no Zionism. There's actually Jews.
There's Jews that like Zionists. Yeah.
There's actually Jews against Zionism because it's against one of the 10 Commandments. Yeah, thou shalt not steal, because they took that land from other people.
No, weren't they supposed? They were supposed to keep wandering the earth until the return of their Messiah, the Moshiach, right?
Well, yeah, I think that's part of it. But
they weren't supposed to call any nation, like any place, home. They were supposed to keep wandering. Like that was something along those lines.
Yeah, they were punished by God. But I just
New Jerusalem, what people describe as New Jerusalem, that's not here on earth. That's above the heavens.
That's probably for all of us.
Yeah, crazy shit, man.
That's above the container, and one day it will come down.
When we shouldn't think about it physically. We shouldn't think about it physically, as it's above us. It
is physical.
It is us. Well, it's not of the world though, as the physical world. Something that
no, it's not of this world. It's above the heavens.
I mean, that's a good way to describe it, but it truly is already within all of us. We just have to learn to love it. That's why Jesus Christ was created. And so, why the devil was created. So we could learn to love both of them and understand that, we're already where we need to be. You just got to understand that that's the point. That life, we need to understand that we need to love what we hate and hate what we love, and understand that everything is the same. Night and day, time doesn't exist. It's just the concept of the world. So forgive while you're still alive, because you're dead. Live with it. Or not.
God damn it. One thing about Pokemon, like, I fucking cannot, I don't know where to go motherfucker. I got my first badge, I did some of this thing, and then, like, now what am I supposed to do? I'm wandering around the city, can't find what I'm supposed to do.
Which Pokemon are you playing?
It's this online one where, like, you put all the, like, the emulator ones together, like the ROMs. Like, I got the silver, the white, the like 5 of them, you put them all together, and then you play it online with people.
Okay.
It's called MMO, Poke MMO, right? But it's the
Sounds
same thing.
cool.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck. That's why I started playing it. But I mean, but the thing is like now I don't know. I finished certain quests, and now I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I can't find no direction, no guidance. Where am I supposed to go?
Just Google it.
Man.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, I don't like doing that shit, Google. Fuck you. Fucking know what to do, man.
Just explore every corner.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to. That's fucking. Oh man, I don't want to do that. At least I got an Abra. Had a little.
Yeah, that's a good Pokemon. That's a good one, Abra.
Yeah. It was a good one. Oh man, I just found a Meryl. No way. No way. No, that's good. I'm gonna capture this one. I mean, I'm playing this because I have nothing else to play because of all my problems in my apartment right now. So I'm sitting on the phone with you guys playing this because it doesn't draw too much energy and it doesn't take too much internet.
If you have the funds to do so, I'd recommend buying a King James Bible 1611 because it's got the Apocrypha. Recommend that just because of how it's written.
King James was a sodomite, bro. I don't like listening to sodomites.
Well, this is before he modified it. This is the 1611 version.
Well, oh man, I hate books, period, man. I hate books.
Yes, so do I, but there's just something
mass produced by man, it's like, what the fuck? I'm cool with God, man. I know God exists, God knows I exist, we're all good together,
Yeah, but there's some people who have been able to to write these things down in a way that it'll hit you like nothing else. I mean, have you ever read the Bible? You'll know what I'm saying if you have.
No, I tried. Then I got so bored. I said, "Fuck this shit."
Yeah, you probably got tired right on the whatever the numbers part where they start labeling the generations. I got tired there too.
I mean, no, I was very young when I started trying it. I actually had a Catholic elementary school. We did the whole "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name" type of shit every fucking morning. So.
Yeah, I don't blame you then. I don't blame you that you wouldn't want to get into it. They forced it on you.
But I mean, like, now there's other reasons why I wouldn't do it.
Well,
I found God my own way, man. Trust me. Like, because I used to be a massive atheist before. But when you find God your own
me
way,
too.
it's better.
Yeah, no, I was an atheist before as well, and I also thought I was God before. But at a certain point in the Bible, like you said, there's a scripture that says it is better to worship the Lord the God in your own closet rather than to go to a religious building. Have you ever read that?
No, but I get that because for some reason I hated church. My mom would always try and take me to church. I'm like, I don't want to go. Never wanted to go.
I never did that.
Right. And it was an Orthodox, Russian Orthodox church too. It wasn't like we had all that crazy shit with the guy fucking with the smoke and stuff, The candles would be lit all the time. The icons and everything. It's too much Satan worship, bro. That's all it is.
It's a subconscious oppression to, invoke certain emotions, willfully gain certain things. Kind of hard to understand if you don't understand magic, but we all do it whether we know it or not.
Sorry,
but what I'm just saying is, if you read the Bible again and you read the 1611 King James version, you'll see it in a way that you've never seen it before, because the King James version 1611, not the normal King James, but 1611, it's written in a way that Genesis is spelled with an F. The first S in Genesis is spelled with an F, but the second S is spelled with an F. So it gives the language a different meaning. It's mind blowing, to be honest. But we can get back to flat Earth. I don't want to make this a religious.
Obviously, but I mean, there's no Globers in the house. Do we have Globers in the house?
Vlad, you're not a Glober?
Buddy, I can't even try to pretend. It's so fucking hard.
Were you ever a Glober?
Yeah, bro, but I can't go back.
Well, imagine you were back before you're flat earther, and I'll debate you.
Yeah, it's
play
impossible.
Devil's advocate. Well, I can do that if I'll take that role if you want.
I'll be back refraction, and that's it. Refraction.
Well, there's no. How do we know there's a limit to refraction? I mean, those boats in that Black Swan photo. How do we know that refraction isn't infinitely possible?
Well, fuck. Well, the way you understand refraction is wrong. Probably, I don't know.
Well, maybe refraction is, it's just something that'll, be there to always make the Earth look flat, even though it's not.
No, but you can't. You can straight lines bend, but you can't fucking have curvy lines go straight with refraction.
Yeah, we hit the final, the end of the argument point, right away. Yeah, we gotta start from the beginning. All right, ask me why I think the Earth is a sphere or a heliocentric model.
Why do you think the Earth is a globe, guy?
Because that's how I grew up. I always grew up with globes in my classrooms, and that's just how it is, dude. I mean, the moon revolves around in solar and lunar eclipses, and you can see Mars through a telescope, the pictures through NASA. Why wouldn't it be a globe?
Fucking, you were told Santa Claus fucking existed when you were young too. Is he still a real thing?
Yeah, and so is the tooth fairy.
Okay, so then you're just a crazy person. I can't even talk to you.
Okay, dude, come on.
Well, it comes down to that. Well, you think Santa Claus exists? What the fuck?
Come on, dude, just keep going.
I can't even pretend, man. I can't.
Ah, shit. Okay, well, I'm just gonna.
Jenkins, I DM you some stuff about what I was talking about.
Oh shit! You DM'd me 16 things, man.
Yeah, the city of God, the shape of creation, above the heavens.
Oh.
Fall into
my
hands like a mama's baby. Yeah, like this one, Revelation 21:23, what you sent me. The city has no need for sun or the moon to shine on it, because God's Shekinah gives it light.
God's dwelling. That means dwelling.
But it's also a description of non-polarity, peace, oneness, no separation.
What you said about that word?
The city has no need for the sun or the moon to shine, because there's no need for the polarity anymore.
Yeah, the thing is that this is the source of the moon and the sun. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. You want to become at peace with that. So you got to hate the darkness and the light. Hate Satan and love Jesus, or love Satan and love Jesus, but hate them both at the same time. That's how you reach a non-polarity emotion. But I don't know how to do that.
And when I say its lamp is the lamb, some people say that's Jesus, the lamb. Its lamp.
Jesus, we're also the lamb. Just like that, the miracles he does, we can do greater than he has, if only we walk in his way. So
I'm saying some people interpret that as that. Yeah.
Well, some people also worship Jesus when Jesus Christ said himself, those who believe on me, believe not on me, but he who sent me.
You know that
he's the way and the path.
Go ahead.
Well, Jesus Christ is the way and the path, but he's not to be worshipped. The one who sent him is to be worshipped. The one. Jesus just shows us the path how to become one. But he's got to have an opposite. Satan. Got to worship them too. But I would worship neither, just love them both. All right, you go ahead.
I sent you scans of the sky and also scriptures that refer to some of this.
Yeah, you sent me a lot. I don't know if I'm sober enough. Try.
A pina colada. And I know it's there. I know it's up there. There's no doubt.
Hold on, I don't know what the last three are, but magnetite, iron oxide. Yeah.
Yeah, iron oxide is very magnetic, and it, this thing that is up there, it emits basically what we call resonances, frequencies, all that kind of stuff, electromagnetism, probably all the things that we can mention as frequency energy.
Yeah.
So some things on the earth will basically take its shape. And to the molecular structure, when we talk about from the small scale to the big scale, we talk about how things grow, and people talk about sacred geometry and all that kind of stuff. The shape of this thing is related to all the shapes that people call geometry of creation and that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, every element does that. But so you got iron oxide there. If you think about silicon oxide, which is quartz, It also has a similar resonance. It's not the same, but you could do the same with a magnesium chloride or a sodium bromide or potassium iodide, calcium fluoride, all these different elements and compounds. Once you stabilize them into a salt form, they all form these different crystalline structures.
Yep, and this is an example. I'm adding pieces together, plus plus the fact that I had a vision of this place, and I wouldn't be the first person that's seen it. So
And not the last either.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm just really into chemistry and pharmacology, but I mean, you can take iron oxide or ruthenium oxide or osmium oxide or hasmium oxide. They're all in the same column on the periodic table. All these things will create a similar crystalline structure. I don't know. We can change the subject. I'm probably rambling at this.
For coming to get me, so I could be sitting here.
Who's watching TV?
Sorry.
It's Craig talking to his wife.
No, that's him watching Game of Thrones.
For fuck's sake.
Oh no!
Yeah, but
you're watching.
He's watching his wife
Friends.
in the Game of Thrones acting.
I have a wife.
Your virtual wife, your digital spouse.
Yeah,
He believes it, so it must be true.
Or his OnlyFans.
My virtual wife. It's a Russian bride, by the way, guys. Her name starts with V, and it's not Veronica.
All right, Vlad, come at him, bro.
Come at me, bruh. That's what you said
Vlad.
last night, baby. Come at you. Yeah, I did. Oh yeah.
Vlad is busy at the moment, guys. We gotta
Hold on, no, Vlad's here.
Yeah, Vlad's
we
here.
gotta
What do you
bring
guys
some
do?
support.
Oh, I thought Vlad was trolling me, so I started trolling Vlad. That was fucking annoying. That was such a good troll back. If it was Vlad,
Vlad, this fucking guy from the UK just insulted Russian women.
no, I didn't. That means you just called Vlad a Russian woman because I was talking about Vlad.
Nah.
So you just insulted Vlad. You guys are insulting me? What the
Forget
fuck,
it.
man?
Forget it. Forget it. All right, we'll get Pat.
This guy here was laughing at you for a minute, Vlad. So
my joke didn't hit. It doesn't matter. All right, Craig, what you
it
doing?
did
What
hit.
are you watching?
Mate, whoa. I think he thinks I'm being serious. I'm being serious, but I'm joking too. I'm joking.
Well, it hit parallel, so it's a bad problem. So what were you watching, Craig? What the fuck were you watching? Is it about Flat Earth?
Mate,
you watching something about Flat Earth?
Did I watch something about Flat Earth?
Yeah, what were you watching?
Flat Earth's for dummies, bro.
God damn it, man. You're not helping.
I'm a glober.
me right now.
Jankus, I'm a glober, dude.
Yeah, me too, man. Let's combine our powers and fight these flat earthers.
So a double globe on the go, innit? Let's get a double globe on the go.
All right, yo, Gemsy, you want to fight a couple globers right now?
Yeah.
I'll probably be stronger without the Mexican.
All right, Gemsy, ask Crack a question. Why he believes in the heliocentric model?
Crack, why are you such a globe-tard?
Because your mama taught me well, brother.
Oh, come on.
But she's flat.
Oh,
she's fat. That's horrible. Nasty bastard.
All right, redo.
I mean, I can't laugh as a glober, dude. That's terrible.
Don't mention his mom. That's fucked up, dude. Take this.
He just said my mum. He was only meant. He said my mum's fat. He said my mum's fat.
Yeah, but we're talking about an imaginary my mom. Imaginary mom. So
redo.
Mate, don't worry, mate. It's cool. Me and Gemsy talk about each other's mums every day.
Craig, ask Gemsy why he believes the Earth is flat instead of a sphere.
Gemsy, why do you believe the Earth's a globe?
Because Mexico is flat.
Makes sense. If it's not curving in Mexico, it must be curving everywhere else, right?
Mexico is more curvy than Canada.
I don't know. I guess now you're talking about his mama. Saying his mum's got curves.
Okay, did you ask Jamesy why he believes the Earth is a globe? Redo that. Redo why he ask him why he thinks it's flat. You're supposed to be a glober.
Jamesy, why do you think your mum's fat?
God damn it.
This has become a troll on you now, Jankus, mate. Sorry.
Fuck you, man. Oh shit, this is being live streamed. Friggin' you, man.
Giggity. Right, no, yeah, there's no globes there. I can't laugh as a globe.
One more redo. Third time's the charm. Redo one more.
If my mama heard this, she's gonna flat smack me with her sandals. And those are flat.
Definitely.
Okay, one more time.
Jamesy, why do you believe the Earth's flat?
I don't believe I know.
Really?
Yeah.
Prove it. Prove that you know. Prove it. Exactly.
I'm gonna prove it right now.
Right.
So I just got disconnected because of the
Yeah.
satellite signal. So
Yeah.
that's a big issue for Flat Earth.
Yeah, me too. I think the ISS cut out for a second. Alright, correct.
The ISS cut out. I'm doing something.
Stop whatever you're doing right now, Crack, and concentrate on this. It's important.
Yeah, so yeah, what was the question?
No, I'm alright.
Yeah,
Busy,
correct.
brother.
Why are you flatter? Oh wait, no, it's just flatter. Alright.
I just like to be controversial, dude.
Alright, no, wait. Re-ask the question.
Yeah.
Whoever did it.
Hello. Can I say something quick? For
No.
10 seconds?
No.
Gene is in another
No.
debate there. He need help, Gene, right now. He's debating in another Discord. You maybe know that. He's he need help. I just hear he's just debating there. That's all.
Where is he?
Sorry about this.
Yo, Balumito, are you
Other
asking for
Discord.
backup? You asking for
Where is
backup?
he?
He needs a backup. He's in
Where is
debate flat earth and more.
Oh,
You
come
know
on.
that
Right.
Discord?
Yeah,
That's
He's
a
there. He
retarded
needs free
Discord.
I got you. Me and Jem.
Yeah, he needs help.
Shit. Yo, you crack,
That's
you don't
all.
even mention me, you son of a bitch.
There's another bottle open, isn't there?
Alright, let's go to Jim's. Fuck it.
Alright, go on.
Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on.
Wait there, I'll come over and fuck's sake. I'm about muted over there.
No, I couldn't handle it. I was in there for 5 seconds. It's too bad in there.
Yeah,
I'd rather just be in here. Jamesy?
Where is
Yeah,
it? Flat Earth
Jam-
schooling.
No, don't
Jam-
do it. Don't, I'm telling you right now, don't do it. It's not worth it. I'd rather
Dude, I
just,
think I was banned from that server. I can't find it.
I'd pretend Crack just I'd rather have Crack pretend he's a Glober than go in there.
Yeah,
No,
pretty
I
hot
can't.
is going on right now.
Alright, Crack, you're a Glober, Jamesy, you're the flatter.
And he's
I'm the
like literally
mediator.
alone. There's like 3 people going on him, like, and shouting, you know, and he's trying to argue with them, you know.
Well,
So that's why I just said that.
maybe that's what he asked for.
I'm gonna go over there. So
Crack, I'm telling you right now, it's bad. I left after 5 seconds.
It is bad there, yeah. I know.
Becky's in there.
Crack, go. Well, Becky's got more balls than I do.
You're doing
Crack,
something.
go. Go, Craig.
Wait, Gemsy. Wait there, Gemsy. I will send it to you. Wait there.
Okay, let's go, Craig. Fuck it.
I'm just gonna send Gemsy the link first, mate.
Okay, I go back to gym.
Gemsy, where are you? Are you on my friends list? You are, aren't you? Gemsy, why can't I find you? You might actually be banned, you know. Hello, is anyone in here? For fuck's sake.
Hello? Hello, guys.